was
Right.
taking storm, and in fact, I got a story for you. See
Okay.
the ashtray that Faith is tipping into?
Yes.
We were okay. It was late one night,
That's her.
and
AJ Fernandez ashtray.
there you go. So it was late one night, and I don't know if it was the Scotch Circle or what it was, but you didn't want to leave another smoke, so we don't have to leave in the rain. And I still have that ashtray. So so basically, anyway, man. Basically,
I
what
did pay for that ashtray, by the way.
Hey.
Just give it to him.
Yeah, there you go. It was promo, and I've sold a lot of cigars off of that
Yes, you
ashtray.
did.
So
Yes,
anyway,
you did.
so it was all legit, man. You know what I mean? So slow down, everybody over there at AJ. You know what I mean? Calm
Yes.
down. Don't try to send Randy a bill. Anyway, so basically, what I wanted to do with this podcast was I wanted to highlight just basic questions that everybody has in the cigar industry. Stuff like that guys sit around and mull over every day in the cigar industry, but kind of in more detail. Guys sit around the cigar lounges and kind of mull over stuff every day. I have been privy to work in a few shops in the industry. I've seen going from shop to shop to shop, and I've seen different perspectives in different demographics in different parts of town. Now, with that,
as part of the younger population, I think it's very useful to have a podcast that answers these general questions that everybody kind of asks and just sort of talks about the cigars a little bit in depth, because I think the younger generation tends to be a little bit more shy about asking questions about things they don't know about, tend to be a little bit more embarrassed about it. And so this is a great opportunity to just talk about it, learn a little bit about it, learn some new things, new opinions, new perspectives.
Okay.
I think it's a wonderful idea.
Okay. And just a little quick background on me. I've been in retail and the cigar industry for 10 years. Well, 7 years with a 3-year hiatus as an outside rep. And I worked with AJ Fernandez and Christoph, and back into the retail side for now. Hopefully going to be joining Tony on the road eventually one day when I get back out on the road. You'll travel with me, right?
heck yeah, bud.
All right.
Heck yeah. No need for twin
so-
beds here, buddy.
So
Jeez.
I've seen a lot. So we're going to break down like the 3 different areas of cigars, the 3 biggest areas of cigars that we've seen as retailers and as reps, right?
That's right.
So Tony calls it the traditional line. I'm assuming you mean Altus, General, Fuente, Padron, Ashton, the big
Right.
boys, the big boys that
Big
every
brand. Stuff like that, man. Guys that were into that kind of fashion and they liked that kind of cigar. They would come in every kind of. It seemed we said the word yesterday. A trend. There, anytime there's a trend, it seemed like a cigar would follow. We saw that with the Soprano, the bell tray.
Okay.
There you go, the bell tray. And I just don't think they had their FDA status in line, and I think they kind of had some issues down in the DR, and which a lot of cigar makers kind of run into these issues, and so. But there was a young lady. But there are people that carry it. It's a small company.
Okay.
It's not a big company, but and it is. The price point on it is a little high for my taste, but it is doing. It's doing okay.
Okay.
It's doing okay. But I was even approached by a Dominican cigar maker to carry the Texas Ranger guy. Who's the guy that was hitting real well this past season? Anyway,
We had a horrible year. Nobody.
yeah, and that's what I mean. And I don't.
Adrian Beltre.
The bell tray.
Okay.
There you go. The bell tray. And I just don't think they had their FDA status in line, and I think they kind of had some issues down in the DR, and which a lot of cigar makers kind of run into these issues, and so. But there was a young lady that she came up from Austin. She approached me at Blue Smoke, and she was like, "Hey, if you wanna like take this in the Dallas area. You know, I'm stuck in Austin, she told me, and we just never could get it together. I actually approached a couple of people about it, and they were interested, but it never took flight. So,
Right.
but like I said, anytime there's something going on, there's a trend of some sort. You're going to have someone want to
this
capitalize.
business does have a lot of that type of
Yeah.
stuff. And then third, and just so we don't shut Faith out, you know,
Yeah, poor little Faith.
because face it, that's why they're watching.
There we go,
It's because of her. So when you started smoking cigars, you started with, this is the third branch that we were referring to, is the
Right.
flavor.
Yes.
Like right now, you're smoking the Duriste Tobacco Especial
Yeah.
Dolce.
Yes, I am.
Have you had the Negra, the dark
I
one?
have. Yes.
And you like the Dolce better?
I tend to go for the Dolce, but I like both of them. I generally like.
What I consider a boutique brand to be is when the owner of the company actually goes down to the region where his cigars are created and made, and actually goes and works with the cigar maker. Not just goes down and orders.
Yeah.
He goes down. Now, Joel Modetto, the guy I work for, and I work for Raisinard, Providencia, and Jim over Providencia. Those guys actually go down. Joel, these guys go down in the fields, man. They work with the guys. They get, elbow deep in it, man. They don't just go down there. It's not a pleasure trip for them, man. These guys go down in there and work in the factories, work in the fields. Joel Morel, man, he gets in there and gets dirty with it, man. The guy is an animal, man. He works, he gets in, and that's what I think when you know your product inside out, when you know the very essence of it, when
Right.
you see the stuff come up from the soil,
I got you.
And that's what I think a boutique is.
Okay, so my definition isn't a true definition either, because what the heck was that?
So this is,
Something like? Is that your cell phone?
that's not mine, mine's right here.
Our camera guy's cell phone's cleared off.
So anyway,
Anyway, so but
this is an unedited show, folks. So
and
I
we're
just
still
let you
working out
know
the kinks.
the
We're still working out the kinks.
authenticity of it, and let you know that hey, it's coming to you live.
And by the way,
Live.
before we forget, because Matt was very generous in letting us do this, we're filming at Calypso Cigar Shop and Lounge in Richardson, Texas.
That's right. Thank you so much to Matt Badowski.
And speaking of which, tomorrow we have an Altadis event, cut and light from 4:30 to 7.
Eddie Gavito in the house.
With one of my favorite sales reps.
There you go.
Eddie Gavito.
Big brand himself, Eddie
Faith
Gavito.
isn't going to get to be here. You're not going to get to meet Eddie. Eddie is the sweetest guy on the planet.
Yeah.
I mean, the next time I hear someone say something bad about Eddie will be the
Hey,
first time. I've
Man,
heard
let me
anyone
tell you
say
something.
anything bad
Eddie's a
about
good dude, man. I ran into Eddie in Fort Worth last week, as a matter of fact, man. So I love Eddie, man. Eddie's a good dude. And Eddie's brother owns a shop out in Fort Worth, Lake Worth Cigars. Jerry Senior and Jerry Junior run it. And let me tell you something, those dudes are tough as nails, but they're good dudes, man. I do business with them. Two of my brands are out in their shop, Marrero and...
We are here at the Calypso Cigar Shop and Lounge in Richardson, Texas. Special thanks and shout out to Matt Badowski for letting us do this here. It's a great shop. If you get a chance and you're in the area, please stop by. Joining me as last week is the beautiful Faith Cox.
No.
And the equally as beautiful Big Tony Gomez.
Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing?
Good. I just started to show off with a lie, so obviously I'm doing good.
Hey, you know it, man. Well, I try to be as beautiful as I can be. So.
That's it. That's all we
But I do agree, Faith is beautiful. And Randy's beautiful, too. So. And Jerry's beautiful over there, too. Jerry, you guys can't see Jerry, but he's doing a great job.
Special shout out to Jerry Morris for our,
exactly.
He's our producer and doing a great job. Okay, we got some topics today. Once again, thank you for watching last week's episode. It's our first one. We're going to try to be a little more concise, a little more informative, make it more of a better flow. You know what I'm saying? And what are you saying to me?
Ask for input from all of our listeners.
I got that. Yeah.
It's a good idea. you.
Our producer is talking to us during the show. But that's okay.
That's okay.
Make sure that you click like on YouTube, give us comments, suggestions, whatever, and we will incorporate them in the show. It will happen at some point.
And we actually want to add that we do appreciate all of the input. So thank you very much. I was overwhelmed with all of the input and everything. So
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you so much. We invite it all. So yes.
Okay, so today's episode we were going to talk about. We're just going to make it a lounge show, talking about things that we've noticed in different lounges across, with me and Tony, different states, with Faith here in the Dallas area. And one thing that seems to always come up is cigarette smoking in lounges.
Yes.
And I know I have my opinion. I'd like to hear your opinions as well. Some stores allow it, some stores do not. Other stores have the policy of if you bought it here, you can smoke it here. There are some that have the policy of you can buy it here, but you can't smoke it here. So, what have you experienced, Faye?
I've experienced, I don't think I've ever truly appreciated cigarettes in a lounge, but I have been to a couple who allow all kinds of smoking cigarettes and cigars in lounges. And I've been to a couple that were sort of a bar and lounge as well.
Right.
And those generally are the ones that allow both cigars and cigarettes.
Okay. Now, was there anything that was irritating to you, or did it affect you in any way?
For me, I didn't really like the smell of cigarettes. I actually can appreciate the smell of a cigar, and that doesn't really bother me. But I didn't really like the smell of cigarettes, and there are some that really smell really bad to me.
Okay.
So.
And Tony, I know you've experienced it in your retail background.
Yeah, retail and in my private life, man, going to lounges just in my social time, and this was something that was actually thrown out on Facebook last week or the week before by my good buddy La Polina Jerry. Shared an opinion, and we kind of got kicked around for a couple hours on Facebook, but. It's one of those things that, as a retailer, man, you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Right. Exactly.
You're going to upset somebody. But I think as a retailer, it's kind of a judgment call.
You smell cigarette smoke?
I would, yes.
You would?
I
Okay,
would
so
prefer
it
to
would
go-
bother you that much.
I agree with Tony. I would like to go to a cigar lounge just to enjoy cigars.
Okay.
So I generally don't like those kinds of environments that have the cigarettes as well. So yes, I would leave.
Right. Tony, would you leave?
It depends on the situation. If I see people smoking cigarettes and they're outside on the patio, it's not really going to bother me. But if I'm in a situation to where somebody next to me or somebody within the same direct, line of, in my exactly, it's right in my face. Yeah, I'm going to get up and I'm going to leave. I don't think I'm really going to take issue with that person. It kind of all depends.
Okay.
I just might. I just might. It depends on their attitude about it.
Yeah.
Something like that. But like I said, but being a retailer and being someone that works in the industry, we always have to be, we're always on, even when we're at lounges in our private time.
Right.
So we always kind of have to act with diplomacy, even in our private time. So we got to keep that in mind also.
Well, one thing that you have to deal with cigarettes, and we have 3 topics today, so we should be able to spend plenty of time on each topic. One thing you have to consider as a retail owner, clerk, staff, whatever you want to call us, is, let's say a husband, there's a barbecue place right next door to us. Husband and wife go out to eat. He wants to come over and have a cigar. She wants to have a cigarette. You don't want to keep that person from coming over and buying a cigar, but then you're going to have to deal with the cigarette smell. And it's really hard. It goes back to that damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario. What do we tell that guy? Do we tell the guy, sorry, your wife can't smoke a cigarette? Or do we just say, let him smoke the cigar, and hopefully no one's offended.
And that's the exact scenario that I was referring to, because I remember, you just hit the nail on the head, man. I remember at a lounge that I was working at, and I was a GM at. They had multiple locations. I had opened up one of the locations, one of the new locations we had just after the grand opening, and one of the VIPs from one of the other locations came over with his wife. Now, this guy was used to being treated well. He came in, and his wife was a cigarette smoker.
Right.
He was expected to be treated well, and I asked his wife to not smoke a cigarette in the new lounge. Boy, he was
probably offended.
He didn't say anything to me, but he told the business owner, the shop owner, and so I had to deal with that. And it was like, hey, this guy's used to being treated a certain way, and so, and again, I don't mean to cut you off. One of the other things that people kind of have to keep in mind also, when the retailers are asking people to put out their cigarettes, a lot of times to the retailer, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
He's getting pressure from other guests in the lounge.
Exactly.
I think that's an important point also to be made also.
And there's really no right answer, but I think you just have to stick with your guns, have a policy, and stick to the policy, and that's just what you have to do. Okay, now we're going to talk kind of along the same lines, maybe not as offensive, if that's the right word I'm trying to look for, as cigarettes, but flavored cigars. A lot of people do not like the smell of flavored cigars in a cigar lounge.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you smoke flavored cigars, so have you had people complain about you smoking?
I have. I've had people approach me in cigar lounges, and I've tried to buy a flavored, but they said, no, you can't smoke it here.
Mm-hmm.
And I ended up leaving. I've had owner come up to me and ask me leave because I started smoking a flavored cigar, and people give me ugly looks. So yes, I've experienced some lounges, and some of them, not all of them are like that. Some allow flavored cigars, and that's fine. But I have experienced some cigar lounges that just didn't have zero tolerance for flavored cigars at all.
Have you had customers actually complain to you?
Yes. Yeah, I've had
Anyone get rude with you?
Yes, one of them did. One of them was really nice. It was this older lady, and she said, "Do you mind not smoking in here? It really bothers me," which I thought was a little weird, but it was fair, and so I ended up leaving. We actually went and sat on the patio, and I finished, and then we left.
Right.
We never went back to that cigar lounge. But the other one, it was this older gentleman, and he was really rude. He was saying, "Take that crap out," and really a little bit confrontational. But it was also a bar as well, in the cigar lounge as well. So he might have had a couple drinks and was more willing to be rude.
Okay.
Which, no excuses for him, but
But you have had that experience?
Yes.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I don't smoke flavored cigars. I have on occasion, just so that I know how to recommend a cigar for someone.
Yeah.
But I tend to never finish it. But I've never had anyone complain to me personally the few times I have smoked them. I do know stores, as you do too, as you mentioned, that do not allow them. And they've even gone so far as that a lot of places won't even allow pipe tobacco smoked in their stores. Even if you bought the tobacco there, they won't even let you smoke that because it's kind of like a flavored cigar in that it's very aromatic.
Very, very aromatic.
Yes. So what has your experience been with the flavors?
Faith, in response to like what I think I know the place you're talking about, and I don't want to say any names.
No, we won't.
But there is one place in town that I'm thinking of that if you buy the cigar there, there's a sign indicated where they keep their flavored cigars that if you buy it, they allow you to smoke it on the patio, and that's kind of like a buyer beware situation. I understand that, but I don't think I'm not a flavored cigar smoker. I do see the pros and cons of flavored cigars for myself. I think they have their good points, but I don't think it gives anybody the right to confront anybody or to belittle anybody or to be rude to anybody. It's certainly not that. You know, if you disagree with somebody, like I said, I might take issue with a cigarette smoker or something like that. Now, in that situation, you know, I would acknowledge that, hey, I'm just being frustrated or something like that, and I wouldn't say I was the right one.
Right.
Now, I think there is flavored cigars out there that are very, very, I guess you would use the word pungent, I guess you could say.
Right.
And now those, I'll be honest with you, if you light up one of those, there are going to be customers that get up and leave.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say that as a retailer, man, I would hope that they wouldn't light that one up. That's just mine, but you know, if I'm selling it, I gotta allow them to smoke it there.
Yeah.
So as a retailer, what I would do, if I owned the shop, I just wouldn't carry those, to be honest with you, to remedy that situation. And I do know a shop that does practice that.
Yeah.
So kind of in a scope, that's the way it is. I think if you sell it, you got to be willing to let them smoke it there, even though you disagree with it. But if you're selling it, like I said, hey.
But it goes back to what I was. Oh, did I interrupt you? Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I was actually going to agree with Tony. I have been to, from a retail perspective and also from a customer perspective, it would be, for me, I think it would be alright even if you allow them to smoke it on the patio. Because when an older lady approached me once, they had a patio outside. And she was respectful. She was kind enough to say, a lot of my customers don't like it, and do you mind smoking outside? And I said, sure, because I understand that, and I would be willing to go outside and smoke flavored cigars outside on the patio.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let me just ask you this. Now, as a consumer and as a guest of the lounge, do you have a problem if they have the sign up and you know that going into it? Is that okay with you?
No, I actually prefer that.
Now, by the same token, I know of customers, I have ran into customers that will actually challenge that sign just to be difficult, just to say, oh no, you know what? You're not going to tell me where to smoke. I mean, that's just like, okay, you're just inviting an issue. And that's a whole different ball of wax right there.
Yeah.
And you know what? And unfortunately, you're going to run into people like that. And then what happens is you're in an environment where alcohol is introduced into the situation, and that's just, well, here we go. You know what I mean? And so, unfortunately, we do, as retailers, you do have to deal with situations to where some people are just, maybe they're not having a good day, maybe they had a bad week, I don't know, and they're looking to kind of, start an argument with somebody or something. It happens in retail. And, you know, Randy, I'm sure you'd agree, man, that you've had people come in and just, you know, it wasn't your fault, but there was a hot button somewhere that got pressed, and boom, you know, there it goes.
Well, that leads into our last topic, but to segue into that, I like segues.
Oh, I know, right?
Yeah.
Segues are good. That means I'm a pro. No, I'm joking. But anyway.
This guy.
Yeah. Legend in my own mind. Anyway, with such a small community, the cigar smoking world is anyway, let's just try to get along. You know,
That's it. Because you're going to see everybody at different you're going to bump into everybody at lounges all across town.
Right.
And
exactly.
things will go so much smoother if you just maintain that respect.
Mm-hmm.
You're
There you go.
generally not going to have
Very well
that
said.
many problems. If you're just respectful, you'll be fine. You know,
Exactly.
things will be resolved and everybody will move on.
Okay, which leads us, you guys are good at segues too. It leads us to our last topic, and that is lounge atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I handled Texas, Texas, Louisiana, Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, and so I've seen shops in many states, and I've seen everything from music being played to politics on TV to reality shows on TV to sporting events on TV, and all of those can be offensive to certain people, you know. I probably more than likely most people are okay with music or are okay with watching ESPN or something of that nature. And, you know, because with certain exceptions, it is mostly guys that do smoke in cigar lounges.
Right.
And so you would tend to think that sports would be safe. However, maybe not. Maybe some people don't want it. Maybe they want, I mean, we've had people come in here and say, hey, can you put on CNN? And I tell them I'd prefer not to because I don't want that experience in the lounge. I wouldn't stay there and in a lounge if I saw that. I would go someplace else. So we try to be non-confrontational. You know, we don't want to stir the pot in any way, shape, or form.
I think so, yeah.
So what, when you go to a lounge, do you pay attention? What would you prefer? Would you prefer music? And at music, obviously, we mean at a normal volume level, not something that's blaring everyone out.
Yeah.
And maybe not Anthrax and all that kind of stuff. Maybe something more middle of the road music-wise.
I think that it is useful to have music, especially if it's adding to a certain type of atmosphere. Like if you're having a certain theme or feel for your cigar lounge, music can actually help and sort of foster that kind of environment, that kind of atmosphere. I think you should not be playing music extremely loud. I've been to a cigar lounge that was like that. I couldn't hear a thing. And that's what a cigar lounge can be about. It's about relaxing, enjoying a cigar, talking among friends.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have music blaring, it's a waste of time almost.
Mm-hmm. Well, does politics on the TV annoy you?
Yes. So yes, I agree with the no politics policy. What people talk about is their business, but as far as the TV or as far as the TV, I would think that that's probably a better idea not to be having politics on TV.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, it's such a volatile political time anyway. Mm-hmm. Why stir the pot any more than it's already being stirred? You know, if you and I are sitting there, we want to discuss it, that's fine, but let's don't have it broadcast in front of the whole store. What is your opinion?
Well, you know, right now, you know, our country's at a point to where there are a lot of hot button issues out there, and this, you know, cigar smoking is all about relaxing.
Yes.
And what you're doing when you bring politics into a cigar lounge is you are just inviting something that is going to basically invoke stress into a relaxing activity.
Yep.
And that just defeats the entire purpose.
Yeah.
There's a cigar lounge in town that is my favorite place to go, and there are
thank you.
And there, you know, there are no TVs there, and there is good jazz music played at a volume to where you can listen to it, but you can speak over it, and it's just a relaxing place. You can have conversation. It's kind of a throwback place, and that's the way I think it should be. And then there are lounges that you go and you can watch a little ESPN if you want, and you know, still guys are going to get into it over American League or National League.
Right.
You know, the DH, you know, everything. You know, I mean, you know that. I mean, you're a baseball guy. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, hey, there's, you're going to have guys argue over football. You know, was it a catch? Was it not a catch? I mean, so these things are always going to creep up, but that's sports. And that can be, you know, that can be all in good fun. But I've seen guys kind of get a little hot under the collar over that also.
Yeah.
But politics, man, that's a whole different thing. I mean, that's a whole different animal.
Yeah.
So, and then, because politics will eventually lead into religion, and then you're creeping into a whole different, you know, that's, so.
All different kind of things.
I just think, like, Faith said earlier, respect one another. That's a big issue in lounges. And like I said, this is meant to be something that you do. Respect one another. That's a big issue in lounges. And like I said, this is meant to be something that you do to unwind and relax. You want to come in here and you want to forget about your day.
Yeah.
That's what this is all about, man. And I think when you invite stuff like that in, you know, a lot of guys can sit there. Now, you do have guys that just sit there and watch CNN and just listen to it for the analytical purposes.
Yeah.
But you got guys that really want to challenge it. And you got guys that...
They'll hear something that's being
There you
analyzed
go.
and they have to throw in
And
their
then, oh man, and then it's on, you know,
Yeah.
and so...
It's frustrating.
Exactly,
It really is.
because all of these political shows are from a certain viewpoint, from a certain.
Are you
know.
serious? I thought all media was down the road.
Oh,
and that
oh,
there was
no.
no bias. at
No,
all.
you know what?
No,
Actually,
really?
you know what? That's what I thought too, man. But, yeah, it turns out, you know, no. I think music. This is my opinion. The way I think lounges should be ran. The TV should be on a sports channel. I think the volume should be down, and I think there should be music that everybody can agree on. Usually the guys in our demographic can agree on classic rock or like some old Frank Sinatra or something like that, man.
Or
Just
even
kind of
70s and 80s top
70s
40.
and 80s top 40. Yeah, that's fine, man. You know, something middle of the road that everybody can agree on at a moderate tone, and that's about it. You know, and I think it should go there. Now, when events are going on, because it's a cigar lounge, I think a little salsa, a little merengue, a little something like that. Because no, really, because the whole ad thing. I mean, these are cigars, brother. You know what I mean? They come-
I get it.
yeah.
I get it. Most of the people
Yeah,
want to watch
there you go.
sports.
And then you kind of crank it up. That's why I like to put on the salsa music, man, during events, you know, and just crank it up just a little bit, not a lot, just a little bit, you know. There's nothing wrong with that, man. Throw a little,
So you do the merengue?
yeah, do a little vibe, man. You know, vibe it out a little bit, brother. There's nothing wrong with that, you know. You know, so.
Well, we're going to wrap it up. Just wanted to give you guys a little different kind of show than what I've ever seen. I've seen certain of these topics, you know, in other shows and podcasts, but wanted to kind of lump them together. Tony had the great idea of calling it the Lounge Show, the Lounge episode, so that's great. And give Tony a quick chance to tell us what he's up to over the next week or so.
Well, let's see, man. Next week I am down south. I've got 2 events in the Oak Cliff area. I've got Cedar Hill, Tobacco Cabana on the 19th or the 18th, and I've got Cigar Art on the 19th, and I've got Black Cesaro out at the Texas Spirits and Cigar Tasting out in Fort Worth on the 20th. Big Lincoln Salazar is going to be out there in that one, man. Cigar and Spirits. So maybe he'll invite me on his private jet, man, and I'll go back to California and go to work for Cigar and Spirits. Hey, Lincoln, if you're listening, bro, I'm up for that. You know what I mean? So anyway, but yeah, that's about it, man. You know, and then I've got some other stuff happening in Fort Worth later this month. So just look on my Facebook page, man, Big Tony Gomez, and yeah. I've got stuff happening this month, man. It's really happening for Marrero.
Sounds good. Faith, you have anything big going on?
Not much.
Not much, huh?
Yeah, not much.
Okay. All right.
Give us a like on YouTube and let us know in the comments what y'all think about the general atmosphere of lounges, about cigarettes and flavored cigars and lounges, and different music or TV. What was it? TVs. Just the general atmosphere that y'all like or really don't like in lounges. And
Yeah.
let us know what y'all think.
Other
about
subjects also, yeah. Other subjects you guys want to talk about, man.
Yeah.
We're up for
You've got a wealth of knowledge here because Tony and I both seen the cigar world from both sides of the counter.
Oh God, yes.
And Faith has only experienced that we've rarely been customers at lounges over the last several years.
Yeah.
So we get the customer perspective here as well. So that's something I think adds something unique to our show. I'm Randy Rankin. This is the Cigar Show for Big Tony Gomez, for Faith Cox. We'll see you next time.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
I was going to have you sing since you're Faith Hill today.
Oh,
But
God,
you're gonna sing-
no.
No? Okay.
That
All
is
right.
not happening.
Okay. Well, I was just thinking it would be something, because you're new to cigars,
Mhm.
and I was thinking that one of the most important things when you first learn or want to start taking up cigar smoking is the importance of a good tobacconist, or the person at the store that points you in the right direction, hopefully,
Yeah.
and puts the right for additional years as an outside rep in the cigar industry. Tony's got several years of retail experience. He's currently a rep. So we've had many different experiences with customers coming in. The one thing I always try to do when a customer comes in is find out if they have smoked or not, as your person said.
Mhm.
And if they have, try to find out something. What have you had that you liked? And most of the time they don't know. I just remember I had a cigar. Was it stronger? Was it milder? Was it something in between? And that gives you the best idea on where to point them. Just don't steer them into what you want to sell. And I know that's something that means a lot to you.
I think it's important.
don't
Yeah,
see that,
you really kind of. I think it's important that you don't push just like one or two certain brands. I think it's important that you sell them something that they want, of course. And I think it's important that like first time out, you remember to keep them in a certain price range. I always thought it was important to keep them at a certain price range, of course, because like you were just talking about, you want that first experience for them to be a good experience.
Right.
I think if you hit them at a real high price point their first time out and it wasn't a good experience for them,
Mhm.
that made it all the more harder for them to come back.
Okay.
If they were at a certain price point, within like a $7-8 price point, and they didn't agree with this cigar very much, well, they pretty much looked at it like, well, let me try another kind next time, and they would come back and see you and want to try a different type. But yeah, that's a real important point, though, I think.
Now I know, and I've seen it happen, and it happens here. I'm sure you had it. A customer will come in, they've heard of Cohiba, so they'll come in and they'll say, "Yeah, do you have any Cohibas?" And you're like, "Okay, which one do you want?" "Oh, I don't know, I just want a Cohiba." Okay, nothing wrong with Cohiba, but it's an expensive cigar. It can be $18-20. And what if they spend $18-20 and they don't like the cigar? I'd rather give them two cigars in the $8 or $9 range, and then they can try and compare and contrast as to
Exactly.
what they like. And that's what I try to do. I've seen it happen at other stores, and I really respect those stores that do that. It would be easy for the store to just say, "Hey, I just sold an $18 cigar." and
It's
move on.
so easy for a new customer, a person that's not smoked a cigar, to come in and to judge a purchase solely on the band in the box.
Yeah.
Right.
And they get caught up in, they look at just that appearance of the band in the box. And a lot of times the better cigar will not have that flashy appearance.
Mhm.
And you'll know that, and you'll try to, and that's a perfect example. The Cohiba Nicaraguan, I think, in my opinion, is the better of the blends, and it has the lesser of the flashy bonds.
Right.
It doesn't have the fancy tube or anything, but I think it's the better than the Cohiba Red Dot, which of course is the one with the fancy tube and everything.
Mhm.
So a lot of times the customer feels, well, if I buy that red, the Red Dot tube, it'll be in my opinion, the Nicaraguan, which is the better blend. In my opinion.
Right.
But they will look at the tube and think they're getting a better cigar. But so there's things like that you got to kind of steer them around, and you just gotta you kind of advise them about stuff like that.
Right.
And that's what you that's your job as a tobacconist
Right.
and a retailer, to kind of help them about stuff like that.
Right. Well, that's going to conclude our first segment. We're going to continue this topic because I think we've got a lot to say about it. But I do think we need to address the film Hand Roll that we've been promoting. Last night was the night that it aired, and because of varying circumstances, none of us got to go. So, Tony, did you find out for sure if it's on Amazon?
Well, I was trying to look it up. I was having issues with my internet last night, so I didn't. But I do know from a reliable source that it is on Amazon, Amazon Prime is what I heard. So you can look it up on that. Also, there is another screening tonight. If you're watching this podcast on, what's today's date? The 15th? Today's Thursday, the 15th of November. If you're watching it today, it is being screened at a certain cigar lounge on Beltline Road and Midway. You can look that up. So that's all I'm going to say. You know where to go look for it. It is a cigar lounge and cafe on Beltline and Midway, and it is playing tonight. So you can look that up.
And we don't even know what their circumstances
yeah,
are.
I don't know the time. That's what I mean. Yeah.
Or anything.
I don't know. Yeah, so you'll just have to look that up. But it is screening tonight in Addison. So if you want to check that out, if you're watching us this afternoon on the podcast, it is still playing tonight. You can go check it out. I talked with my good buddy Fish yesterday over at the internet, over at the underground, the internet.
You're talking to it at the internet?
Yeah, I was at the internet. Yeah. Anyway, I ran into the great Jerry Catrone and Fish, and I got to meet the great Robert Caldwell yesterday. Shout out to Robert Caldwell, man, great guy, great cigars, just all around a great person. It was an honor to meet Robert, but Fish was letting me know that he saw the film at IPCPR this year, and he said it was a great film. But everybody in the industry needs to watch this, so I'm going to make it a point to watch it this weekend on Prime. But I think it's, and he reiterated what we were talking about, that it delves into the history. And it talks to Nick Perdomo, and it talks to a lot of guys in the industry. Rocky's in it, like you said. So there were a lot of points that we talked about and that we covered that we saw in the trailer. And I was asking Fish about it. He said that what we were talking about, that we were pretty much dead on as what we thought about it. So
okay, cool. So anyway, check Amazon Prime. Sorry we didn't get to see it to give you a review. That was our plan, but it didn't happen.
Yeah.
So we apologize, but things happen.
At some point, we might revisit it if we all see it.
Absolutely.
And want to talk more about it.
Yeah, we will review it eventually.
if you have seen the film and you're watching the podcast today, or you watch it tonight and you see the podcast, give us a quick rundown on it. If you want to give us some feedback on it, give us your review of it in the comments. If you liked it, if you didn't like it, just let us know what you thought about it. We're always up for that. And guys, you're always welcome to leave comments and everything. We appreciate all the views that we get. Everything's been very positive so far, so we appreciate all the clicks, all the views that we get. We hope that you guys stay with us. Absolutely. We really do. We appreciate everybody taking their time to watch the podcast.
Absolutely. I mean, let's face it, they're watching it because of me. But,
Absolutely, buddy. I mean,
I'm sorry, it's probably fake. Fake Hill.
Faith Hill, we got Faith Hill, man. Bring on an A-list celebrity there.
Let's get back to the tobacconist thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, Faith, you had mentioned when we were talking about this topic that you don't know the vocabulary.
Right.
What verbiage are you wanting to know?
So I keep
enlighten it.
so I keep hearing these different things like Maduros,
Okay.
different types of those cigars. I don't know what those mean.
Maduro is a leaf. It's the alum leaf.
Mhm.
It's the wrapper.
Okay.
And it's a darker leaf. And that's something we were going to get into. A lot of people assume that the darker the leaf, the stronger the cigar.
Mm-hmm.
They also assume that every dark leaf cigar is Maduro. Both of those are not accurate. You mentioned a cigar, the Rocky Patel Edge.
Yeah.
Corojo
Yeah.
is stronger than the Rocky Patel Edge Maduro.
Yeah.
And it's been a while since I've had either one, but I do agree with you on that. What Connecticut? You've heard us talk about Connecticut. Connecticut is another racket. We made it to 2 hands.
Yeah.
Go figure.
Here we go.
And I'm your host, Randy Rankin. We're here at the Calypso Cigar Shop and Lounge in Richardson, Texas. Shout out to Matt Podolsky for letting us use his place for the show.
Thank you,
We
Matt.
have the beautiful Faith Cox.
Good morning.
I said it right this time. And the even more beautiful Tony Gomez, Big Tony Gomez.
Thank you.
And then we've got, of course, Jerry Morris, who is off camera, but he's our producer, and we appreciate Jerry getting up early and helping us get this set up. So we are ready to go, guys. You guys have a great Thanksgiving?
We did. I
Good
did.
Thanksgiving.
Good.
Yeah.
So what was this? She was telling us this story, Tony. I thought we should save this for the show.
Always
What
like a
was
good
this
story.
What was this
Always like a good
recipe
story.
thing that your grandmother made for
Oh,
Thanksgiving?
Lord.
You can tell.
Well,
She's not gonna watch.
She's not, but the rest of the family is.
And let's
Hi.
kind of just start off by saying that we do like to have fun here on the Cigar
Yeah,
Show. It's
absolutely.
not just about the cigars. We like to kid and have a bunch of
Absolutely.
other talks. So throw in the
Yeah.
subjects in your comments. Throw in any subject you want.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And it was it was very interesting taste. Let me just start with that. It was good.
Mhm.
It was just interesting.
What did she put on it?
She instead of cooking a regular Thanksgiving turkey, she cooked a pineapple habanero. She had this pineapple habanero sauce, and she put it all over the turkey. Nothing else. No salt, no butter, no pepper. Just baked it like that. And then, this was where it really went wrong, is she used the turkey grease to make gravy. So we had pineapple habanero gravy.
On top of a pineapple habanero.
No, we threw that out. We tasted it and we're like, oh, that is not pineapple and gravy doesn't mix. So just so you know, they don't mix. Don't try it.
That's
Really,
just
really
a weird
bad.
combination. Had she ever tried that before?
She
Was
never
this
tried
something
it
new?
before, but we didn't think through that using the turkey grease to make gravy. Well, the turkey has pineapple on it, so it's going to be a pineapple gravy.
But I think that's what your family's for on Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
I think it's experimenting. I think
Okay.
it's time to throw the old experiments out there and just say, hey, happy holidays. Try this.
Yeah, my mom would put arsenic in ours just to see what happens, Much to our chagrin, we
if you
survived.
can't,
It
if you
was
can't
weird.
have fun with your family, who can you have
That's
fun
right.
with?
You should have seen all our faces because we all tried it at the same time. So we're just standing in a circle, looking at each other like, this is really bad.
It
So we
doesn't
went,
sound appealing at all, I gotta tell you.
we went and threw it out in the back of the yard.
Well,
You have a dog? Did the
No.
dog have fun with it? No?
The neighbor's
Oh.
dog did.
Oh, good. At least somebody got fed. Somebody had a good Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Tony, what'd you do at Thanksgiving?
well, I was fortunate enough to spend time with family. I was invited over to my niece's place. She hosted. My sister was nice enough to cook, and they had a real nice spread, man. It was just real low key, just family. But they cooked a traditional turkey and a ham, and all the traditional sides. Corn and we call it dressing,
Mm-hmm.
right? Not stuffing.
Yeah.
I think that I
I
saw
do.
that argument thrown all over
I
Facebook.
think stuffing is if you actually stuff the turkey.
Yeah, and I don't think anyone does because we
I've seen it done.
here it's and I've seen it done too, and it's just not good. It's
It's too moist, I think.
there you go. And so, but anyway, they did it in a dish, and it was very good. But my sister also cooked a pot of pozole, which is similar to menudo, but
Yeah,
she
I've heard of that.
it's usually done with pork, but she did it with beef tips, and it was really good.
What was that called?
Pozole.
So was
Yeah.
Ricky Martin in that band also?
Yeah, man. You know, I think so. I think he showed up for the tryouts, but he didn't cut. You know,
He
so-
was in Menudo, so.
You know,
Yeah.
that old Randy.
He got the joke. I knew you didn't. She's 14. She doesn't know anything about pop culture.
14.
You know, so I don't know if a lot of our demographic out there is going to get that either. Right? But if
Hey,
you were,
I'm used
it
to
was
telling jokes.
Menudo.
It'll be good.
Menudo was like a Mexican boy band. You know,
Yes.
back in like the early '80s, that Ricky Martin was one of the main guys in. So,
Right. And Ricky Martin, for her sake, had a big hit in the late 90s, early aughts.
Yeah,
So there you
yeah.
go.
You know, he's still
Living La
going.
Vida Loca.
Yeah.
You know that song.
So, but he's still going strong, man. I mean, he's
Good
still.
for him.
Yeah,
Good
I mean,
for Ricky.
You know, he's got.
I had a quiet one. Did the turkey thing with some family and watched the Cowboys game.
How about
which
that,
is
man?
always fun. It was a good game.
I didn't watch
What do you? Speaking of these Cowboys, what do you think, Randy? What do you? I mean, are they?
Tonight?
Are they? I mean, are they? Well, give me your opinion, man.
Well,
are they
based
just
on,
having some lucky breaks, or?
No, they've played well the last few weeks.
Okay.
I think with the division that they're in, it's wide open. So they
This
have a
is-
very good shot at the playoffs. That's for sure.
I think. Okay, I think you brought up a good point, because I think when you bring in their division, I think you know, man, I'm just going to say it. It's just it's a division that I'm not going to say it's watered down. I'm going to say it's not the strongest division out there.
It's a down year, but there's
Yeah.
been many years where the NFC East has been
Yes.
the backbone of the NFL. So we're allowed to have a down year every now and then, right?
They always have a strong presence, but you
Yeah,
know.
absolutely. And so that was it, and we just had a good time. So did you watch football at all?
We did not watch football. Actually, my
How do you
family.
go through Thanksgiving without watching football? I don't understand people like that.
Actually, there's usually people like the men in my family, mostly my dad and my uncles and my grandpa. You usually watch football, but instead, I think we were all cracking up because we heard the TV on, but we were like, "Are they watching football?" Usually they do. We go in the other room, they're all asleep.
Well, that's part of watching football on Thanksgiving. You're supposed
They
to
didn't even
sleep.
change the channel yet. They were all like, "Well, let's just take a nap, man."
Okay, that makes sense.
I got kicked down on the back porch to smoke a cigar.
They did.
Aw.
You know, I had the sliding glass, you know,
Yeah.
door, and I was.
Kind of watching.
Kinda watching without,
done
you
that
know.
before.
But you know, I put I had my phone tuned to 105.3 The Fan. You know, so
Yeah.
I was listening to Dave Loffenberg. You know,
Nice.
so yeah, you
You're a
know.
great Brad champ.
Man, I know you can't say anything bad about Brad Shannon,
No.
man. I mean,
No.
he's just the guy. You know. So.
No, my family tradition is actually we all play cards, especially a game called Shanghai. If anybody knows what game that is, it's an awesome game. I love it.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to teach you guys. Do you know Shanghai?
I've heard of it. I haven't
Do
played
you
it.
know how to play Shanghai?
I have no patience when it comes to learning card games. I can't.
Yeah. It's a really long game.
There was some family friends of ours that tried to teach me a game called Boo-Ray. I don't know if, but I figured it out. Okay, here's what they were doing. They were bringing over all the friends to their house playing Boo-Ray, and I started noticing something. They were cleaning everybody out that came over and played Boo-Ray with them. And I'm like, hey man, everybody's leaving here like 15, $20 lighter.
Yeah.
And it's like,
Yeah,
hey,
you should
you know,
take advantage of your
yeah,
friends like
so
that.
That's a
anyway,
good Thanksgiving.
Yeah, it's
Depending
all
on who you are.
Exactly.
it's all right. You know, if Verge is watching, Verge, you know what you did. So, you know.
Shame on
We can just yell at each other.
you. There you go. That sounds fun. Okay, so we're going to segue into this, but there's a reason why I jumped off the cigar page for Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm.
One, because it was relevant, and two, to go into this next topic. Pairings with cigars. And I know that with, pairings have been done to death. You can read about them in magazines and other YouTube and vlogs and things like that. And that's fine, but, we have to talk about what we want to talk about, and Tony's got his cell phone going on.
Sorry, guys.
That's okay. So I know that my tradition on Thanksgiving used to be. I don't drink anymore, but I loved Chardonnay with turkey.
Woo.
The white wine with white meat
Right.
thing. but don't drink Chardonnay with a cigar. It doesn't work. You know, I'd take another glass of Chardonnay after dinner and have a cigar. It just doesn't mix
Not
very well, you know. So now red wine can go well, at least. And let me preface all this by saying that everyone's palate is different. You know, try to find what your palate is telling you. But I've not found that Chardonnay goes well with anything cigar related. I have had some cigars that red wine goes well with. What have you noticed? Have you noticed any that work and that don't work, Faith?
As far as alcohol?
Any pairing. It could
Oh,
be
any
coffee,
pairing.
it
So
could be
for-
milk, it could
for-
be whatever.
For me, my absolute favorite pairing is coffee and cigars.
Okay.
I love coffee and
A
cigars.
specific cigar or
Actually, I like the Tubac,
the tobacco?
Tubac. Is it Tubac?
Tobacco.
Is it Tubac?
Tubac.
I didn't know that.
Cigars are not
Tobacco.
made out of tobacco, they're made out of tobacco.
Tubac. Okay. Well,
Every time she says that,
You gotta
it's
say that,
smoking
tobacco.
Tupac.
Tobacco.
I keep thinking she's saying Tupac, but I'm like, that is not what that means. Anyway, but so you like the tobacco especial, the estate, and you
Yeah.
like that with coffee.
with coffee.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And you like the Dolce.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
the Dolce.
the Dolce.
So there are two blends of the
Yeah,
tobacco.
the
Right.
Negro, which is the darker one, and then the Dolce.
I like the Dolce with the
Yeah.
coffee.
So have you
What-
had any combinations that didn't work?
I think if you're on an empty stomach, you shouldn't be drinking tequila instead of a cigar. You
Well,
get
that's
loopy
probably a
real
good idea.
fast.
That's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Empty stomach, tequila, cigar, that sounds like a
Yeah.
nightmare waiting to happen.
I haven't had a pairing but I haven't really tried much. I also know that chocolate can be good with cigars.
It can be, especially a
I've had-
Maduro or
Oh yeah, I
something
have
like
had chocolate with. I forgot. I did have chocolate with a nub in
Uh-huh.
Is that how you say it?
No?
No.
Yes.
Gotta make sure.
Yeah.
Shout out to Paul Costa. Yeah.
Yeah, I had a chocolate with a nub, and that was delicious.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely. So what have you done? Have you had any pairings that worked and didn't work?
Well, as yourself, I am not a drinker, but I am a bartender by trade. You know, I've been in the bar and restaurant industry for a long time as well. I have a culinary background and you know, along with my cigar background as well and tobacco background. But you know, as a tobacconist, you get asked that question all the time: what goes well with cigars when it comes to spirits and wine? And I've always recommended, you know, the lighter cigars, Connecticut's, with morning coffee. But as for myself, I love a good hearty cigar in the evening with a nice stout cup of coffee. In the mornings, I tend to have a sweeter cup of coffee. In the mornings, and I'll pay tribute and homage to my good friend Noel Rojas, who taught me how to make the Cafe Bustelo, Cafecito, made in the Violetti. And I will always tend to have a Habano fresh rolled or something of that blend, something in the more of the, like I said, the Habano or maybe a Cameroon, something like that. But in the evening time, I like a nice dark cup of coffee. I tend to, I like to try the Arabic blends, you know, coffee, and a nice Maduro.
I like Maduro with coffee.
Yeah. So,
You know, I've never understood, and once again, everybody's palates are different. I've never understood Connecticut cigars with coffee. To me, it's just overkill. And I kind of do that because, you know, being a retailer, we get
Yeah.
asked all the time. And I guess it all depends on what the end goal is. What is the point and where you're trying to get to? So I don't want the cigar or the booze or beverage to overwhelm each other. I want them to complement. So I don't want one to be more dominant, is what I'm saying. So like to me, a Connecticut cigar would be way too light to drink scotch with, or to smoke with scotch. I would think bourbon is certainly more of an appealing spirit to drink with a Connecticut, based on what I like. Now, a lot of people like the cognacs and brandies with Connecticut cigars. And I could see that, you know, the little sweetness from the
Yeah.
grain in the corner. But and the stronger the cigar, then the more I'm into Scotch with
Exactly.
the cigar.
That's what I've always recommended
You know,
also.
but I've seen people do it the other way around, and like I said, it all depends on where you're trying to get to. But that's pretty much how I've always done it. And so with coffee's such a dominant drink anyway. Then unless you are going to put a lot of cream and sugar in it, I don't see it being a Connecticut.
Well, I
Yeah.
always put cream and sugar in my coffee just fine.
Okay, so Connecticut
And
would go
always-
well with you. But a strong cup of black coffee in a Connecticut just makes my mind go weird.
Right now, I'm having a regular cup. Now, I used regular half and half in this coffee, and the kind of the mix, the brown sugar kind of mix, the azúcar, and then I'm having a Providencia Habana.
Okay.
You know, so it's a nice balance.
Yeah.
You know, but I can smoke a strong cigar early in the morning because
Yeah.
that's how much I smoke.
Yeah.
I started out with a strong 60 gauge on the way over here, 60 gauge Maduro on the way to work. On the way to the podcast this morning. Not all smokers. The reason I don't recommend strong cigars to a smoker that I'm not familiar with, and I will recommend a Connecticut, because if it's a smoker that I'm not familiar with, I don't know if they're going to be able to handle
Right,
it or
of
not.
course.
And if they're asking me if they're unfamiliar, that's when, of course, we tell them to kind of delve in a little lightly, kind of walk their way into the pool, I
Right.
guess you could say. So that's kind of my reasoning for that. So.
Okay. Well, let's hold that thought, Tony, because we're breaking as far as our segments go. We're going into our last segment. We're going to continue this conversation. And Tony, go ahead and continue.
So I think another thing that Faith brought up that was really neat was the chocolate thing. Now, the reasoning for chocolate is to cleanse the palate. Also, when you've smoked, when you're doing tastings of cigars, a lot of times there will be chocolates put out, and that's to kind of cleanse your palate.
Like a sorbet type.
Exactly, kind of thing. And it'll kind of cleanse your palate to try the next cigar, so you don't have the lingering of your last cigar, to kind of have that. So I've been Ray Zanar, the owner of Providencia, one of the brands that I rep. He'll always put out little Dove chocolates when we go. It's so neat, man. Ray Zanar has this real neat, real nice backyard out in Keller. Whenever he invites me over to try new blends that he gets, and the only thing it's marred by is the Philadelphia Eagle, all the Philadelphia Eagle stuff that he has in the backyard. But that's all right though, man. Ray, I love Ray to death, man. He's such a wonderful guy. But that's one thing that's really neat. And a lot of people, there's a lot of guys that don't know that, but I think that's another good thing to bring up. That there is a purpose for the chocolate, and it's always good to cleanse your palate to move on to the next cigar. Another thing it does help in the coffee process is what I've found when you're trying coffees. I've spoken with people in the coffee business down in Central America, and they have told me that they actually have to abstain from such harsh drinks and such harsh foods throughout the year because they're tasters and they have to keep their palate.
Yeah.
And so there's a real process to that. But they also say that like when you start putting different things in coffee, it kind of mirrors the true taste. So I think a lot of times if we bring too much food, a lot of times the simple foods, if we have too much food on a plate, I think it kind of ruins the pairing also.
Yeah.
I think a lot of times if we keep it simple, like with a nice piece of chicken, a nice piece of beef, you'll enjoy that cigar and that pairing a little more. And I don't know, I've never been able to eat and smoke at the same time. So I think, I think, if you have one and then the other, of course, I like to have my cigar after food, so.
I do too.
But, so I think the portioning is very, of course, geez, look at me, look who's talking, portioning. But,
Good morning, everybody. This is the Cigar Show, episode 7.
Good morning.
7, guys.
7.
They said it wouldn't last. Well, I said that, but nobody pays attention to me anyway.
No.
Anyway, we are here at the Calypso Cigar Shop and Lounge in Richardson, Texas. You're getting a different angle of the shop today. We're actually in the public lounge portion of the store. See, we've got these great leather chairs, there's TVs all around, and just a great place to come have a smoke.
They let us out of the cellar.
Yes, we did.
Yay!
Exactly. Joining me, of course, is the lovely Faith Cox
Good morning.
and the super sexy Big Tony Gomez.
Cranky today.
Cranky
Says
Tony
Randy,
Gomez.
but that's
He
okay.
He is cranky, man. Come on.
Nah,
Don't you
man.
think
I
he's
finally
cranky?
got my coffee, so I'm okay.
You're okay? Well, good.
Yeah.
We're going to hold you to that one, and I'm going to quit sticking my hand in front of my face because why would you block perfection? Really, that would be
That's
ridiculous.
what I'm talking about.
We had a topic last week. We're going to talk cigars. This is the Cigar Show. And, I forgot to do the shout out for our producer, Jerry Morris. Jerry's working a little different today because we're trying this different locations. So thank you, Jerry. We talked pizza for a little bit last week. And before we get into cigars, let's talk a little bit about pizza. What are your favorite styles? How do you like to eat leftover pizza? That's going to be a big one, and there could be some contention on this one. We could be getting into some fist fights on this one. So, anyway, so Faith, why don't you start us and tell us what is your favorite style / variety of pizza?
So my favorite pizza is a thin and crispy crust,
Okay.
and I always go for any kind of meat lovers.
Oh, okay.
So
Gotcha.
generally, if they have that, I also go for more like, I know this is a silly phrase, but more Italian because I know pizza is Italian, but more like with like basil and all the different cheeses and mushrooms and onions. So I get pretty fancy with my pizza.
Right. Okay.
I love my pizza. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a
Well,
little
most
bit of
meat
a
lovers
pizza-
don't have mushrooms and vegetables.
Do what?
Most meat lovers don't have the veggies. They just mentioned.
Well, yeah. So I either have like one or the other.
Oh, okay. So you
so
don't mix.
it's always either meat lovers or I go
Okay.
for like the veggie
Okay.
mix.
All right, Tony.
Well, to me, nothing beats a good brick oven style pizza. The kind of I kind of even delve into the kind of the Mediterranean style crust, but the good Sicilian style crust. But that's what I like, and I like mine sometimes done the plain kind, like with just the what do you call them, the one that they did for the Queen with just the tomatoes and the olive oil.
Margarita pizza?
The margarita pizza.
Okay.
There you go. That one. Or I like to do the. There's one place in town that's my favorite, and they do it. They call it the all the way with all the meat and which is pretty much just a deluxe style. But yeah, just the brick oven style. That's my favorite kind. But I delve into the other styles as well. But brick oven is the way I go, brother. That's
Okay.
that's my claim to fame right there, man.
I just like pizza.
Mm-hmm.
So the only pizza I really, really don't like I don't like the very thick crust.
Yeah.
I don't mind a good hearty crust. That's fine, especially if it's got the right toppings and the right amount of cheese and the right sauce.
Right, I agree.
But I don't want it so doughy that that's all I'm really getting out.
It
of
has to
pizza.
be cooked right.
Yeah.
yeah.
That's the problem with the thick crust. If
Mhm.
they're not, you bite into a pizza and man, you get half uncooked dough. That's the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, and
So-
I just can't do that. But I also love the thin crust very much so. I mean, I like the crispiness of it.
Mhm.
And so if I had my druthers, I'd like to be like in between the thin and the
Yeah.
the medium-sized thick crust, as long as the crust is crispy. And you can get that sometimes, and when you get that, it's almost like perfection.
Mhm.
It's like finding a $5 bill in an old pair of pants.
Yep.
It's like, ooh, I landed perfection today. This is great.
See, my
You know?
least favorite is going to be like the hand tossed is what I get. I've heard it defined as. To me, it's just generic style. Like just hey man, we're going to put a little pizza out there and throw a little sauce on it. I mean, to me, it's just it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
It just doesn't, it's just male being.
Right.
Just doesn't do it.
Well, my favorite pizza place in Dallas, and the reason why it is, we're not going to endorse anybody because they don't pay us. If you want to pay us, we'll do it.
Yeah.
But anyway, I started eating this place's pizza back in the mid-'90s. I know, before you were born. And
Don't say it.
well, she
Don't
was.
say it.
It is before she was born. And they were a little tiny hole in the wall. Now they're huge, and they've got 4 or 5 locations.
Don't say it. Don't take my place. If you take my place, go ahead. Go
I'm not
ahead.
going to mention any place. They're not paying us, so we're not endorsing them. But anyway, they started as a little tiny thing, and you could get a large 2-topping for $5 if you picked it up. And I was, believe it or not, actually young in '95, and didn't have a lot of money, and didn't even have a car. But I would order it, and I'd walk to the pizza place to pick up the pizza so I could get my $5 pizza.
Yep.
And the thing that I loved the most about it was their sauce. Their sauce was so garlicky and oregano-ish, and it was so good. And to this day, it is still my favorite pizza place, even though they've blown up into a somewhat chain.
Nice.
But sauce is very important to me.
Yeah.
And that's the problem I find with a lot of the big name places, the ones that advertise on TV, is you don't get a really good sauce from any of those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I find that makes a surprising difference. I, for one, have a unique difficulty when it comes to eating pizza because I actually can't have any gluten because I have celiac disease. But so it's been challenging finding good gluten-free places, and they're one of my favorite places, whether it was gluten-free or not. It's also in Dallas, and I think it's also in San Antonio. There's 2 locations. One of the best places because they make their own gluten-free crust,
Okay.
and it's delicious. And they have like all types of pizza. It's actually kind of like one of those gourmet pizza places.
Yeah.
There's only 2 locations. They're really expensive,
Okay.
but so worth every cent.
Okay. Cool. What ingredient do you like the most on
I
pizza?
thought Faith was about to give the hours to the place, but
Did
anyway.
she say that she had silly?
I-
Did she say she had silly ass disease?
no, come on, man.
Oh, okay.
Come on, man.
No,
Just
I
miss-
mean,
oh,
just
God.
asking a
Okay. All
question.
right. So anyway, and I'm the cranky one, but anyway. So, but what was your question again?
Your favorite ingredient on
Oh,
pizza?
well, my favorite.
What makes or breaks a
It has
pizza?
to be the cheese. It has to be the cheese, man, because it has to have good consistency. It can't be greasy cheese. It has to be nice and textury cheese, nice consistency, and it can't be like the cheap processed. It
Right.
has to be. And I like it when they mix in the fresh mozzarella also.
Yeah.
So that's always a plus. But the place that I like has been in Dallas forever.
Okay.
Started out down over off of Central Expressway and Mockingbird. Everybody knows the place that I'm talking about. And they've also blown up into several locations. The owner of the place was an iconic figure in Dallas for many, many years. There was even innuendo that surrounded the place for several years. It's a wonderful establishment. I've loved it for decades. I've eaten there since I was a kid. So as you can tell, but that to me will always mean pizza to me.
I know which place you're talking about. And the only problem I have with them is they don't have pepperoni. They use salami instead of pepperoni.
Ooh,
Don't say
I
that.
love that.
Hey,
I hate that, man. I
don't
want
say
pepperoni.
don't disparage that place too loud.
No, I like
brother.
their pizza. I
so
like their pizza. I just want real pepperoni. I don't want.
There's nothing wrong with salami. You can have some
I like
salami
salami.
once in a while in your diet. Nothing wrong with it. You got a problem with salami? You want me to make a phone call down there?
They're probably going to come after you for
they
that
can
terrible Italian
they can
accent.
straighten you
It's probably
out
what they're
there.
gonna do.
So anyway.
Anyway, so I found that I really like, and somebody brought in one of the chain restaurant pizzas the other day, and it was fine. Don't get me wrong. Pizza's pizza, as far as sustenance goes. It's good.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I hate it when I pick up a piece of pizza and I can just take it right off. I want the cheese falling off of it. I want the gooiness and all that stuff.
That's
If
always
if I
nice.
don't have that,
I agree
then
with you,
feel
brother.
like I'm eating a crappy pizza. I can get a Red Baron pizza for that. Which there's nothing wrong with Red Baron. I've eaten a ton of them in my life.
Hold on, frozen pizza's a whole different show, brother, because you're
Oh, I
getting
know.
into a whole different
I know.
realm there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So, but I agree with you. Yeah.
I like that flowing cheese thing.
Yes.
I love that.
Yes.
I-
Yes. Yes. Yes.
I like.
Well, you're allowed to be wrong.
Yeah, but I look at it. I have good pizza. Hey, wait a minute.
That,
Took her a second.
it's that disease. It's that disease creeping up on her. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, because I like it thin and crispy.
Mhm.
The cheese has to be good. It
Well,
can't-
that would be hard for it to be folly.
Yeah. So I'm gonna
Folly.
agree with Tony. It has to be good cheese because, especially with thin and crispy, if it gets thin and crispy, excuse me. It
We
can't
took a
be
week
too
off
greasy.
and we're rusty.
Yeah. It can't be too greasy. That just
Right.
messes up any pizza. Doesn't matter
Well, I
what.
like it greasy. I mean, I like to see little grease droppings fall on
Yeah, I
the
don't.
plate.
I don't.
Add some flavor to it.
I don't know, bro.
You guys just don't know flavor. So anyway, go
Yeah.
ahead, Faye.
Well, that was all. That was all I was gonna say.
Okay, real quick, we've got one more minute left in this segment. Are you anti reheating it in the microwave?
Yes.
Leftover pizza.
Yes.
Nope.
There is
I'm
nothing
not either.
wrong
I'm
with
not
throwing
either.
it in
There's
the
nothing
oven.
wrong. Yeah, there is.
It takes
too long.
it takes 6
And
minutes,
sometimes
6,
it makes
7
it-
minutes.
Sometimes
Well,
it makes it too crunchy or too
nah,
crispy.
you just got to keep an eye on it. That's all you got to do.
Eh.
It takes yeah.
It takes 30 seconds in the microwave.
Whatever.
I'm good.
You don't have 5 minutes? Jeez, come on. Anyway, come
If I
on.
had 5 minutes, I'd have eaten it the night before. It wouldn't
No, either eat it cold or put it in the oven for 5 minutes.
You know, I like
or
cold
just-
pizza. I really do.
There's nothing wrong with cold pizza. I agree with that. But that was really early bachelor days for me.
Yeah.
But oven.
Okay, real quick, so we're about to leave. I have a friend who is from England,
Mm-hmm.
and he hates melty cheese. He hates it. What he'll do is he'll order a pizza at night and then eat it the next morning. He puts it in the refrigerator and eats it the next morning because he doesn't like melted cheese. And it was kind of funny.
What was the first part of that sentence? Or that first part of that?
He doesn't like melted cheese.
No,
He's from
the
England.
very first. He's from.
England.
Well, see, there you go, right there. So,
Well,
yeah,
okay.
There you go.
Anyway. All right. Well, that
I know.
concludes our pizza segment. Surely we press some hot buttons, so please feel free to comment, and we would appreciate it. And
Bring us your pizza comments.
absolutely, that'd be great. Now we're going to go on to, we're going to touch the cigar page. How about that for a cigar shop?
How about that?
We had a listener ask us a question that I think we should spend a little time discussing.
A good question.
It really was. And if you knew this guy, you'd be shocked that he'd come up with such a good question. But no, I'm joking. He's a really good friend of ours and loyal listener. He listens or watches every week.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
And what he wants to know is, when you have a bad cigar experience, he wants to know who the primary person to blame should be. Is it the manufacturer? Is it how the store is storing it? Is it how the rep treated it? Etc. Combination of all three. What would be? We have our own opinions because we've dealt with all aspects of it. What do you think would be the most important aspect for causing a cigar to be bad?
Well, the one that
And by bad, we don't mean taste or anything. We mean construction.
the one that I see as a customer very often is bad storage. So the people who are selling the cigars and either they don't have a humidor, or they're not taking care of the humidor, making sure the humidification is right, and they just leave it and let the cigars fall apart because their humidification is at 90. There's a store somewhere in Huntsville, and it's right by my grandparents' house. I used to go to get a cigar, but give it a week or 2, and I realized, wow, they aren't taking care of their cigars at all, and they're just disintegrating. Of course, one, nobody is buying the cigars from that place, but the problem I see a lot is people who aren't taking care of them
Right.
because they have no clue how to take care of cigars.
Well, I
They just sort of added it to their inventory.
Right. They're not a cigar store per se. That's
No.
just something that they sell.
Yeah.
I got you. Because I was a rep, Tony's a rep. I didn't even know there was a store that sold cigars other than the big liquor chain in Huntsville that has cigars. So I didn't even know there was a place you could go get cigars other than that. other than maybe a gas station, get a machine rolled cigar. Tony, what are your thoughts on
Well,
sharing
I
that?
mean, this could. I mean, there's a lot of
There's no
elements
correct
to this.
answer. It's just
Yeah, and you know, man, as far as you know, like the taste of a cigar and everything like that, and if it's not burning correctly, well, that's a manufacturer issue.
yeah.
Clearly, if it's falling apart on you because of dryness and everything, that's a storage issue. Now, the storage issue can come from two things. The storage issue could come from it's not being humidified properly. It could be put out on a sales rack that's not humidified in the store. I've seen situations to where the stores put stuff out in 5-packs and they don't put a beta pack in them, and they just put them out on the sales floor to kind of sell them quicker. Situations I've seen reps deliver cigars and they keep them too long and they don't get them to the store
Are you gonna answer all the
until
questions?
you
Give
know
all them reasons?
yeah. I mean,
We're not. I get to say a reason.
well, you know, I mean, I'm just going to kind of, I'll cut mine there, but
Okay.
but those are just a few of the quick ones that I can think of right offhand. But you know, not burning properly, manufacturer.
Okay.
Dryness and falling apart. It could be either the.
Yeah, that's either.
But now it depends on the mode of transit. Now, if that cigar got sent by the distributor, the rep has nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
But if the rep's a rep that delivers to the stores, then it could fall. It could fall on the rep, but it could fall on the store also. So it just depends, man. You know, and there's situations to where you know there's humidors aren't being ran properly. Matt runs his very well. Matt runs his great. I mean, it's interval, everything. Brandon over at Renegade, you know, runs his great. Guys down the road, you know, Jeff over at Main Street runs his great. Guys over.
There's no one really in Dallas.
Yeah, TFW is pretty much on top of it, man. As far as I mean, there are a few spots that could probably, you know, here or there, probably use some tutelage as far as what they're doing in their humidors. But pretty much everybody's on top of their game here in town. But it's in the outlying areas. I think, like she mentioned, you know, Faith mentioned Huntsville.
That's where you find the most.
Scott Lewis, you know, one of our fellow reps, man, he mentioned one time this old man that just used to go over to the sink and get water from the tap and put it in the you know what I mean, just get straight sink water and fill up his humidor or his you know, he didn't use distilled water.
Right.
And that's just a simple fix, man.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
you know, distilled water, man, it's $1 a bottle, you
It's
know.
the same as a jug of water. It's
Yeah,
just
you know,
drinking water. I know.
Anyway.
Well, I was joking with you, but I wanted to kind of elaborate more instead of answering it all in one question.
You
But,
got it. You got the floor, Big Daddy.
but
Go ahead.
With, you brought up a good point. Not burning right, twigs, that kind of thing. That's definitely a manufacturer's issue. Dryness, I'm going to say it's 60-40 store over rep. But by the same token, and as a former rep, and as well, I'm still a rep, and as a rep with that Tony is now, it is very difficult. We get sent samples, and we live in a state that has a very weird climate. You know, it's been cold as hell the last few days, not few weeks. And yesterday it was 65 degrees, and today it's supposed to be 65, I think, again today. And then tomorrow it's supposed to be cold again. So it's very hard. There's a lot of variables that go into how we as reps can store our cigars here. Most of the time what I've seen is they have, most of us use coolers, you know, ice chest, whatever you want to call them, with blue ice packs in them or something like that, to keep them cold, because it seems that at least if you keep the cigar cold, it's not going to, you know, it's not going to, the heat's not going to get to it, and the heat can cause a lot of damage to the cigar. But then in the summer, you're dealing with the heat, so the ice helps there. But it's more humid in the summer, so the humidity aspect isn't as big a deal. as it is in the winter, when we're now wondering how we're going to keep the cigars humidified. But the bottom line is, I would say 60, 70, this isn't scientific in any way. I'd say most people buy their cigars in a store and smoke them within the week, for the most part.
Yeah.
You do have your people that sit on them for a while and that sort of thing, and that's, that's cool.
Yeah.
So, if they're smoking a dry cigar, then it's mostly going to be because of the store that they're buying it from. If a rep happens to give away a sample at an event and it's dry, then that's when you definitely would blame the rep.
Yeah. I take an added. I remember Brandon Hayes told me something a long time ago. Just kind of. Because I mentioned that one time that I got a kind of dry cigar from a rep one time, and it wasn't anything intentional or anything.
Right.
It's just. But what Brandon told me was, man, that the best rule of thumb for a rep to do is just limit the amount. What he knows he's gonna work with that day, just kind of, you know what I mean? That's what you need to take out. Just
Yeah,
kind
but if you're
of.
going to be in Houston for a whole week,
Well, yeah,
then you got to carry a lot of
I mean, I understand, yeah, and that's a different kind of thing.
Yeah.
But if you're local and you're, kind of work with what you do on a daily basis, so I try to do that. But also, man, I mean, the more Boveda, the better. I see Jerry Catrone out there, and man, he Bovedas up like crazy, and.
I
That's,
left that out of my process, to be honest.
and so, but yeah, and that's another thing, and a lot of times, it's just keeping on top of it, taking your things out of your car with you. If you know you're going to be out of your car for a long time, or you know what I mean. Man, you don't want to lug that big old box out of the car with you, but you just might have to. So there's just some things here and there that you can kind of do to kind of ensure the quality of them, but I think there's guys that stay on top of their humidors around town like crazy, man. They do interval checks. Jay Davis over at Blue Smoke is another guy. He's a madman when it comes to humidor checks. He actually does like 3-hour checks and stuff like that, man. So he has you text in reports to him. So he likes to do that. There's and I see other shops doing that too, man. So
well, Matt was an engineer.
So and Matt, and I know Matt.
His attention to detail.
Matt, and you can hear Matt's. His goes off. You can hear it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, and he stays on top of that. So
yeah.
So I know that. I see guys working. When I was down in Houston and Austin, I saw the same thing. So big kudos to these shop owners. Around Texas.
As you said, though, it is mostly the outliers that you will encounter that part of it. As far as store owners, really, they're. When you get a bad one from a store, then that's really kind of got to be all in that store, because they've got the situation, the perfect situation. Should have a good room to store these things, and they should have them in a good location in the humidors where they're not going to get dry. So I would think, that's the key. If you're consistently getting bad cigars from a cigar shop, then you might want to rethink.
Yeah.
But tell them about it. Let them know. Don't complain. But just say, man, last 3 or 4 times I've gotten cigars here, they've been drying. Give them a chance to fix it.
These shop owners around town will definitely work with you, man. If you bring up a concern, these guys will work with you, no doubt, man. And I'm not saying empty out your humidor and go expect to go.
Right.
I'm just saying,
Well, that was a couple of fun topics.
Yeah. Very useful.
As you can see, if you make comments on or suggestions, we will incorporate you into the show. That's just very cool. That goes out to Mike Roger for his wonderful question.
Thank you, Mike.
And we're going to close out this episode. Christmas is coming up. We'll talk about Christmas plans next week for everybody. Merry Christmas,
Merry
and
Christmas.
happy holidays to everyone else.
We got the Christmas party Saturday.
We've got a Christmas party coming up December 15th, this Saturday here at Calypso.
Marrero
Thank you
Cigars
to-
will be in the house.
Marrero Cigars will be in the house. Trying to wrap it up. Jerry's giving me this. Well, he also said I was number 1, but I don't know what that meant. But anyway, special shout out to the great Jerry Morris for, there he is, he says it again. The great Jerry Morris for being our producer. Special shout out to, I'm going to say it right this time, Jaron Hirschwaver.
Oh, close.
Close enough, but as close as I've got. Jaron's one who gets us all hooked up on YouTube and everything. We appreciate what he does. For Faith Cox, for Big Tony Gomez, I'm Randy Rankin. We're at Calypso Cigar Shop and Lounge. We'll see you next week. I like it better in 2 seconds. A couple of weeks with the holidays and everything. I'm joined, of course, my name is Randy Rankin. I'm joined, of course, by the lovely Faith Cox. I almost did it again, but I didn't. Faith Cox.
I am Faith Cox, not Faith
And
Hill.
Big Tony Gomez, the sexy one, is not going to be here today, so it's just going to be Faith and I. And I think we got it down. I think we can do this, don't you think?
I think so.
All
Let's
right,
see how
cool.
this goes.
And we're going to have a good show today, hopefully. But we're going to start off on a little sad note. We're here at the Calypso Cigar Shop and Lounge, and as always, in Richardson, Texas. Matt Badowski, the owner of the store, who's been supportive of any and all podcasts that I've ever been involved with, including this one, passed away this week. And so if you could keep him in your prayers, just want to let you guys know the Calypso Cigar Shop is going to continue. It's status quo. So please come by and see us. And we want to tip our hats to Matt and tell him we love him and we miss him.
You will be missed.
Absolutely. So, okay, so when we last met, it was
a couple of weeks ago.
It was a couple of weeks ago, and it was right before Christmas, and I know everyone's probably Christmased out, so we won't spend a lot of time on it, but what did you do over Christmas, New Year's break?
I actually went home to Houston area to see my family. I almost went to Mexico, but I changed my mind at the last minute. I really should have gone to Mexico.
Before the wall gets built?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. No, I went home to see my family. Basically, just help my mom with her house. She recently moved. My parents recently moved back to Texas, and so helped them set up their house and just spent quality time. Saw a few of my friends. I didn't get to smoke as often as I would have liked.
Okay, yeah, that happens.
So I was pouting a little bit, but I got to see everybody, and it was lovely. Just had good Christmas and ate a lot of food, saw a lot of family.
Okay, what'd you do on New Year's?
I didn't do anything on New Year's. I slept through it.
Okay, I've done that a lot.
Yeah, and it
Yeah.
was also a Monday, so.
Yeah, it kind of ruins it when it's during the week.
Yeah.
It's more fun when it's a Friday or a Saturday.
It's easier to like celebrate and stuff because more
Absolutely.
people are.
It is.
Are off work and stuff.
Well, we opened the store here at Calypso on Christmas Eve, and that was kind of a fun day. Because we only were open till 6. And actually, it was the last quality time I got to spend with Matt. We came up here and we were all smoking cigars and hanging out. And Rocky 2 was on. And so we all watched Rocky 2.
That's cool.
And then right afterwards was Rocky 4. So it's like,
Where did
why
they-
not? Let's watch Rocky 4. So we all watched Rocky 4, and we, even though we've all seen them and we know the endings and everything,
Yeah.
we were acting like we were watching a sporting event, you know.
Yeah.
And high-fiving each other when Rocky would win. It was funny.
That's cool.
Matt came out and enjoyed that, and he had a good time, so that was cool. Christmas was very quiet for me. New Year's Eve, the same. I went home. I fell asleep, and I thought I was going to sleep through the New Year, but I wound up waking up at like 11:20. So I thought, what the hell? I'll just stay up.
Yeah.
And so I did, and I didn't feel any different, like always. Whoopee, another year. But anyway,
Did
it
you
was
hear any-
good, quiet holidays for the most part.
Did you hear any fireworks?
Oh yeah, our neighborhood, like the trash man was on time. Let's shoot off fireworks. My neighborhood's ridiculous in that regard.
Yeah.
They celebrate everything. Easter. I mean, seriously, no lie. They'll shoot off firecrackers
On Easter?
I know.
What?
It's ridiculous.
They're party animals over there.
They are.
Well, I'm blessed in some ways, or a lot of ways. because I'm actually hearing impaired. So at night, I don't hear anything at all.
Okay.
So I slept through the New Year's, and the next morning, there's a lot of grumpy faces around me because everybody was tired because all our neighbors around our house and our neighborhood was shooting fireworks and whooping and hollering and yelling all night. So I woke up chipper as ever, and everybody else was like, "Be quiet. Shut up. We didn't sleep. You did."
It's like, can we have a hearing impairment for one night?
Yeah.
You know, just so we
Get some
can
earplugs,
service? Yeah.
some cotton swabs.
Right. Those don't work.
No?
No.
Well, see, I don't get that, you know.
Well, everything works for you.
Yeah.
So it's okay.
It worked great for me.
That's funny. But yeah, that was about it. And so since then, we've been off and running here at the store. We got the bad news about Matt on Monday. This is Thursday.
Yeah.
Or Tuesday, I'm sorry. We got the bad news on Tuesday. But the services is going to be on January 26th here in Richardson at 2 o'clock. So if you want to leave comments or something, we'll shoot you some information on where and
Yeah.
if you want to go. So anyway, so we were talking yesterday, Faith. I only get to see Faith like once or twice a week, so it's always a pleasure when I get to see bonus Faith
Yeah.
time. So Faith came up yesterday and hung out for a while, and somehow we got on the topic of pickup lines.
Pickup line.
And and so I asked her what was the worst pickup line. Now, some of these might be a little blue, but we're all adults here. But she told me one that was the worst pickup line that she'd ever gotten, and I would like for her to share that one.
I had one guy come up and say, "Is that a mirror in your pocket? Because I can see myself in your pants."
God. And I always wonder about pickup lines. Do guys really think that's going to work?
No!
I don't know.
Let me just answer this. It doesn't work.
Okay. I
Once
didn't
in a
think it
blue
would.
moon, if it's really funny, like you're not actually trying to use it, but it's really funny.
Yeah, but who-
And then you introduce your actual self and have an actual conversation.
Mhm. I can honestly say I've never used a pickup line. I mean, a real pickup line. I
Yeah.
mean, I might sit down, "Hey, how you doing?" Oh,
Yeah.
that's a pickup line. I guess in a way it is, but
It's a normal conversation.
But I mean, I've never done the whole like, so what's your sign or anything like that. I've never been that. So I don't understand the mindset of someone who uses pickup lines and what their expectation really is. Do they think that's going to be?
I think they think maybe like 1 out of 100 will work.
So they're trying to.
Nope, that didn't work. I'll try it
strengthen
here.
their
Nope,
odds,
that didn't work. I'll try it here.
Expand their opportunities. Shotgun blasting and hope they hit something.
Yeah.
Maybe so. Okay, I could see that. I used to work in the apartment business, and I was the leasing manager, so I always had girls underneath me, and they'd come in and tell me stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The guys would try to pick them up, and we'll get into that here in a second. We're gonna do 2 segments today of 15 minutes,
Okay.
as opposed to 3 10-minute ones, since we don't have Tony here. So,
Sounds good.
also, we forgot to mention the great Jerry Morris is still producing our show.
Yeah, thank you, Jerry.
Thank you, Jerry. And Jaron was not with us today, so shame on Jaron.
Yeah. Come on, Jaron, where are you at?
That's why Tony went to Houston, is to drag Jaron back.
Probably. Yeah.
After.
Bring Jaron back with
But
you, Tony.
some people, so the girls that I worked with would tell me that they had. One guy said, one of my friends said, a guy came up to her and said, "Hey, I'm going to put you on my to-do list." And it's like, God. It's like, I love watching Jerry's face when we tell the lines. I'm going to put you on my to-do list. God. It's
No.
just, yeah. And so we, as what happens in a cigar lounge, somebody picks up on what you're talking about, people start going. So
Yeah.
one of our customers actually pulled up the 25 worst pickup lines ever. on
Do you remember
Google.
what the number one? The number two was actually
Was
the
the mirror one?
Was
Yeah.
the mirror in the pocket one.
Yeah.
But I can't remember what the number one
It
was.
wasn't very good compared
No.
to the mirror one.
No.
But there were some it's just funny. So guys, come on. Let me ask you this: would a pickup line work which is more apt to work? If the guy was just being goofy and you knew that he was literally just trying to be funny about it, or would it work if the guy was like sincere and you felt like it really was the first time he ever said it?
It would be. It would work a lot more often if I knew he were being funny. He was just being goofy.
Okay.
That I get, because I would do that too.
Right.
I would make silly jokes, and I don't know if I'd use pickup lines. No.
Right.
But if you're being silly and then you follow up with an actual introduction and hey, and just be funny and stuff. Okay, but if you think that just a lame pickup line is gonna work, you got some work to do, buddy.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
And then and I love lists anyway. I love to read lists.
I do too.
He came up with the most useless list, this customer that we're referring to. Lines that women have used on guys. Well, that's just dumb. A woman could come out and say, "Boy, it's raining outside," and a guy will think that's a pickup line and be like, "Oh yeah, let's go." You know what I mean? So it just doesn't matter. So I don't understand why a woman would need a pickup line with a guy. I don't know. But I guess it'd be flattering. I don't know. I've never used a line. I've never had a line used on me, so I wouldn't know how to deal with it either way.
Yeah, I wish I could remember some more of them. They were hysterical.
They were. So anyway, Google best pickup lines or worst pickup lines or whatever.
It doesn't matter whether it's best or worst. It's all bad.
It is.
It's all bad.
And leave comments and let us know some funny ones, and we'll share them on the show.
Yeah,
We'll
and
go
that's
from
what we were laughing about yesterday. We were cracking up. One of our buddies was reading off top 20 worst pickup lines, and then he's like, "Oh, I found a list of the best pickup lines," and we all died laughing because we know that they're not going to be any better.
There's no such thing.
No.
They do not exist.
No.
I think maybe it'd be better if it was like best pickup lines used by Bigfoot, because neither one of them exist, right?
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
All right. Well, now let's touch the cigar page a little bit. Now, you mentioned over Christmas that you didn't get to smoke very much, so I'm assuming that means you did get to a little bit.
Yeah, I got to a little bit, at my boyfriend's family's house. We were just chilling. It was nearing the end of our vacation, and so I got to smoke a little bit, but not as often as I wanted to. So yeah.
So no one else in your family smokes?
No, not hardly any. I know that my dad used to. He used to smoke Swisher Sweets.
Okay.
And cigarillos and maybe a cigar here and there. So he was actually a lot more open to me getting into cigars and the cigar world.
Okay.
And I was gonna bring him a cigarillo and have a little acid. What do you call those?
Blondie or?
Yeah, little acid blondies.
Uh-huh.
Because I knew he was gonna like that, but we didn't actually get to sit down and do it.
Okay.
Yeah. But
Have
we
you ever
almost
smoked
did.
a cigar with it? No. I mean, have you literally just sat down and enjoyed an entire cigar every day? No.
No.
Never.
Never. Like I really wanted to, and but I never got around to it. But we were supposed to.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did smoke with a brother of mine.
Okay.
My brother, we got to smoke together.
All right.
Yeah, Evan. Hey, Evan. He's kind of like a brother.
He's kind of like a brother.
We grew up together.
Well, you
so
called him your brother, then you said he's kind of like your brother. So.
He's technically not my brother
Okay,
by
all right.
blood, but we grew up together as babies. We would babble together. So we got to smoke together. He was shocked. He was cracking up the whole time, just laughing hysterically about how I was smoking cigars. He's like, of all the people who I would get into cigars, I didn't think it would be you.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Is he the one you had a funny story about the way he smoked cigars, or is that a different person?
that was my actual brother.
Okay.
He's gonna be so mad at me for this.
Good.
Sorry, Brandon. Love you, bro. But he tried cutting his cigar with a pocket knife.
Okay, you really have to know what you're doing in order to do that, but it's still not advisable.
No. And
No.
and you know, in his defense, you know, he was trying it out, and my poor brother.
Did it work?
No.
Okay.
He tore the thing up.
Did he cut himself?
I would have died laughing if he did.
But
That
he
would have
did.
made the story better.
Yeah.
But and then he like burned up the side of it, and I'm like, and he sent me a picture like, oh cool, look at me, I'm smoking a cigar, you know, not just you in the family, and I'm like,
Was it canoeing on it?
huh?
Was it canoeing? Or, you know, it's kind of like...
Oh yeah, it was.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so he really knows what he's doing.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
Good job, Brandon.
Yeah.
Why a big facetious Jerry? Jerry gave me a look like he thought I was being serious. I never got to enjoy a cigar with my dad.
Yeah.
My dad, early on in life, was very adventurous. As he got older, he stopped being so much. But because of my dad, I was always intrigued with cigars.
Yeah.
Because I was like 6 when my youngest brother was born. And, you know, as is the custom, a friend of his bought him a cigar. And my mom, for some reason, who didn't smoke and didn't like people who smoked, wanted my dad to try this cigar. She wanted to see him smoke a cigar because she thought it was manly. What? Up in the sky. Anyway, we're going to wrap it up here in a minute, but I wanted to finish with this story. So
Yeah.
he decided one night to do it.
Mhm.
Well, I wanted to see it too, because I'd only seen cigars in movies. I'd never even seen anyone have a cigar. And I remember him sitting down. This was before people were very educated on how to smoke cigars, so he bit the end of it off. And that, to me, that was so cool, man. That looked like my dad's John Wayne. You know, my dad's Clint Eastwood. He's cool. He's biting in with the cigar off. And he smoked, and it's probably a Churchill. I didn't know what the difference was. Big, long cigar.
Mhm.
He smoked maybe that much of it. But it was hilarious because I was fascinated by the whole thing. It was so cool. So that whenever my mom would give us like hot dogs, you know, without the bun, you know, that would be our snack.
Yeah.
So I would pretend that was a cigar and I'd bite the end of it off and spit it out and walk around with the tongue in my mouth thinking it was a cigar.
That's kind of cute.
So it's kind of cool. So I guess my romanticism of cigars started very early on in life. So that was cool.
Mine started pretty late. I actually got into cigars when I was 18. My boyfriend and his family and his brothers all smoked cigars for the longest time, and they were smoking, and it smelled pretty good to me. You know, when they would smoke around me, and I like to be adventurous and try new things, and you know, try different foods and hobbies and stuff like that. So I decided to try one, and actually the first time I tried one, it was a really dark cigar. What do you call those?
Well, they could be a Maduro or
I think, it was a Maduro.
Okay.
It was a Maduro, and it was a little strong, and I didn't have really the taste for it yet, and I didn't really like it, but it kind of intrigued me enough that I would try it again. And they recommended a much lighter, an acid blondie.
Okay.
And so, like, the next day, we were all sitting out on the patio, and I got me my little acid blondie, and I loved it. I loved it. And I smoked that little acid blondie for the next 2 or 3 months before I
Right.
tried something else. And eventually I did start developing a taste for other types of cigars. So, yeah, that was
Very
my
cool.
first cigar. It was a little acid blondie.
There you go. And that's a good one, especially, and not just for girls, although girls do
Yeah.
tend to like it. You know who smokes the most of those are big, burly bikers. Love acid. I
Really?
don't know what they do. It's so funny. Jerry, how much time do we have left, buddy?
6
Okay,
minutes.
good.
Yeah, we got 6 minutes.
Cool, because I want to tell a Matt story.
Alright.
And it's similar to what kind of, it's pertinent to what we're talking about.
Yeah.
First time I met Matt, I'd come into his store, not the current location. We used to be at a different location. And I just came in there to shop. My ex-wife was out shopping, and I dropped her off and went to go get cigars. So, and at the time, I only smoked Macanudo. You know, it was very early in my smoking days. I only smoked Macanudo, and I judged the store based on if they had Macanudo or not. 'Cause if they didn't, they must not know what they're talking about, you know. Kind of such a dork, you know.
Yeah.
So I go into the store, and I'm in the humidor, and nobody's, you know, I see like one Macanudo. And Matt comes in, you know, I don't know who he is. He comes in, introduces himself. Hi, I'm Matt, I'm the owner. Can I help you find something? And I said, you know, just real cocky. I was like, you don't have much of a Macanudo selection. It's, you know, that was what I judged the store on. And he says, no, I really don't. He says, why do you like Macanudo? And I got offended. Even though he didn't say it offensive, I was thinking, those are good cigars, man. You know? And he says, well, what is it you like about them? Well, no one had ever asked me that, so I didn't know how to respond. So I said, well, I like that you cut one end of it off and you light the other end and you smoke it. I guess that's the only thing I like about it. And he says, okay. He goes, well, I can pick you out some things that you might like better, that don't cost as much as a Macanudo. Would you be interested in that? And I said, okay. So he sold me some stuff. He spent 20, 30 minutes with me, and I picked out some cigars.
That's cool.
So then I go pick up my ex-wife, or wife, ex-wife now. Went to go pick her up at wherever she was shopping. And she goes, get some cigars. And I remember saying this, and I've told Beth this story many times. I said, oh, yeah, that dude's annoying. She goes, why is he annoying? I said, all I wanted was Macanudo, and he like followed me all over the humidor, and he just kept pointing out these other sticks and blah, blah, blah. Says, would you buy any? And I said, well, yeah, I felt like I had to, because he was kind of, you know,
Investing.
he was riding my ass, you know, kind of thing. So a couple weeks later, I'd finished my cigars, and trust me, we lived a long ways away from Calypso at the time.
Yeah.
And I said, I'm going to run down the street and get cigars. She goes, why don't you go into Richardson and go to that other place? And I said, I don't know, man, that guy was just rude. She goes, well, did he pick you out good cigars? And I said, well, yeah, he did. She goes, well, just go back there. I said, well, that is true, because I don't remember what I smoked, but I remembered liking him. So, okay. So I went back there, and he remembered me. How'd you like this cigar? How'd you like that cigar and stuff? And from that point on, we became friends. But as many cigar stores as I'd ever been into, no one had ever taken the time to actually show me things and to introduce me to new ideas and thoughts. And I became a lifelong customer because of that, you know. And I didn't think he was annoying after that, you know. Well, later on, but from time to time. But I know he thought I was annoying too. But no, I always appreciate the fact that he took the time to take a new customer and show me things and ideas. And I feel like I try to do that based on the example Matt had set at the beginning. Oh, I do.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah. This is why I come to Calypso, because I pretty much had the same experience when I met you. You were helping me out, pick out.
I wasn't an asshole.
No.
Okay.
A little bit.
Well, I can't hide it all.
You do pretty good though. Yeah. No, you're alright, Randy.
Well, cool.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, we made it without Big Tony.
Yeah.
Hopefully he'll be back next week. Tony, drive safe in Houston, and make some money, buddy. Get some sales. And for Jerry Morris, the great Faith Cox, I'm Randy Rankin. Special salute once again to Matt Badowski. You will be missed. And we will see you guys next week on The Cigar Show.
Bye, guys.
Still not here. He's in town. He forgot he had a doctor's appointment, so Big Tony promises he will be back next week. And I'll believe it when I see it. No, I'm joking. He'll be back. He'll be back.
Yeah. We miss
Yeah.
you, Tony.
Miss you, Tony. And Jaron is back to upload today, but you uploaded so much faster than he did. Jaron might be getting
Maybe getting fired.
He might be getting pink slip. And of course, the great Jerry Morris is back there producing for us. He does a great job, and we appreciate it. And we are here at the Calypso Cigar Shop and Lounge in Richardson, Texas, and we are ready to go for the day. What do you think?
I think we're doing good so far. By the way, thank you guys for so many views.
Yeah,
That is so, I appreciate it so much. We appreciate it.
absolutely.
Keep it up and
Tell
share with your
friends.
friends, yeah. I was so ecstatic when I saw that. Thank you guys.
She was going to be excited when we got to 200 views. Now we're
Yeah.
closing in on 400 views, and
Yeah.
she's really getting excited.
So I keep having to celebrate. Okay, I'm tired of celebrating, guys.
Now, make her celebrate more. Let's keep it going.
It's getting
Let's keep it
expensive.
going. And as usual, if you have comments or topics that you'd like for us to discuss, we will do it. I've been told that they like the new format where the first part is more pop culture-y or just kind of more entertaining.
Yeah.
And then the second half of the show is where we really get into the cigar part. So
Yeah.
we're going to continue doing that approach. And I'm going to throw it on Faith to give us something fun to talk about.
Oh, me.
Joking. I thought I'd throw you under the bus.
Well, one thing that I have been thinking about lately is bad haircuts. We have all had.
Why did you look at me when you said that? No, I'm joking.
Nothing, no reason. no, your hair looks fine. Mine may not look the best, which is why I'm wearing a hat. Long.
Yeah, why are you wearing a hat, Faith?
It's a long and embarrassing story. I just got a bad haircut, and we have all had it. And I'm just
Were you
gonna...
trying something new? I know these answers, guys. I'm trying to get her to share. Were you trying something new, Faith?
I
Because
was.
that would be interesting to hear that story.
Oh, Randy. Oh, I'm so mad at you right now.
Well, join the
Okay,
list.
I was trying bangs. I tried bangs. Not like 8th grader bangs, where it's like straight across.
Right.
No, like, who's that girl from the 50 Shades of Grey movie? Franchise.
Hey, I
There's
know who
another-
you're talking about. I can't remember her name, though.
I keep wanting to call her Anastasia. It's not that.
I'm a guy. I don't watch the 50 Shades of Grey movies.
I can't remember her name off the top of my head, but the girl from 50 Shades, some like light wispy stuff. Did
Okay.
not turn out that way. It's way too short and too wide.
They are pretty wide. I did see that in the picture.
Yeah. And I cried. And I cried. And I cried.
Okay, what is it with girls crying when their hair gets messed up? Because seriously, if you got a good look, why don't y'all stick with it? But you don't. You have to change it all the time, and then you cry when it doesn't come out the way you want it to.
So that's where I went really, really wrong. But I did think about it. Okay, for like 2 or 3 weeks, I thought about getting bangs, and I thought, okay, light bangs, not straight across bangs, normal bangs, bangs that don't look hideous. So
Mission
and
accomplished or no?
not mission accomplished. It's pretty bad. Some people say it looks great, and some people say it looks horrendous.
And me being a good friend said,
Yeah.
it's not that bad.
He was very,
non-committal.
and you know what? You're the first person I told.
Oh, where's that?
Because I knew you were going to be nice, and I just needed somebody to be nice for a second and tell me it wasn't that bad.
I'm not that nice, but, hey, I felt like being nice yesterday.
Yeah, he was in a good mood. I caught him on a good day. So, thank you for being nice. But, I mean, we've
So
all
when do we
had-
get to see these bangs? Obviously not today. You're not going to show us.
No.
You're going to
No.
work on them for a week, and maybe next
I'll
week
work
we'll
on
have
them
the,
maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks.
the
It'll
unveiling
just
of the
be
bangs.
it'll be hat month. I'll tell you what, I will show my bangs if we get over 400 views.
There you go, guys.
If we get over 400 views, I'll show my bangs with shame and
And we can
regret.
all laugh and
And we'll laugh it off, and then in a couple of weeks we'll all forget about it and never talk about it ever again. We all never want to talk about our bad haircuts, right?
Right.
So I thought that's a pretty good topic for today.
Yeah.
Let's talk about other people's bad haircuts.
I've got a few that were really bad.
And also, I've seen people who have a haircut and they love it,
Uh-huh.
and the only thing you can think is how horrible it is.
Yeah, and I've found, and this isn't your circumstance, but I've found being a guy that it's mostly girls that they
Yeah.
think their hair looks so great. You're looking at them going, it looked great before. What did you do? You know, it's like you ruined yourself. You know, it's going to take another month for me to be able to look at you and think of you.
Yeah.
You know, but this isn't a bad haircut per se. It was a bad haircutting experience.
I've had.
I lived in Florida at the time for about 15 months and stopped in to get a haircut. And one of my favorite parts, and I've heard other guys say this too, is when they would do the clippers on the back of your neck.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so like relaxing, you know, because it's just a little buzzing feeling on the back of your neck that gets the hair off.
Mm-hmm.
And that's my favorite part of the haircut. And that comes after, you know, they cut the hair and then they do that last. Well, this lady starts to do it first, which I'm thinking, well, that's not good. That's like eating dessert before your meal, you know. This isn't fun. I want the good part to come at the end. And so she's getting me down, and all of a sudden I hear cluck, and I mean I scream. She cut a chunk out of the back of my neck about that wide.
Oh.
I had blood pouring down my back. And she goes, well, that's not good. And I'm like, no, it's not. You know, and it hurt. I'm like, what did you do? And so she's looking. And you could see that the teeth of the clippers, there was one that, two of them had broken off. And she didn't notice it. So I got caught in between, and it just pinched and ripped the skin. That was...
Oh,
Yeah.
that's bad. Okay,
So,
I laughed too soon. I'm sorry.
Well,
That was
so
pretty
the
bad.
manager came over,
Yeah.
finished my hair after they got it to quit bleeding. Finished my hair and didn't charge me. She says, I hope you'll come back. It was just bad equipment and everything, and I never came back.
No.
No. That hurt. When's the last time you come back from a haircut with a big bandage on your neck?
Okay, that does make me feel better because it can't get any worse than that.
Yeah, that was
Being
bad.
injured in a
Yeah,
haircut.
yeah.
Oh.
Hey,
Let's
friends,
see.
wipe your neck. Oh, I got a haircut. How did you get a haircut and you got a bandage on your neck? Yeah, that was a bad one.
Okay, I know I have a bad one. And we all laughed it off and stuff, but my grandmother has notoriously difficult hair. Hi, grandmother. But she has notoriously difficult hair. And it grows in an odd direction. It grows forward. And bless her heart, she just had to make it work however she can for however many years she's had that her whole life.
Right.
So she had a hairstyle that worked for a long, long time, and she wanted to try something new. She went to her hairstylist, and she's like, you know what? I want to just try something new. And I think this is why girls do this. They just want to get creative. They want to try something new. They want to get adventurous. And it often happens with our hair.
Right.
I mean, I know
But you're sacrificing your look if you fail.
hats, man. You can wear hats. or you can just cry like I did. And then
Or
wear a
both.
hat. Yeah.
Cry and then put on a hat.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
So anyway, my grandmother decided, do whatever you want. Do what's hip. Do what's in style right now. It's your choice. I don't care. Have at it. So she gets to cutting and styling and everything, and she comes back home where it is during I think Thanksgiving break. So everybody's here. All her children and all her grandchildren.
Right.
She walks in. She had spot on Justin Bieber hair.
Your grandmother?
Yeah.
Okay.
With white hair. My grandmother has pristine
Your grandmother
white.
had beaver fever,
My grandmother was like.
That was a thing. I remember hearing about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you have beaver fever?
No, God,
you
I couldn't
can
tell you.
admit it. I mean,
I
this
couldn't
is a
tell. I
safe
couldn't tell.
environment.
I have not heard 10 seconds of a Justin Bieber song in my life. I couldn't tell you.
Well, it's not worth it. Let's just say.
Okay, so
Me being in 8th grade when Justin Bieber came out, in my defense, that was a fever I was quickly
You
resolved.
get over?
Yeah, quickly got over that.
It's a beaver penicillin or beaver
Yeah.
penicillin. That could be something else. Never mind. Sorry, that came out wrong. Okay, so we're back. Anyway,
Yeah. So she had to let that girl out. She's like, I'm never letting anybody choose my hair again. Because of all the things they could have chosen, Bieber hair,
that's
I mean, it was just forward and out. Like,
that's
Yeah.
pretty hilarious.
mm-hmm.
Well, I grew up during the hair band days of Motley Crue, Bon Jovi, Poison, and those guys. Shut up.
I mess with him every time.
She's like 8 years old.
I'm not. I'm 18. I'm just kidding. I'm actually like 22. Thank you.
Oh yeah, ooh, she's much more wise. She doesn't know who Hootie and the Blowfish is. Never mind, that's a different story.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I wanted to grow my hair long, because I wanted to be cool. I wanted to do this, and all my friends were doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my hair, once it gets like to my shoulders, starts getting really curly, and it almost like starts growing back up my head. And I'd get so pissed, so I told my mom I wanted her to put a straightener on it. And I don't think she knew what she was doing. Burned the crap out of my hair.
Aww.
But
Yeah.
my hair grew fast, so it didn't matter. But it was like, I was so jealous of the people that could grow their hair long like the hair bands.
Yeah. As I get older, my hair is getting thinner.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know, what is that thing called? I think stress? Is that what it's called?
Could be. There's a lot of reasons.
Yeah, I don't know. It could be a lot of things.
Well,
but
guys, testosterone causes your hair to go,
yeah, over the last couple of years, I've noticed that my hair's gotten a lot thinner, and so that's one thing I wish I had back.
I've got thick hair.
Yeah,
I really do. And for my age, I guess that's a good thing.
it is.
Because I could be bald. But anyway, okay. That was a pleasurable segment, but let's don't talk about haircuts anymore. Thank you guys for writing that one out. I just thought it was funny. She thought it was funny. If you have some bad haircut stories, we would love to hear them. But remember, get 400 views on this video, this particular one today,
Yeah.
she will expose
How
her
I
bangs
expose
on her
my
head.
bang.
On her head. Exactly. And we can all laugh and have a good time with it.
Great. That sounds like a good plan.
So anyway, sorry, I have swallowed rum. I apologize.
Sorry.
Anyway, so now to the cigar page. You said that you've had some people ask you about this, and I think it's a very good topic.
Yeah.
And you've asked me before some things, so why don't you introduce this topic that you wanted to discuss?
I wanted to discuss lighting cigars.
Okay.
Like different options of how to light a cigar.
Okay.
Because I have always used a torch lighter and had pretty good experience with that. I tried matches once. I've tried the little cedar things. What do you call those?
Cedar spills.
Cedar slivers. I'm just gonna call them slivers.
They call them spills, but that's what they are.
Yeah, cedar spills.
Yeah.
And actually just regular lighter.
Yeah.
Not a torch lighter.
Right.
Obviously, I prefer the torch lighter, but does it make a difference at all?
I've heard various different theories and approaches. Some people don't like torches because they feel like you're melting with the background. Let's preface it by saying it all goes back to actually how you're using the particular device. Like you shouldn't actually be burning the cigar, the end of the cigar. What you should be doing is having the flame be close enough to the end of the cigar and you should always be lighting it with the cigar in your mouth, and take in the fire for the cigar as opposed to the flame on the cigar.
Okay.
And that would prevent the charring of the tobacco, which could give it a bad flavor. What I tend to recommend telling people, if that made any sense at all, if it didn't, is to stay away from Bic, the cheapy disposable lights.
Yeah.
Some people don't even want you to use a Zippo. I've used Zippo on them; they're fine. It's not great, but it's not bad. I'm with you. I use torches. Matches I like to a degree, but it's a lot of work and empties a lot of matches.
Yeah.
Unless you're using the cedar spills. But then those have to be in a controlled environment, because I've seen people try to light the cedar outside and it's windy, and then they've got sparks flying everywhere, and it's like, it just looks dangerous if you're not in a controlled setting where you can prevent the wind from doing it.
Yeah.
What I've seen people do, because working in a store, you see how everyone torches their lighter, and you'll see them stick that flame right on there and just keep going, and they'll circle and circle and circle, and when they're done lighting, you'll see it's black all the way up this far past the ash part.
Yeah.
And it's like, you just toasted the hell out of that cigar.
Yeah.
It's not going to taste the same way it did last time you smoked it, unless you did that exact same thing. But, you try to prevent that. And what I try to do is, if I see someone lighting it wrong without being offensive or without making them feel like they're an idiot, because they're not, they're just uninformed.
Yeah.
I'll say, here's a good idea on how to light this cigar. And a lot of them were appreciative of it. Sometimes they think, I've been smoking longer than you were alive, so I'm not going to listen to you. All you can do then is just say, okay, just, I had an idea, thought I'd share it with you.
Enjoy that cigar.
Have fun,
Yeah.
I think that also can go, I wouldn't say hand in hand, but it can also go back to how you cut the cigar too. Certain cuts, like a punch or something, I've noticed, and I could be wrong because everybody's different. I've noticed if I use a punch, I'm pulling harder as I'm lighting it because it's not as open. And I'm pulling harder, which could also then cause more flame to hit the cigar. Which could then, it's supposed to be taking in the smoke. It's what's been now on my cigar. And I'm lighting it that way. So, anyway, he was giving me a Pac-Man symbol, but I think I know what he means. So anyway, so we're trying to what I've gotten to where I'm back to V-cut again, because it cuts enough deep into it that you're really getting into, and that's how I did your cigar this morning. And I think that allows up for a much more open flame, much more open draw.
Yeah, and actually, I think this is just a personal opinion. I actually prefer the easier draw. It's so much easier to smoke, and because I tend to have to slow down sometimes, I don't want to smoke it too fast. And my biggest problem is that I'm a little bit of a chatty patty, so my cigars often will go out and I have to relight it.
Yeah.
But having a V-cut like that, for me, I like it because it's a lighter draw and it's easier to keep smoking it.
Okay.
And not work so hard at
Gotcha.
a draw. But and I have lit with a match. I was just relaxing on my balcony once and decided to smoke alone and had a matches. Went through an entire box of matches trying to light my cigar, and I was like, I cannot be doing this right.
Yeah. Well, no, you probably were. It's just, it's harder to do it, especially with the little matches.
Yeah.
If you've got the actual cigar match, it does make it easier. But, a puff of wind and it's going to blow out the match, so you have to be doing it.
Yeah.
Which is another endorsement for the cedar spill, because you're lighting that and it'll stay lit longer. But then again, we got to worry about the sparks.
Yeah.
You know. So key is safety, and the key, not just your own personal safety and those around you, but the safety of the cigar in which you're trying to light.
Yeah.
And just try not to destroy the cigar.
I've heard that the cedar spills make a difference in the taste.
I haven't noticed that. I can see it. I haven't noticed any big difference.
I haven't noticed it either before the few times that I have used cedar spills. But a lot of people really like that, and it's when it comes to cutting and lighting and smoking your cigar, it's kind of just how you like it. People have like their set ways. Try different kinds, different kinds of cutters, different kinds of lighters. See what works for you.
Well, you mentioned a topic that's interesting. You mentioned, do you notice a different taste with that?
Yeah.
And my palate picks up certain things when I'm smoking a cigar. I don't have the most refined palate by any means, because sometimes I'll read a review and go, no, I didn't get any of that. So it's either I'm not picking it up or the reviewer was full of shit. One of the two, or a combination of the two, you never know. But have you picked up certain things? Because I've noticed sometimes I've told you, oh, that cigar's going to be real creamy, or that cigar's going to be nutty or anything. Do you ever pick up on those? And you can be honest, you're not going to hurt my feelings if you say, no, Randy said that, but I didn't get any of it.
No, I've tasted the creamier, which is what I like personally right now. But I too don't have the most refined palate. But sometimes I will taste coffee, or I will taste like a nuttier taste, or cream. But everything else, I have no idea what everybody else is.
Have you tasted like a cocoa taste before?
I can smell it, but when I smoked the cigar, it didn't taste like that.
A lot of Maduros have a cocoa taste.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And I have noticed, because I will always, not to be weird, but I will, smell, see how it smells, and, see if I want to smoke that.
Right.
And, I can smell that often a lot more than I usually do taste it when I'm smoking it. But I also haven't been smoking cigars for that long, as long as a lot of friends of mine.
Right.
So I'm still learning. It is getting better though, actually. Like over the last year, I've been smoking for about 3 years now. But over the last year, I've started to notice different tastes and different qualities of cigars. Now I can tell the difference between a good cigar and a bad cigar.
Okay. That's a good start.
Yeah.
Another thing I'll pick, I pick up cocoa, I pick up the creaminess, I pick up, although sometimes I'll be smoking a cigar and people be like, it's a bit creamy, and I'm like, not at all. And I can pick up creamy, but I'm like, no, it's more spicy. I don't know where you're getting creamy. Well, it's a creamy spice. Well, that doesn't make any sense.
No.
It's like, it's a sweet, unsweet taste, Really?
What?
Yeah, it's like, I don't get how can it be spicy and creamy, but that's just me. I've never picked up that. I do get cocoa a lot, especially not like a hot chocolate like I'm drinking now, but like a baker's chocolate, the semi-sweet chocolate that you cook cookies with or something, that kind of thing. I've gotten that. I don't know, but you'll read some of these reviews and they'll say butterscotch. Who has ever gotten butterscotch from a cigar? I pick up vanilla sometimes for a cigar, even if it's not a flavored cigar. Though I'll pick up hints of vanilla.
One that I have picked up though the most is when it tastes like plastic.
Yeah, I've had a few of those.
Why do some cigars taste
I don't
like
know.
plastic?
That's a good question. Let's research that, because I don't know. That's interesting.
It just might not be.
Because I never even consciously thought of it until you just mentioned it. And I'm like, yeah, I know what she's talking about.
Yeah, it just tastes. And these were, I'm not gonna say any brands obviously, but these were like not so good cigars, cheap and very bad cigars. And I can taste it as a really bad cigar. So at first, I couldn't tell the difference. And I was smoking, all kinds of cigars. And every now and then, the people who I smoke with, they're like, that smells terrible.
Yeah.
That tastes disgusting. And I'm like, I like it. But now I'm starting to get a more refined palate, so.
Right. Gotcha. So how much time we have left, Jerry? 0?
Oh,
Is that 0 times 0 or 0 plus 0?
Well, I saw 3. So I said 3 and he said 0, but
Okay.
I think we're out
All
of
right.
time.
Well, we'll wrap it up anyway.
Yeah.
But we'll go back into that different flavored tastings, or that you pick, different flavored tastings, different types of flavors that you pick up in cigars. We'll save that maybe for next week with Big Tony, because he'll have an opinion.
Oh
on it.
yeah.
Absolutely.
I would love to hear Tony's side of that.
And we appreciate you guys watching it.
Yeah, thank
Hopefully
you guys.
Faith and I have done a good job together hosting by ourselves. I think we have, because we do rock.
Yeah.
And anyway, so for the great Jerry Morris, for Jaron, for the lovely Faith Cox, for me, for Big Tony, and a special salute to Matt Badowski. We love you, miss you, brother. You guys have a great day, and thank you for watching The Cigar Show.
See you guys next week.
But anyway, Faith got a haircut. She was worried about how her hair turned out. She got her bangs cut, or she actually has bangs now.
Yeah.
And we said if we could get some videos over 400 views, she would reveal. So here it is.
Yeah. So thank you guys for 400 views. That is awesome. I really appreciate it. But here's the reveal. I promised if we got 400 views, I would show my bangs. And here we are. Thank you guys for 400 views. Keep it up and thank you guys.
Yeah, let's get up to 1,000 next. What do you think?
I say let's get it to 1,000 and never ever get your hair cut at the liquor store. Okay.
No.
Yeah.
That was probably my mistake.
That was
going to
yeah.
the liquor store.
Yeah.
I think it looks great. I think it looks.
It
I don't
does.
see.
It does look great.
I think it looks cool, man. I think bangs
Thank
on a
you.
woman look great. So I think you look beautiful as always. There's
Yeah.
nothing wrong. I don't see why you're so embarrassed. I think you look beautiful as always. That's
Well,
it.
thank you.
She
So-
does. I just had to tease her.
Yeah.
And speaking of the REM song "Bang Bang Bang," which is a good song, by the way, I sent her a video or a YouTube clip of
Oh yeah.
Ricky Martin's "She Bangs,"
Yep.
and she texted back that I was a jerk, but that's
Yeah.
okay. I am a jerk. I can't be. Anyway, so
But just to get back at Randy a little bit here, if we do get to 1,000 views, Randy's gonna do something insane with his hair.
yes, I am.
So
if we get to 1,000 views,
Yeah. I will be doing the hair for him, so it's all my choice. So leave a comment, whatever y'all think. Rainbow, tie-dye, whatever y'all want. We're gonna do it. But we have to get to 1,000 views.
there you go. That sounds
1,000
fair.
views and Randy sacrifices his hair.
Yeah.
Man, that's taking one for the team,
It
brother.
is, man. You got to do what you got to do.
Randy deals with the people, man. He gets out there.
That's
so
right. This is a
Yeah.
show for the people, so
Yeah, it
we
is.
have to do that.
That's it. All right.
Absolutely. Well, we are here, of course, at the beautiful Richardson Cigar Shop du jour.
Yeah.
Which, what does that mean? Cigar shop of the day? That doesn't make any sense. But anyway, we are here at Calypso Cigar Shop and Lounge in Richardson, Texas.
Yeah.
Beautiful store. We're at 1002 North Central Expressway in Richardson. Please come see us. And
There'll be a
tell you
sign
what,
outside that says Calypso on it. but-
Tell you what, if you come in today or tomorrow, this being January 24th or the 25th, I'll give you 5% off your cigar purchase if you mention the Cigar Podcast.
There we go.
How's that sound, guys?
Sounds great.
All right.
So,
Take advantage of that deal.
but you have to tell me before you go in the humidor, okay?
Oh, hey, the cigar show.
What about it?
Well, I've mentioned the cigar show, so now I get to go have 5% off.
You don't buy your cigars anyway.
Hey.
You take your you guys buy your cigars all the time, so you don't have to worry about that. And
Don't we get a? Well, never mind. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything. Never mind.
let's don't pull the curtain back too far. Anyway, of course, producing the show, as always, is the great Jerry Morris, who scolded me a little while ago, but that's okay. I'll get over it. I've
Jerry
fixed
scolds
it.
us all, man. So,
He does, man.
So
Jerry is a pro
Yes, he is.
If you heard a list of the bands that he has done sound for,
Yeah.
it is like a
impressive.
who's who of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, man. It's great. And we're honored to have him help us with the show.
Yeah.
And Jaron is back. He got us posted last week. I noticed, though, when you post it, we get more views than he does. So I think he's not putting in the right keywords.
Huh.
So you need to
Well-
tell him the right keywords.
Well, we
Because
will take care of that. But,
Yeah.
I mean, it's really up to you guys. You know, share, comment.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So anyway, we've got some interesting, well, it's kind of one topic, but we're going to split it into two different ways. Today's topic is going to be embarrassing moments, and we're going to talk about embarrassing moments in life, things that we've done that are stupid or that we've seen somebody do that are embarrassing or funny, and then segue into some cigar embarrassing moments, and we've all got those. So let's get it kick-started. Faith is dying to tell me this story, so I'm ready to hear it. Give me an embarrassing life moment from you.
Embarrassing life. So it wasn't. it wasn't embarrassing for me. It was hysterical for me because I witnessed it.
Okay.
Well, this is kind of mean. I'm just gonna go ahead and say this. It's a little bit mean.
Mean is fine.
Mean is a little bit okay, but there's this terrible, rude woman at this party once. It was older people, elder crowd, family friends, family members, and there's just one lady there that she is just a really rude, kind of a cold person. But she brought her boxer with her. We were just all hanging out, drinking a little bit, and watching a movie. I think we were just eating and chatting together. And me and my dad happened to notice out of the corner of our eye that the boxer kept drinking out of her cup. She never saw, so she kept drink, and then she set it back down on the floor, and the dog would just go at it again. And we were like,
She was drinking after a dog, but she
Yeah.
didn't know it.
she didn't know it,
Okay.
and then she's like, this tastes funny. What's wrong with this drink? And we're like,
Nothing.
we were like trying not to laugh, and it's like, I don't know, maybe I didn't want to be too mean. I was like, maybe the dog got into it. I don't know. And like for like 10 minutes
Maybe
before that,
the dog got into it.
Yeah.
You knew it.
I did.
Yeah, well,
So.
you didn't want to gross her out too much.
No, I didn't. I was
Right.
trying to be nice
Okay, Tony?
in a way.
So embarrassing for someone else, not Oh,
It could be either one.
okay. Well, no, I was. One time I was leaving work, and all my coworkers were leaving also, and I rear-ended a guy right in front of our
Tony,
offices.
this is a family show.
Yeah, right.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Right there on Irving Boulevard, and so everybody everybody that was leaving the offices that day got to see me fill out, or talking to the police and trading information with the guy, and so that was like, I became called. They called me Crash for like the next 6 months, man. And it was so embarrassing because the owners of the company were going, and I was a delivery driver. That was one of my things. I was like an estimator for this print company, so I was like a troubleshooter. I would have to go out and fix problems for customers and get estimates and whatever. I just kind of handled stuff all day
Right.
long. And so they were like, hey man, is this gonna, screw up our rates? Is this gonna, you know what I mean? So, and guys would throw that out just in front of the owner just to piss him off,
yeah.
Hey, Mike, I think Tony's gonna screw up our insurance, and oh man, and it would just like you'd see him get red, man. So that really was like a really.
So did you not see the car, or just you misjudged it, or what was the
Man,
deal?
I don't know. It happened so fast. Traffic was so stop and go on Urban Boulevard at that time of day.
Right.
If you're familiar with that part of town, it just gets
it
that way.
gets bad. Yeah.
So, who's to say, man? Maybe, this was back in my drinking days. So hey, that's another question. That's another loaded question altogether. What was I altered? No. Was I probably opening a drink? More than likely, yes. You know what I mean? So, wasn't altered? No. On my way to becoming altered,
Yes.
90% I'm gonna go with yes. So so that I'm not gonna say altered, gonna become altered, yes. Did I become altered after the accident? I'm pretty sure I did,
Sure.
So that's just the way Big Tony rolled back in those days. So there you go. That's Big
Okay.
Tony's moment.
That's a good story,
Traffic accident in front of everybody you worked with. So
That's always fun. Yes.
so there you go. So
One of those moments where you want to just
there
dig
you go.
yourself a hole.
And that what's that commercial? Want to get away?
Yeah,
You
want to
know?
get
There
away.
you go.
Exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. That was definitely that moment. This is a story that has been famous in my family for years, and it involves my brother who passed away a few years ago. But he hated when I told this story, and I have a witness. My other brother saw this happen. The brother that it happened to swore to his dying day this never happened. It happened. I saw it. My other brother saw it. Okay, so my mom used to babysit for this a friend of hers who lived across the street from us in the summer. And we had a swing set in our yard, but being boys, we destroyed all the swings. So really all we had was the frame of the swing set in the
Yeah,
yard.
in the same house.
I think so. And so what we would do is we would climb up on it and we'd sit on the top rail, just kind of swing our legs, just have fun, Well, my brother thought he was a ladies' man. I mean, he was Mr. Flirt and ladies' man. Yeah, every girl wanted him. And he's like 7 years old. And the girl that my mom babysat, her name was Charlotte. And they were sitting up there on this crossbar. And and I'm hearing him talking to her, and he says, "You know what, Charlotte? Here's what I'm going to do." And he's real serious. It's serious as a heart attack. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a backflip off this bar and land on my feet. But don't you try it, because it takes expert skill and precision.
Oh no.
Swear to God, that's what he said. Expert skill and precision.
Oh my.
He then proceeds to, bam. I mean, he didn't even make any kind of spin at all. He's went, bam, onto the ground. He's laying on his back, legs kicking in the air, going, oh! He just died. Oh my God. So I'm laughing so hard,
Yeah.
He's screaming. My other brother's on his big wheel, laughing his ass off. My mom comes running out to find out what's going on. And she sees my brother just, what's wrong with your brother? And I couldn't tell her. I was laughing so hard I couldn't tell her what had happened. He was, and then he's, so she's smacking me, trying to get me to calm down so I could tell her what happened. By the time I told her, my mom's laughing so hard. Meanwhile, my brother's getting no medical attention, nothing. We're all just sitting here laughing at him. It was great, and it did happen. He said the words, expert, skill, and precision. Yes, it was hilarious.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to maybe share a little bit more, and then we'll go into cigar moments. We're going to start segment 2 now of the show. And for people that go, what do y'all do in segment-wise when it's all continuous? It's more for us on our timing is why we address it. So anyway, so you had a story about a guy hitting on you. What was that story?
It's kind of a cigar story. So.
And you want to wait for the sound? Okay, you got something?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got one.
Okay.
So anyway, well, of course you can relate to the hours of a cigar rep being traveling, and you're constantly going, so you don't get the best of sleep, and a lot of times at night you are doing emails and stuff like that, so you don't get the best of sleep. So I'm and I was still, this was when I was still holding one of my retail positions.
Yeah.
So on an evening off, what do? I go hang out at one of the cigar lounges close to me. And it's not a cigar lounge that I'm doing business with.
Right.
So, and they know me, the owner knows me, but the guys that are hanging out there maybe a couple of them know, but not all of them. So anyway, so I'm sitting there quiet, minding my own business, like I like doing when I can sneak into a cigar lounge and people, not everybody knows me, man. I like to, just quietly put my earbuds in and enjoy my cigar, man. That's it. That's all I want to do. This particular time, I was at a place in Frisco, over in the Frisco Square. I'm not going to say the name of the place, but you know what I'm talking about. So, man, I am really tired. And I believe, anyway, so I had my cigar like this. And I have blue jeans on just like this. Music playing through the earbuds. And I proceed to fall asleep. Well, I'm woken up. No, I'm in the. I'm in the lounge.
Okay,
I'm sitting down in the lounge.
Okay.
And I'm there, and there's guys sitting around, and everybody's doing their own thing, man. Looking on their phone, looking on their laptop. All of a sudden, man, I am awoken by a deadly sting on my right thigh. And brother, I am fully engulfed right here, man. I have let this cigar
burn through your face.
So, man, I literally and at the same time, here's the thought process that's going on, and all these thoughts culminate at the same time. I'm like, I kind of stifle myself at the same time. I like that, and I pull myself in. Because what I don't want is I don't want one of these guys automatically filming me and putting me on YouTube saying, look at Big Tony burning himself, at a cigar lounge smoke. You know what I mean? So that's all that's running into my mind. And I get up and I just kind of play it off, and smoke it. And I look down, bro, and I got a silver dollar size burn hole in my blue jeans. And I'm like, how am I going to get up and these guys not see this big smoking, singeing burn hole? And I got a little strawberry going on my leg. And I'm not even worried about that yet. I'm not even worried about having to take myself to a burn.
Right? Yeah.
So, man, I don't know how I got at it, but I did, and I think I actually grabbed my cigar case and just kind of walked out and kind of put that in its way. And I'm just of course me, Big Tony, man, I gotta exit cool, man. So I'm like, all right, fellas, we'll see y'all later. All right, man. All right, brother, we'll see y'all later, man. All right now. Still walking out cool as can be, baby. I can't be no punk, man.
No, man.
So
never let them see you
so
sweat.
I'm
right?
thinking exactly. So I'm thinking. Either they didn't see me, I got away with it, or I'm walking out and they're like, man, did you see that dude burn himself, and all of a sudden he's trying to act cool, So it could have gone either way, you know what I mean? So I have no idea. So either they saw me or didn't see me. So who knows, man? That was
you played it cool though, too.
I'm cool too. I'm too cool to be embarrassed,
That's
baby.
right,
So there you go. So that's it,
Yeah. Well, you have the gift of being able to play it down and act cool. One of my most embarrassing moments, once it happened, it's so public that there was nothing you could do. I could not prepare at all. And this happened recently. I'm a college student, and I was in class. We were in a phonetics class, which is just learning about speech and how speech is made. And we were learning about this little, I forgot the name of the device, but it's a device that buzzes and it helps you voice when you don't actually have a voice box or any vocal cords, and it just buzzes and you put it against your neck, and it sort of makes this noise, and you move your lips and you can talk. So me
it's
being
not a stoma. What is it, like a stoma?
yeah, something like that. But me being the enthusiastic student and wanting to take part in everything in class and get on my professor's good side, he asked for volunteers, and I'm like, yes, me. Of course, I'm in the front of every class.
Right.
So we go
Teacher's
up.
pet.
Yeah, I'm totally teacher's pet. It's good to have good people in your pocket. So.
That's right.
So So me and 3 other students go up and we're all singing the ABC.
Okay.
And everybody knows the ABC, but you know
Right.
the ABC song. And it's
Right.
got that last couple of lyrics at the end. So we do the ABCs, all our alternating stuff, and it gets to me, and it's been years since I heard those last 2 lines. So he puts the thing against my neck, and I'm supposed to sing the next line, and I said, I forgot the rest of the song. The ABC song in front of 300 students
You
in
remember
class.
the alphabet.
No, I could remember the alphabet, but at the end it
In a
says.
melodic way, you couldn't think of the.
You're talking about the Now I Know My ABCs.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
I
part.
did-
Oh, I got you.
I
Okay.
didn't know that part.
Yeah.
Okay, so you had to close the song. I got
Yeah,
you.
I had to close the song, and I forgot what that last lyric was while 300 students and the 2 TAs and the professor was all looking at me. And once you do that, you can't act cool about that
No.
at all.
No.
And he just like, and he goes to the next person. So he tried to be nice, but like everybody was like, wow, you're in college. You're a college grown woman. You forgot the ABC stuff.
Wow.
Yes, it's
yeah.
bad.
That's
I
a-
remember it now, though.
Hey, that's
I
a,
wouldn't have told that story.
that's a
no.
trait of genius, though. You know, the genius know the higher level and don't know. So
Exactly.
that's almost complimentary.
Mhm,
So he
we're gonna
misses
go
a
with
couple
that.
weeks, he comes back and he's all like, oh, Faith, your bangs look great.
Yeah.
You're a genius. and
Hey,
stuff
I
like
miss my homegirl, man. What can I tell you,
Yeah.
man? You know,
Cute, Tony.
so you know.
that. She didn't miss me.
No, I'm tired of you,
I'm
Andy.
sure you are.
I mean, you did throw me under the bus last episode.
Well, I know. That's
Oh
what's
man,
fun.
here we go, boy. Yeah,
And that was hysterical, but also a little mean.
Yeah, well, hey,
Little mean.
it happens.
you see, I leave for a couple of weeks and look at them. They just start going at each other. Jeez.
Well-
You can't leave us alone too long, Tony.
So I have a couple that come to mind, but I'll tell this one because it's similar to Tony's cigar nightmare. I'm driving, on the road as he mentions, we're driving
Mhm.
great distances to go from city to city to store to store, and I'm almost falling asleep behind the wheel, and it happens to all of us, no matter how alert you think you are and
Yeah.
everything. It's just the road starts to hypnotize you,
Mhm.
And so I thought, well, I'll get a cigar, So I pulled in the gas station, got gas, pulled over to the other side of the parking lot because I didn't want to light a cigar by the gas tank. So at least
Always important.
Always
Always
a good idea.
important.
So I light my cigar and I'm driving, and I crack my window and I'm holding the cigar up to the window so the smoke doesn't get out, And I'm driving, and good songs on the radio, and I'm playing, singing along, and everything's cool. All of a sudden I'm going, why is it so smoky in here? So I don't think to look out this one. So I cracked the other window, figuring, maybe it was a cross breeze, this will get the smoke out. And I'm still sitting here like this, going, man, it's smoky in here. So I look up, and I wasn't holding my cigar by the window. I was holding it on the headliner of the car. So my headliner was burning.
Oh my God.
I had a hole in my headliner about that big.
Oh
And
So-
that was what was
God.
causing all the smoke.
So let me just tell you my road formula. I gotta go sunroof open, windows down. I mean, if you commit it, even wintertime, brother, you got to put that jacket on and a hat and a scarf and just got to commit to smoking, baby.
Okay.
I mean, you just got to do
I know,
it, baby. You
I
just
know.
got to do it, baby. If you want that cigar that bad,
Yep.
Yeah.
I always think of that movie, The Gumball Rally, when they're driving in that Cobra. Those
Oh,
two
okay,
guys,
yeah.
and they're all covered up, and that's what I think about.
Gotcha.
Like,
I gotcha.
So.
I'll
Well, this
smoke
was
in
a
the
fun.
rain.
This was a fun topic. So we'll do this at a future episode. I want to hear your guy hitting on your story. I've got a couple others. We'll do that on the next episode.
Oh, I don't have it. There's just.
You
I've
said there
had-
was one that was hilarious that you wanted to share, but we'll talk about it later. We'll think about some more. If you guys have your own embarrassing moments you'd like to share, please do. Comment, like, subscribe, tell your friends, and we would appreciate it. And as you all know, we've mentioned it, Matt Podolsky, the owner of the store, did pass away a couple weeks ago. His memorial is this Saturday, January 26th at 2 p.m. at Sparkman Funeral Home in Richardson, off of Greenville. And Tony missed out. He didn't get to say, he wanted some time to share his thoughts on Matt, so we're going to let him do that.
I should, but I don't.
Anyway, I am Randy Rankin, as always, because I've always been myself. And this, of course, is the lovely Faith Cox.
Hello.
Lovely Tony Gomez with the weird, messed up bill on his cap. Where's your ball cap?
I didn't get the memo, apparently.
You didn't get the
I missed
memo?
it.
I've
Come on,
been-
this is ball cap day.
I've been sporting this lately. You know, this is kind of like I've been kind of paying homage to my homeboy Edgar Hoyle. You know what I mean? He doesn't wear it like this,
I was going to say,
But,
don't,
you know,
don't embarrass Edgar.
but he's my homeboy. So when I throw down the cholo look, you know what I mean? I throw it this way. Edgar does the flat brim. You know, he throws down the Mexican hustler hat. You
Okay,
know.
we're gonna have hat talk one day because
Oh, brother.
I wear
Oh.
the traditional brim the way it's supposed to be.
There you go.
We'll have that conversation later,
Okay.
and then maybe get a female
So
perspective.
show up with your
But,
Wear a hat.
show up with
And
your
we'll wear
Make America
hats.
Great Again hat, you know, and you know, that'll just really.
Hey, it's ruined Liam Neeson's career by saying stupid stuff. We're not going to wear Make America Great hats because it'll ruin our show. But anyway,
I'll fight.
we are back. We are back. We missed last week. We
Yeah, we
apologize. Last minute circumstances, but we are back, and we hope that you guys missed us so much that you'll have to watch this one twice. That's kind of what I
Yeah.
think. So anyway, we were discussing. This was a very big weekend here at Calypso Cigar Shop and Lounge here in Richardson, Texas, where we always film. And of course, Jerry Morris is producing for us, as always.
Shout out to Jerry.
Shout out to Jerry. This will be the last time, probably, that we dwell on this too much, but we had our last memorial for Matt this weekend on Saturday night here at Calypso, and I have to sing the praises of my two co-hosts. This place was packed.
There was a lot of people, and that was kind of heartwarming to see everybody
Absolutely.
come together.
And it was cigar
celebrate.
people, it was just friends from the non-cigar world. And Big Tony G stepped up to the plate and handled the bartending duties. Top notch. I've seen him in action before. That was the busiest I had seen you. I know you've been busier, but that was the busiest I had seen you, and buddy, you handled it.
It was
like a
fun.
champ.
It was fun,
You
man.
were
I had a
great.
good time.
You were
I had a
great.
good time. I love, razzing people behind.
We have
the
a
bar.
great.
It was
clientele here.
it
don't
was
we?
it was
We're
great,
really
and
good.
and I think really what Faith did a great job. Faith was
That's
working
my
the
job
crowd,
to point out.
and you did a good job at directing, and
Yeah, I got to play MC. That
you,
was fun.
you were great, man.
That
You were
was fun.
great.
Well,
So,
thank you.
but I thought it was really cool because, like you said, a lot of people came out, and
Yeah.
it was just wonderful to see so many people out.
It
It was
was.
nice to meet so many people.
Yeah.
Very interesting, lovely people to just sit down and talk to. I wasn't lonely the entire night. I was always talking to somebody.
So,
Well, that's
It-
because I kept following you around.
yeah.
I mean,
he
it's
just
just-
would not leave me alone.
I know, like, hey, what do you think
No,
of this? Hey, what do you
God.
think of that?
it was just obvious, man. Once again, it was just obvious that Matt touched a lot of lives.
He did.
He
did.
really
And he
did.
was a great guy. And this person sitting to my right. Yeah,
I
that's
would've-
my right.
Please say left next time.
I almost did, but she came in and I'm not being stereotypical, but she mentioned that she wanted to help clean up the place, and she did a badass job. Faith, boom, good job, girl. This was, and you guys did it for the love and the support of the store, of Matt and his wife Mary, and you guys did great. And I want to thank both of you publicly on this public forum for the great job you guys did. Thank you so much.
It was
Not
a
a
blast.
problem.
And then I got to play MC. That was fun.
And he
I
did
didn't-
well.
Well, thank you.
Very
Wasn't
good.
expecting it, but I noticed that no one was really steering it. And I thought, I guess I better do this.
Yeah.
So I got up and did that.
Shout out to our buddy Bryce.
Yeah, and Bryce
Woo!
Frazier.
Oh,
Bryce.
Great acoustical set. And he's
Yeah.
got a really great voice, and he doesn't even mind if I get up and sing with him every now and then. So that was, but I know why he does that, because I make him sound better.
Yeah.
Because after I sing, they go, man, get that Bryce guy back up there, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I sing okay. It was fun.
He sings great, guys.
Well, thank you. It was fun. But
It
just
wasn't
a great night all together.
Next time I want to hear you do Wagon Wheel, you know, since you got the
By Darius Rucker.
since you got the Darius voice, you know. So-
You know what I like? That don't think about it song. That's my only Darius Rucker country song I really like. You know that one?
Mhm. No, of course I
I would
don't.
sing it to you, but then again, you know, y'all didn't pay me, so I'm not going to. But anyway, but thank you to everyone who was involved on Saturday night. That was a lot of fun.
And Jerry made like
Oh,
a
he
quick-
made his famous queso.
yeah, like queso stuff. That was awesome. So
Yeah.
Jerry showed up in force, and Jerry was working the crowd also. And I saw Jerry helping out behind the bar, and you know, helping people. And Jerry was like showing people stuff. And so Jerry was here working too, man. So
Absolutely.
got a shout out to Jerry.
And
Yeah.
that cheese, man, it's hot, but it's like worth the pain. So like 2 bowls in, and like maybe it really should stop, but
So-
man, it's
That
good.
was after you ate that cheese was when I had to quit following you around. So, no, I'm joking.
Yeah.
Because you know, I didn't want the, you know.
Mhm. Cutting
Any
it.
So
action.
Jerry
Cutting there.
and Jerry, I
And
don't
we
know.
did get a picture of you cutting the cheese,
And
so we didn't want that to actually
Honestly,
happen.
I don't know what happened to your first Aladino, Jerry, but your second one, yeah, I did hide it on you, but then I did show it. I was kind of having
And
fun. with
special
you.
thanks to Brandon Luna of Nat Sherman, Paul Costo from Oliva, Jason Poehler from my father, Tom Poehler from Aladino. I'm missing Eddie Gavito from Altadus.
Uh-huh.
And if I missed you, I forgot.
Cale Martin showed up?
Cale Martin. I was talking about the reps, but Cale does own a store down the street. That was nice of him to show up. But thank you for the reps. They came in, they donated their time, their cigars for the event, and it was great.
Big Tony from
Sunday.
Marrero showed up.
Who's that?
Big Tony from Marrero showed
Yeah,
up.
but that Tony guy, he's a weird
Yeah.
guy. I don't know about him. Besides, that's why we stuck you behind the bar.
There you go.
Now Sunday was a totally different story.
Yep.
Sunday was the boringest Super Bowl of my entire life. And I'll even go so far as to say that might be the most boring game I've ever seen in all of NFL,
Yeah.
all of my NFL watching experience. And for it to be the biggest game of the year and it to be that boring, I mean,
That was.
it was terrible.
It was. And I don't watch a lot of football, but I have been lately just hanging around here at the lounge and always playing games, and now I'm starting to get the hang of watching football.
Yeah,
But yeah, I was falling asleep in my chair
I know.
for the
Faith
Super
and I
Bowl.
were texting each other just to keep awake.
Yeah, I know. We
You
were
know?
like picking at each other, going back and forth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was the most fun of the whole day was
Yeah.
because that game was terrible. And, you know, the Saints got hosed to begin with. It should have been the Saints and the Patriots, but that's neither here nor there. You know, and you're hearing these conspiracy theories that the NFL wanted it to be coast to coast. They wanted it to be Boston and LA. You know, they'd get a bigger audience and that sort of thing. But, you know, I think the game itself just
Or, you know, just kind of did my hellos, but I was at Buena Brasa for the bulk of it, and I was just really disappointed. And in the wake of it, you know, when we're talking more about the guy Adam Levine taking his shirt off than the game and the stats, yeah, we got a problem, you know, with the game. And it seemed like that was the big story, the halftime show. And there's nothing wrong with that. I know that lately, as of, you know, it seems like within the past 5 years, you know, the halftime show has really taken center stage. And that's all fine and good because we're living in this online age now. But this was just not a game. This was just bad. And I'm going to tell you what I reckon this back to when the Cowboys beat the Steelers in Arizona for the Super Bowl. It was just kind of like that was like an okay win. They had it secured in hand, and it was just kind of like, at the end of it, you could even tell they weren't really even too like excited about the win.
That game had 44 points scored.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. But it was well in hand. At the end of the game, they had it. They knew it was secure.
Well in hand because Neil O'Donnell threw the ball right into Larry Brown's hands. That's what
and Larry Brown ended up getting MVP, and he went to the Raiders, and you never heard from him again.
Right.
He got in Al Davis's doghouse, and ended up pretty much really sealing his career.
Yeah.
So now, but with this game, it was just non-existent, man.
Yeah.
It was just, it was bad. It was just like, God, this thing never got started.
Well, not to upset anybody, and we'll let you chime in, Faith. I'm sorry. We appreciate you joining our show since we're not letting you talk. But I'm in the camp of I'm not a Patriots fan. I'm sick of Brady. I'm sick of Belichick. I'm ready for that to all go away. But this is how bad that game was. I didn't even care if the Patriots won. I was like, fine, let them win. Let's just get this thing over with.
Yeah.
Whereas opposed to usually when the Patriots win the Super Bowl, I'm depressed for a week. This time I didn't really care. It's like, give it to them. Let's just call the game right now and give it to them just so we can go home.
Just, you know what, get it over with. Let them have their freaking Super Bowls. Give them his 6 rings.
Yeah.
I wonder how many people left the Super Bowl after the halftime. I would not be surprised.
I wouldn't doubt it if some of them left and started heading to the Super Bowl parties, because that's what they all do. They all go,
Yeah.
And, the Super Bowl tickets are really not your common football game ticket. Your Super Bowl tickets are really a lot of corporate packages, a lot of, corporations buy those, bundles, and they send their clients, they send, so a lot of it's just like promo. I don't know. I'd be interested to see the breakdown in just how many tickets are sold to just individuals. Like, hey, come on, Dad, let's go to the game.
I've seen that stat before, and it's around 25 to 30% are actual fans.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then the rest of it's sold to companies. Like,
You gotta close a business deal. Hey, I want your business. Come to the Super Bowl. I got you.
There you go. Yeah, like that. Yeah.
And and that's fine. It has its place, but
It
to be honest, I would not want to go to the Super Bowl.
No, I wouldn't either.
I just really have no interest. I love to go to baseball games. I do not like to go to football games. I'd much rather watch it on TV and see the.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of going to football games.
You park, you walk all that distance. The food's outrageous price wise. I don't care.
Truth be told,
ball game you can still have a beer and a baseball game you can still have a beer and a hot dog for $10-12 and watch a game and it's fine.
Yeah, and truth be told, I'll go to a Rough Rider game before I go to a Ranger game.
Yeah.
That's just my.
I can't. Once you've hit the high part, you can't go back and play amongst the lowly crowd.
Yeah,
the only time I went to a Rough Riders game,
you're upper echelon, bud.
Yeah,
bud. I'm sorry. I didn't mean
maybe
to.
one day you two will get there. You never know.
Yeah.
But the only time I went to a Rough Riders game, I threw out the first pitch at the game. So it's kind of like, if I'm not going to get treated like that, I don't want to go again.
No.
You're Randy Rankin, bud. You're double R, man.
Double R, buddy. Threw out the first pitch at a double-A minor league baseball game. Whoopee. All right, well, we're going to close out the first segment. And as we've mentioned, that's mostly just for us. You guys have no idea because it's seamless for you guys. But we're going to close it out. We're going to come back. We're going to mix a little bit more with what we just talked about. And then we have another Super Bowl cigar tie-in as to what happened after the game. So, after the game, what did you do? Did you just go home and want to kill yourself because you were so bored? Or
yes, I went home, and you know what? This place was like almost dead.
Yeah.
I mean, they were like scoring the last point, and we were all holding our bags, like, okay, they won, bye.
That's exactly what
I thought that
happened.
was hysterical.
We
so-
were. I mean, I had my jacket on. I had
Yeah.
my bag.
Well, there was like 3 or 4 of us left in here, and we were like watching the last like 2 seconds of the game, and we're like, okay, bye.
Yeah.
We were ready. So me and my Ramsey, my boyfriend, we went straight
You're
home.
Ramsey?
Yeah. My boyfriend, we went straight home, and I was out like a light.
Yeah. Well, I was almost out like a light during the game.
I know.
Did you see Faith's Facebook post? I thought that was hilarious.
I saw something.
Well,
What did you?
Faith and I are big fans of The Office. I don't know if you liked The Office.
Oh,
I
yeah.
watch it. I watched the reruns.
Andy,
Yeah.
who was Ed Helms, his character, he's got this look in his face, kind of like.
Oh, I
it's
did
like,
see that. Yeah, I did see
when
that.
you go to a
yeah.
Super Bowl party and all you want's the food, and they're talking about
Yeah,
the Super
I did
Bowl.
see
That was hilarious.
I did see that.
Especially with
that was
game.
funny.
Especially with that game. Yeah, Joey, we've already segued into the second half.
So
We're that was great. That was fun.
I'll post that on our new Facebook page. By the way, we have a new Facebook
Yes,
page.
we do. Yes, we do. It's called The Cigar Show on Facebook. Go on
Faith's
there.
Cigar Show, by the way.
Yeah, I noticed her name came first.
Yeah,
I guess
Faith's
she
Cigar
forgot.
Show, and Faith is like all in her glory with her, so
well-
Faith's Cigar Show.
That picture is badass, though.
So-
And every time I look at that picture, I go, "That's really Faith."
Yeah.
That's really her. She looks great. That
We're
picture.
just the two lowly guys that show.
Yeah, I know.
So-
It's her world. She just allows us
Hey,
in it.
Faith's the
you know.
aficionado here.
That's
So,
right.
Yes.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so after the game, Robert Kraft, the owner of the New England Patriots, who now has 6 rings. Boy, that makes me mad. But anyway, nevertheless, he handed out 50-year-old Padron cigars.
20.
Huh?
20.
You said
They were
50, and
they
I
were
thought they were
50th
20.
50th anniversary.
is what I
That had
meant.
been,
I
that
said
were,
year-old.
yeah.
Okay.
So they were aged for 20.
Just shoot me. No,
So,
anyway, the 50th anniversary cigar. And, but you didn't call him Patron, though. You called him Patron. You didn't call him Padron.
I didn't hear the audio.
Yeah,
but I
I
just
heard
saw
that. Or maybe it's just my ear, but I heard Patron, which is tequila, not
Which
cigars.
which really kills me every time somebody says
Yeah,
that.
exactly. So you wanted to ask us a question about this 50-year-old.
So I'm
50th
just.
50th anniversary.
I remember my experience in smoking this cigar. I smoked one time.
Yeah.
It was when I was working over at Renegade Cigar Lounge. Shout out to Brandon Hayes. Anyway, I actually was gifted that cigar by my good friend Richie Simmons.
That's who I got mine from.
So it's so funny, man, because that's so fun. That's an odd coincidence.
It
Yeah.
is, yeah.
What happened was the guys were all getting together on a Sunday afternoon, and they were going to smoke because it was the big promo when that humidor came out, and it was at all the shops a few years ago, and all the shops had them, and they had the promo going. Anyway, everybody was buying one, and I guess Richie had noticed I didn't buy one, and everybody was going to show up on a
Well,
Sunday.
you didn't want to take out a second mortgage to
Well,
buy a cigar, right?
That's true, and this was when they were $100.
Yeah.
They were going for $100 than
Yeah.
a stick. Now, Sundays were my day off at Renegade. That was my thing. I just did not like working Sundays. So Richie, it wasn't that I didn't want to participate, but Richie walks up to me one day and says, "Hey man, hey, we're all getting together Sunday, man, and we're gonna smoke the Padrones. And hey, look, buddy, I want you to be there. And so here, this is for you." And he so graciously bought me a 50th
He is
anniversary.
a
And Richie
very
Simmons,
sweetheart of a guy.
Richie
He's a
Simmons
great guy.
is one top-notch guy, and
Absolutely.
he is just
shout
one
out
of those.
to Richie.
Shout out to Richie Simmons, man. If you know Richie Simmons, then you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
He is a guy that'll give you the shirt off his back.
Yeah.
So anyway, we got it to now. One of the things I noticed about this cigar, it was a strong cigar. It was the only cigar I smoked that day. The construction of it was perfect. Now, I'm not a Padron guy. I don't knock them. I don't go out of my way to smoke them. But they're good cigars. They're good cigars. I recommend them in the humidor from time to time if I know that that's what the customer is looking for. But one of the things I did notice, it burned perfectly. it was a great cigar. The construction of it was wonderful.
Yeah.
It was a wonderful cigar. I smoked no other cigar that day because it was so strong. I went home, and that was it. I was done for the day. So that's my recommendation on it. But what I did with that band was I kept that band, and what I did was I took other Padron bands and I Mod Podged a glass ashtray, and I put that one in the center, and I made an ashtray Mod Podge, and I gave that ashtray to Richie later that year for
Oh, that's
Christmas.
cool.
Oh, that's
So
nice.
yeah, it was kind of my, and Richie was like so moved by it. So yeah, that was a really cool story.
That's
Aw.
awesome.
That's my 50th
That's
anniversary
sweet.
Padron story.
Well, my story, just since it's ironic that it was the same guy that gave us this cigar. My brother passed away in November of 15, and Richie, I was repping at the time, and I was over at Renegade, and Richie found out about my brother, and I said, well, come sit down and talk to me, and he said he couldn't. The next thing I looked up, he was gone. So I was like, anybody seen Richie? What happened to Richie? And Brandon came over and gave me, he said, Richie wanted you to have this.
Aw.
And it was that 50th anniversary. And that's just the kind of guy he is.
Yeah.
He's a really good guy.
Exactly.
And,
Yeah.
so special shout out to him. And but the palates being different, I didn't find that cigar strong. I thought it was just as I find every Padron a very well constructed, well blended cigar. Medium, it's a slightly medium full. I've never had a strong Padron in my life. To me.
Yeah.
But it was tasty, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, oh, man,
it's,
yeah,
it's
tasty.
a great cigar. It really is a great cigar. But that is ironic that it would be the same guy that gave us our cigar. So Faith has had one. Where did you get yours from?
I actually have not smoked it yet
Okay.
because I'm saving it for a special education or a special occasion. Not special education. Whoops.
It's okay, Faith.
But
I know.
you're going to school, so
Yeah.
you know when
And she
hey,
went to
Well-
special ed, right?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, actually, I am. We are learning about that in class right
I
now,
know, I'm just-
which is why I said that. But anyway, I'm saving it for a special occasion because I have heard that this was a very well received cigar. It was a very good cigar, and it's valuable. It was actually gifted to me by Casey Rivera, which is my Ramsey's brother, my boyfriend's brother. Very sweet guy. They're actually the ones that got me into cigars in the first place when I first met Ramsey and his brothers and was hanging out with all of them, and I was really getting into it, and I decided, man, I really love cigars. And Casey, man, he's a very serious enthusiast about cigars. He's got massive humidors.
Yeah, I met him the other
Yeah.
day.
I met him
he
too.
thinks
Very
he's
nice guy.
Very
Yeah.
nice guy, but he also, I was impressed with his cigar knowledge. I
Yeah,
could tell
he
that
is very knowledgeable
He
about
wasn't
cigars.
opposed. He's an actual
Oh
guy
yeah,
that knows what
yeah,
he's talking
he
about.
is, and he's very serious about cigars.
Yeah.
And he knows his stuff. And he told me about this. He's like, yeah, save this. It's this very special one. Save it for a special occasion or when you want to impress somebody.
You saying for the whole show, Jerry? Is that what you're saying?
Okay. Well, we're wrapping up soon. But anyway, yeah, I'm saving it. Haven't had it yet, and I'm happy to hear it's so delicious.
Oh yeah, you have
Looking
to try
forward
it.
to it.
You have to try it. I would say smoke it during the Super Bowl, but that would have been all
No.
I cared about. Yeah.
No,
So-
I don't know what.
Yeah,
you know
don't
what?
waste it on that. Jeez.
I might smoke it when I graduate with my bachelor.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go. So is your bachelor going to be your Ramsey? Your bachelor and Ramsey? Isn't he a bachelor?
Yeah.
Anyway,
God, that
a
was
little house
bad.
cleaning as we're going to wind up this episode. First of all, thank you guys. Our views continue to go up. We
Yeah,
appreciate that.
thank you guys.
That's awesome. And if you will comment on YouTube or on our Facebook page with topics or whatever, we will answer them as best as possible. And we'll work them into the show. And
Yeah.
Faith and I have been chatting all week with a gentleman up in the New York area off of YouTube,
Yeah.
Adam W. So shout out to Adam. Appreciate you listening. Tell your friends, everybody. And we
And-
will...
And I will link the description to the YouTube show, the Facebook page in the description if you want to go check that out. We'll be posting a few things.
Sounds good.
I've got some things going on. You go to my Facebook page, Tony Gomez, Marrero Cigars. I've got some events coming up that I'd like to just have everybody cue in on. So you can go to my Facebook page, Tony Gomez, and check it out.
And we have a huge pipe special going on for the month of February here at Calypso. We have big
Yay.
discounts across the board on our pipes. We've never done a pipe special. We want to try one, see how it goes. So we're at 1002 North Central Expressway in Richardson, Texas. And we'd love to see you. And come by and take advantage of those specials because you can really save some money on those. Anyway, thank you for joining us. And for Big Tony Gomez, for lovely Faith Cox, and for me, Randy Rankin, and the great Jerry Morris. We'll see you next week.
Just smoke it, baby.
Happy Valentine's.
Happy Valentine's.
I was going to wonder if you were going to wish people Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy VD to you.
Happy VD. God. Anyway, so you can tell it's going to be one of those days. This is the Cigar Show, episode 12. We are here at the Calypso Cigar Shop and Lounge in Richardson, Texas, as always. And we got the great Jerry Morris producing. I am the great Randy Rankin. I don't know about that, but anyway, I'm Randy Rankin. And with me to my right, I almost did it again, is the stunningly beautiful Faith Cox.
Hello, guys.
And the stunningly beautiful Tony Gomez.
I try.
You know, I don't know how stunning you are, but it would be stunning if you were beautiful. That would be the shock, right?
I don't know. I've stunned a few people in my day, bro. I'm pretty sure. Man. So.
Anyway, so we wish you all a happy Thanksgiving. We've got kind of a happy...
Hey, you just said Thanksgiving.
what did I say? Thanksgiving?
You said Happy Thanksgiving.
Well, hey, I want people to have a great day no matter what day it is.
Thanksgiving,
Anyway,
Valentine's,
Randy's
whatever
wishing
day.
you Happy Thanksgiving in advance, so we
Yes.
got that out of the way. But
I'm
for
either
today,
really early or really
for
late.
today, I'm thinking he's thinking you should have a
Well,
good
I said it, and I'm
Valentine's
looking at
Day.
Jerry giving me this look, and I'm like, what did I say?
All right.
Oh, well, okay, let's get over it. Anyway.
No, we're gonna let you be
Yeah, I'm
embarrassed
sure
for a
you
few
are
more
going to get
minutes.
kicked in the groin all day today.
Yeah, you are.
But why should today be different?
Jingle bells,
Anyway,
jingle
so we've
bells.
got Jerry Morris producing, Faith Cox, me. We're not reset everything. Okay. Anyway, so we've got a Valentine's Day. Is that the right holiday? Theme set up for you today. Faith came up with this idea. It's about time she came up with a good idea. But anyway, so leading into the Valentine's Day topic that you brought up, we like to talk, because it's going to be cigar related, we like to talk things that aren't necessarily on the cigar page. So I thought, this is Valentine's. If you're with a significant other, you might want to watch a, what?
Hearts.
Oh, he has hearts on his Starbucks cup.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
very,
somebody's in the
very
spirit.
getting into it. So anyway, a lot of men will be forced to watch a chick flick or something with their significant other tonight, or
Yep.
maybe last night, or for all week, depending on how long you celebrate this
Absolutely.
made-up holiday. Anyway, sorry, I'm a guy. I have to call it a made-up holiday at least once, right?
Yeah.
So, anyway, so Faith, you are a chick,
Yes.
and you're very good at it.
Thank
You're
you
very
for
good at being a
noticing.
chick, yeah.
Yeah.
And so, what is your favorite movie that would be deemed a chick flick?
I have to say, wholeheartedly, Moulin Rouge is
Okay.
the ultimate chick flick. It's a love story. It's dramatic. It's musical. It's colorful. There's love and kisses and everything. It's awesome. And I love it.
Boy, your southern accent kicked in. It's love
I know,
and kisses.
it really does. When I get more enthusiastic, you can start.
Then the southern accent comes back real
Yeah.
strong.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I actually like Moulin Rouge too,
Mhm.
as you know. But it does have all the elements of a chick flick. You got the tragedy, the star-crossed lovers, and, the love songs and stuff. So I would think so. Do you like Moulin Rouge?
I like the music from Moulin Rouge a lot. I'm gonna just let you know I have not watched the entire movie,
Okay.
but I love the music from Moulin Rouge.
Yeah.
Anytime I see any of the musical numbers, I mean, it's awesome, and I love the cinematography.
Mm-hmm.
of Moulin
Yeah,
Rouge.
it has an impressive look to it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So-
Okay, so you passed. You
Yay!
did good. Mine's a classic. Although it's hard, I hate saying that something's a classic when it came out in my lifetime. But I like When Harry Met Sally. I think that's just a great chick flick. Have you seen that?
I have
That
not
is a
seen
must
that.
see. You've got to see that movie.
That's
It's
awesome.
Billy Crystal, Meg Ryan. This was the movie that really made Meg Ryan a superstar. The premise being that can a guy and a girl actually be just friends? And it takes you through all the pitfalls. And there's enough guy talk in it and enough girl talk in it that it works for everybody.
It's a good question too.
But they answer it, and it's a good answer. I like the answer that they come up with. But anyway, it's a classic. I love it.
Let me guess. They fall in love in a movie.
You have to watch it.
Oh.
No, I picked a Valentine's Day movie where they got all pissed off and shot each other to death. You're not my friend. Boom. So, what do you think of
I'm
When Harry Met Sally?
When Harry Met Sally is an awesome movie.
Yeah.
I'm a Billy Crystal fan. I've actually seen Billy Crystal in person. Do his wasn't really a stand-up. It was more like a Q&A that he did with. I can't remember her name right now, but anyway, another actress. But
Oh, that girl from that movie.
yeah, that one. Yeah. So anyway, but it to me it's yeah, it's right. It's the perfect balance because him and Bruno Kirby play off of each
Yeah,
other,
yeah.
and then her and Carrie Fisher play off of each other, and it's like it goes between the two.
Yeah.
And you got the guys doing the guy talk but it's really neat because in the way the time goes back and forth, and so it's
Yeah.
really neat. Yeah, I do like When Harry Met Sally.
Okay,
It's
cool.
a great movie.
So far we're all in agreement.
Awesome.
I
I
know
need to
that's not
think
a word,
of
I
more
just made
cheesy
that up.
movie. Honestly,
You need to see that When Harry Met
Harry
Sally.
Met Sally.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll do that for Valentine's. You know.
There you go. Ramsey, your Ramsey would like that too. Anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, so Tony, what's your chick flick?
My chick flick, man. Well, you know, man, I'm a Texas boy, so I'm gonna go ahead. I'm just gonna say it, man. Hope Floats with
Sandra Bullock.
Sandra Bullock and Harry Connick Jr. Because
Yes.
I've always thought that Harry Connick Jr. has just been so unappreciated as an actor, and also unrecognized and unappreciated as a musician because his genre of music just isn't the popular. I mean,
And where did he get popular from? When Harry Met Sally.
That, yeah,
That's right.
and
There
so
you go.
because he does the theme song. It had to be you. He does the
he
remake.
did
of it.
the whole music.
Yeah, and he did the score and all that. So, and he's more of a throwback. He's always been. He did great movies like Memphis Belle, and he can do anything. I think he did the movie Copycat. He can play a psycho. He can play a serious guy, and in this one he plays just a good old guy from Texas, and it really is just a neat movie. It's funny. There is some, of course, there's always the scenes that are sad and everything, and then there's the comeback triumphant, how everything works out in the end. But I really think Hope Floats is a good movie, and the reason I do like it is because there's a lot of Texas music in it. There's a lot of Texas music in it, guys that do kind of like the country music scene around Texas. Reckless Kelly's in it, and there's a few other bands. But yeah, I think when Hope Floats is a good one.
And
So.
I love that. I forgot about that movie, and that is like one of my favorite movies as
I
well.
watched it on an airplane because I had no interest in this movie and was flying from Miami to Dallas, and it's a longer flight. And I happened to be the movie on, and my book sucked that I was reading, so I thought, hell, I'll watch this. And I actually wound up liking it. So yeah, it's a good movie.
Yeah.
All right, so we all kind of agree with all our stuff,
Yeah.
our movie thing.
So Faith,
So-
what was yours was Moulin Rouge, and
Yeah.
Randy, you
When Harry Met Sally.
When Harry Met Sally. So yeah, I think yeah.
So those are some good
Yeah, and-
movies.
yeah.
Y'all
And
don't have anything
these
else
are
to say?
movies that people will remember for years and years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
So if you haven't seen any of those, you should definitely go watch that for Valentine's Day.
Absolutely.
It's awesome.
And now we're going to segue into segment 2. And Faith, why don't you introduce us to your topic? Since this
So
was your
the
idea.
topic that I wanted to talk about today is smoking with loved ones, whether it's family or with your significant other, or on a date, at a date. I don't know if people do that, but I would. So yeah, just what are y'all's experiences with that? Because I've heard mixed opinions about that.
Okay.
Smoking around your family, around your significant other. So, what do y'all think?
Thank you for bringing up such a wonderful topic. Anyway, my ex-wife, which I hate starting any sentence with that, but anyway,
We understand.
that was one of the things that we had in common was her two favorite uncles loved the smell of cigars. So when I decided to get into cigars, she was totally okay with it. And a lot of times we would just sit on the patio. She smoked cigarettes. Well, I say she'd take 2 puffs and throw it away, but she had to have something to do, you
Yeah.
know. So she'd sit outside, and I'd give her puffs on my cigar, but she never could keep from inhaling. She always inhaled. But that was the whole thing. And anytime we had a dinner on a Friday night or a Valentine's Day or something, Christmas, she would always get me a cigar for us to sit outside and do that. So that was one thing. And then I've had a lot of times smoking with my brothers, which is always fun.
Yeah.
That's always cool. Tony?
Well, I've always enjoyed smoking with my best buddy,
Thank you.
my ride or die. I've always enjoyed smoking with Randy. Randy's a good friend of mine. Randy and I get to discuss a lot of stuff, and there's a lot of stuff that Randy and I confer with each other on. But my buddy from my childhood, that's been with me since day one, man. My buddy Roy, he's always been a cigar smoker. He got me into it, and but we smoke at his farm out in East Texas, and it's always a special time. That's a great one. But man, for chumming around and like just I've got a nephew, and his name is John Ross. Everybody calls him John, but I call him John Ross still. And yes, he was named after John Ross from Dallas. He was born during the Dallas craze. So imagine that,
Yeah.
So anyway, his dad and
It was
mom
a
were
TV
Dallas fans.
show.
So anyway, John Ross is kind of a private person. He's not a person that talks a lot. He's kind of, But John Ross has always stayed good with every family member. He's always been like the go-between whenever there's been a family dispute. He's like the family ambassador of silence almost, if you will. But John Ross and I smoke together, man, and it's always a good way for me to get to know a little bit more about him and to find out what's going on with him. And then I let him know what's going on with me, man. So my nephew, John Ross, would be my favorite smoking buddy, man, as far as family members go. And just almost in general, I mean, he's just always a good guy, and he's always wanting to try something new, and he likes to ask me different questions about, what about this and that, and he likes to ask about different shops, and he asks about the shops in detail about how do they keep their humidors. He's always very inquisitive about that. So that's one thing that I'm always impressed with my nephew, John Ross, man. So my good buddy Roy, and my good old nephew, John Ross, man.
Okay.
Awesome.
That's cool. Good topic.
Yeah, thank you.
So is there anyone else other than your Ramsey that you like to smoke with?
So, I actually love smoking with Ramsey's family. They're actually the ones that got me into smoking. When I first met Ramsey and was hanging out with him and met his brothers, all of us bonding and getting to know each other and just spending time with family was always smoking. And those are like my favorite time, because growing up, that was the happy time. My family would just sit around dinner or a fire, because we're very country sometimes.
Well, that's just us here in the South. We like to sit around.
Yeah, I mean like deep in the woods, eating
That
deer
is
that
very
we
country.
killed that day.
Eating dinner that you shot. That
Yeah.
was alive 2 hours
Yeah,
ago.
that kind of country.
Okay.
Yeah. And we just sit around and bond and talk, and doing that with Ramsey's family has always been special to me, and that's actually how I got to know all of them. And that's how I got into cigars. I decided, that smells really good, and I wanted to try it. And I've told this story before, and I hated it at first. And then the second time I tried, I was like, oh, I love this. This is
There you
awesome.
go. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. My, you didn't mention someone that I thought you were going to mention, but also I'll mention him as well. There's nothing more gratifying for a guy with a cigar other than don't let your minds go that direction, but than to just sit outside with your cigar and your dog. That is just cool as crap, and I'm going to consider a dog a loved one.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Because I think that's why dog's a man's best friend, because dogs get guys, they get us. They're like, not that they don't get women, but if a dog knows, hey, Dad just wants to sit here and smoke a cigar, so I'm just gonna lay at his feet. If I see a rabbit or something, I'll go chase it, then I'll just come back and we'll chill. Oh, Dad's talking. What's he talking about? Oh, I have to listen to Dad. I mean, it's just really cool. And
Yeah.
I've had many nights of just smoking with just me and a dog, and that's always fun.
And I will throw out there, some of y'all might not agree with this, but I am a cat person.
I agree with you. You are a cat person.
I have 2 cats, and they love to be outside. I live on the 2nd floor, and so I have a balcony, so I have the pleasure of smoking outside on my balcony in the evenings. That's one of my favorite things, and my cats, without fail, right in my lap, and they love it. So they're a nice companion to smoke with,
So you
too.
hate
Just
dogs.
relax,
So
too.
you hate dogs. That's what you're saying.
No, I don't hate dogs. That's not what I'm saying, Randy. I love dogs. Actually, I was a dog person for many. I still am. It's just I have become.
Caught yourself.
I know. Yeah. Anyway.
You like
cats are
smoking
good.
with your dog?
That is my dog right there. That is Big Boy and me smoking.
Nice.
Aw.
So that is my big old 145-pound old English bulldog, and he is so loyal to us, and he's just part of the family. And I mean, I love him to death. We have another little dog also, and she really runs the house, the little dog. But her name is Panchita. But Big Boy and I sit out there, and he loves sitting with me and smoking. He knows that when I start getting my cigar ready to go outside, because he starts getting ready, man. He wants to go over to the garage door and come out there with me.
Yeah.
And he knows, hey, it's cigar time.
Yeah.
He's going to get walked, and then we're going to come back and we're going to have a cigar, and he digs it, man.
Oh, yeah. They love it.
I mean, I'm just waiting for him to look up at me one day and say, hey, man, put some more Steely Dan on or something like that. You know what I mean? So that would be really cool.
That'd be cool.
That would be
That'd be
crazy.
cool. So, my brothers, well, we're getting ready to wrap up, so I'll tell a story later. But anyway, hope you enjoyed the show today. This was a ridiculously sloppy show. Blame me on that one. We have one more segment. We already went into the second segment. How much time do we have left?
We have 8 minutes.
We have 8 minutes, guys. You
Hey,
get to hear my
woo!
brother's story. You were rolling your fingers. I thought you were wrapping us up. Okay.
For that segment.
Oh. Okay.
All right. Well, more stories. Here we come.
All right. Here we
Okay,
go.
so in 3, 2, no. Anyway, so we got, my brothers. First of all, no one in my family smoked cigars. My mom's sister smoked cigarettes. My mom didn't. She had asthma, so she couldn't smoke. And my dad, even though he was in the Navy and everything, and was the one that actually got me into cigars. That I told you that one cigar story. But so I had no background in it, and so I started smoking first, and then liked it. Got my 2 brothers to where they at least liked it, to where they'd have a couple of 3 or 4 year, But that was always cool. We'd watch a western or something, and go outside, pass the whiskey bottle around, and smoke cigars, and feel like we were men, And
Feel like.
good thing we didn't have a gun, because we'd have been shooting at plants and stuff in the yard, just to be cool.
Yeah.
But so one of my brothers passed away about 3 years ago, and I'll miss that we won't get to do that again, the 3 of us. But that we used to have a lot of fun doing that. That was really cool. As long as the one brother didn't get too drunk, because he could get really annoying when he got really drunk. But it was still.
You got one of those too, huh?
Oh, yeah.
It's all right. Yeah.
Yeah, that brother should never even been allowed to smell alcohol. God, he was bad. But anyway, so it's just moments like that
Yeah.
that make cigars so cool. And that's the pleasure and beauty of a cigar lounge like we have here, and like you can find all over this great state of Texas and this country. And Tony can attest to this. We've got an incredible crowd here at Calypso. We're all friends. We all shoot the shit. We all kick each other on the balls. But we all have fun. And we all know each other's heads, each other's back. And you can find that in a cigar store. And that's, it's like your family away from your family kind of thing. And it really, that's my favorite time of the day is when I'm smoking with you guys up here, and
I think
Jerry and all our other friends. That's the best part of the day.
It's the best
I
part
think
of
that's
Yeah.
I think that's a good point to bring up also, like in this discussion of smoking with loved ones, is just the actual, just the smoking of cigars has helped a lot of people through the years form friendships and bonds, and a lot of times sitting down and having a cigar with somebody, sometimes you hash out serious issues, sometimes you hash out family matters, sometimes you hash out business matters. I mean, there's just things that cigars can bring people together. It's just something about sharing a cigar with somebody and saying, hey man, let me open up your Hereford door, and hey man, try this, and and it's just a way of expressing gratitude to a person. It's a way of expressing endearment to a person that you want to be their friend and you appreciate their friendship. You just don't give cigars to people that you just don't
Right.
appreciate or so.
Right.
When somebody hands you a cigar, they're handing you something that they think is special, and they say, hey man, try that. Like I always like bringing in stuff and giving to the guys, and always like, you can't always, because there is the money part and the accountability of cigars and everything, but I think that has a lot to do with it also, just the actual cigar, sharing that time, because you only do certain things with certain people that you appreciate and regard in certain manners, and so I think that's really a big deal when it comes to cigar smoking.
I agree. And you can really only find that in a lounge.
Yeah, and that is my favorite part of the week. I come here to Calypso at the end of my week. I go on a date, Friday's date night with me and Ramsey, and we come here and just talk with everybody, relax, smoke, or if I need to have a family discussion like you mentioned, that's actually a really good point. Adding cigars can kind of foster that friendship and that bonding moment, and so I love doing that. Whether it's my family, with my dad, or with my brother, or anybody here, all my friends here. These are all my friends here.
For every one of your friends.
Yeah, except for Randy.
I'm nobody's friend.
Aw, come on, Randy. Come on, buddy.
I'm teasing. Anyway, so this might be our sloppiest show yet. Isn't this
Yeah,
great?
probably.
Aren't we proud of it? And I'll take credit for that. I'm the one steering, and I must have been drinking and driving today, driving this ship. But anyway, once again, want to wish you all a happy Thanksgiving. God, I said it again.
Well, I don't know what's going on,
I'm reading Valentine's
Folks, I think
Day, and I said Thanksgiving.
Folks, this is Big Tony of the Cigar
And I have
Show,
not
and
had
I'm just
anything.
going to reach out to everybody today, and I want to wish everybody a happy Valentine's Day, and whether with your significant other or whomever you may be with, if you're flying solo or you're just with friends, we want you to be safe. We want you to have a good day. And like my good buddy Randy says here, hold the dressing on the side,
Yeah.
So.
Anyway, please come by and see us. Thanksgiving, that's twice. Ridiculous. I only called you Faith Hill once.
Yeah.
So that's really bad. Anyway, so we're at 1002 North Central Expressway, Suite 589 in Richardson, Texas, Calypso Cigar Shop. Anyone who comes in, mentions the podcast, will get 5% off. We have a big pipe sale going on, so that's great. And next Friday, the 22nd, here, Jeff Smith of Cornelius and Anthony is going to be here. We have a big cut and light. So come see us for that. We'll have some great specials and on some really good cigars. And we've got some other events coming up that we're going to keep promoting, and we appreciate it. Tony's got something to promote.
Yeah, if you're listening today and you're looking for something to do tonight, I have a Valentine's event going at Buena Brasa Steakhouse in Grapevine over at 121 in Glade Road. It is just come one, come all. You can come by yourself, come with your couples, come everybody. After work, have a drink. We're going to be there from 5 to 9 tonight. It's going to be a great time. Marrero Cigars is going to be in the house, my brand. So it's going to be a good time. You can call over there if you want to make dinner reservations. You don't have to have dinner reservations to partake in the event. We're going to have half-price appetizers, drink specials. It's going to be a good time. So don't like doing pub on this to other lounges, or other shops, but you know, hey, it's
It's a steakhouse.
Valentine's,
It's a
Valentine's
steakhouse.
Day. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Hey, come have a piece of meat. Yo.
Do you have anything to say as we're signing off?
Just have an awesome Happy Valentine's Day, guys.
Absolutely. For Jerry, happy Valentine's Day, Jerry. We will see
Happy
you
Valentine's
guys.
Day, Jerry.
We will see you guys next week. Episode Lucky 13 next week.
Woo!
Hopefully, I'll get my shit together. It'll be better next time.
You heard it here, folks.
Anyway, y'all have a great day. Keep smoking. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Cigar Show. This is episode 13.
Woo! 13.
Lucky 13.
Yeah.
And actually, it hasn't been lucky because it was supposed to be last week and we missed it. But
Yeah, sorry about that,
Tony, our
guys.
girl was sick last week.
Yes, she was, and we were going to go ahead and do the show without Faith because they do the show without me. So I thought, well, hey man, we'll do the show without Faith. But then we remembered Faith does the actual technical part of uploading
Right.
it to the internet, so we couldn't do it without her. So Faith,
man.
you are the necessary part for the show.
You
So
were the glue.
you are the glue that holds this together.
Yeah.
You and Jerry, you make this thing happen. We're just the two
Yeah.
schmucks that show up,
But he's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
schmuck.
Yeah,
No,
he has the key to the shop. I'm just the schmuck that shows up, basically. All this
but he
stuff could
brings
happen
cigars,
without
so
me.
That's good. So anyway,
That's why
welcome
I
to the
never
Cig-
forget the cigars. Let's just remember that. Yeah, so.
So
Because if
anyway,
I didn't bring the cigars, I'm gone. I'm
That's
out of
true.
here.
You
That's
guys
true.
actually bring one of my favorite cigars, so thank you.
Yeah, I like this one too. Black Cesaro.
Thank you, Tony.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, this is the cigar show. We're doing a show, guys. We could
okay, yeah.
address our audience for a change. And I am Randy Rankin. This is the now better,
Yay.
but yet
Much
still
better.
lovely Faith Cox and Beauty Queen. We're going to talk about that here in a minute.
Oh boy.
And not a beauty queen, but beautiful in his own way, the great big Tony Gomez. And that is not what I meant to say. The great big. I meant to say the great, big Tony Gomez. Sorry, buddy.
Dang, bro. I'm working on it, pal.
You'll get there. You'll get there.
They the shots just keep on coming. You folks don't even know how we did in pre-show today. It was just
terrible. Well, it's like 8 degrees outside or
Yeah.
something. It's terrible out there. Anyway, so we welcome you guys to the show today. Our views just keep going up. We thank you so much for that.
Yeah.
And we need more comments so that we can get some ideas for the show and go from there. That would be great. We are at the Calypso Cigar Shop and Lounge here in Richardson, Texas. The great Jerry Morris is producing for us, as always. We had a great event with Cornelius and Anthony this past Friday that went very well. Jeff Smith did a great job.
It was a lot of fun.
It was a good time. Coming up next Friday, March 8th, I'm going to be throwing an event here at Calypso. La Hoja Cigars.
I
Or
wish you
Dominican
well, buddy.
Cigars.
See, this is the dilemma in the cigar industry, guys, because we're both reps, and I'm going to be hosting an event on the other side of town out in Fort Worth. So this
You're
is
not
where,
gonna come, huh?
yeah.
That's too
So I don't get to get here. I don't get to be here because my good buddy here. So I encourage everybody to come see my good buddy Randy, Jockin' Good Cigars for Loja, and I'm going to be out in Fort Worth doing my gig. Yeah, but that's the dilemma, having reps as good buddies and
Yeah.
stuff,
Yeah.
that happens all the time. We don't get to see each other at each other's events sometimes because, that's just
Yeah.
the way it is. It's
And
the hustle,
when
man.
when I was on the road, and I know you did the same thing, I would try to go to other people's events
Yeah.
if they were in town.
Exactly, yeah.
And they would do the same to me. and that was
Exactly.
But anyway, I appreciate it. Good luck to your event. Mine's March 8th from 4:30 to 7 here at Calypso. La Hoja is very big up in the Northeast. We're starting to get a foothold here in Texas, or at least that's my job. Try to get us a foothold here in Texas. Willie Flores is the owner, great guy. I particularly like him because he's from Jersey, grew up in Jersey, and is a huge Dallas Cowboys fan. So that's very cool. He told me his family were all Giants fans, and he didn't want to go with the family, so he went to the Cowboys. So that's very cool. So anyway, La Hoja Cigars, Friday, March 8th, 4:30 to 7 here at Calypso. So
Sounds good.
hope
Alright.
to see you. Hope to see you there.
Yeah.
All
You know,
right.
you're looking so innocent over there, and you're about to get exposed.
I know I am.
Okay. So Faith told us a long time ago. I don't know if you remember this, Tony, that she was humbly bragging that she was a former beauty queen contestant. Remember this? And she actually won Miss
You know,
Polk
it's not
County.
even. I mean,
I remember hearing
I'm
that.
I'm proud of it. That is
As
an
you should be.
accomplishment that I
As you
can
should
claim because I worked my butt off on
Because
it.
believe me, we're not winning any beauty contests. That ain't gonna happen.
It took more work than people think. I know it's a beauty contest. You just stand there and look pretty. There's a lot more than that.
Of course.
But I'm just
Did
gonna.
you twirl a baton? Did you?
No, no. I actually just ASL sign language as my talent. which
Oh,
I wanted.
all right. Oh, I respect the heck out of that, man. Yeah. Okay.
I did. Well, you know how beauty queen contests where everybody dresses in a beautiful dress and gives a very elegant talent performance.
Uh-huh.
I dressed in jeans and a t-shirt, and I did a ASL rock song, a Christian rock song.
Cool.
So, that was fun. I had everybody,
What was the
dancing,
song?
waking up.
What song was it?
Live Like That by Building 429.
Oh, man.
Cool.
The Christian rock that was going when I was a kid
It was Amy Grant,
Striper and
Petra.
yeah, Petra, man.
Yeah, that was who we
was,
listened to.
yeah, that was the stuff back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
But
But
congratulations.
Anyway. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So, as Faith and I do, sometimes we try to give each other shit
Yeah.
and, you know,
Pick at each
kind
other.
of poke the sleeping bear sometimes, you know, like so I told her I wanted proof of this, and, you know, she says, you're not going to find it. And I said, oh, I'll find it. And so yesterday, it popped into my head. I'm like, I'm going to look and find some evidence of this. And there's a YouTube video of you being interviewed after your win.
Yeah, yep. And it's one of my cringiest, most faith moments. If you know me, anything about me, I'm hearing impaired. And
Yeah.
of all days and of all time for me to mishear somebody, it had to be that interview. Just the one interview. The very important one that would stay on the internet forever.
Yeah.
And he's just talking along.
And you're
I'm
like,
like,
what?
I have no idea what this guy's saying. Not a damn clue. And I'm just standing there like, what?
And your southern accent kicked in about halfway through also.
Yep.
I noticed that.
Yep.
When asked about who was your biggest supporter,
Yeah.
you started, oh, she's been like my sister. Sorry, it wasn't that
Oh,
bad.
no, I'm
But
sure
anyway.
it was that bad.
That was pretty funny. So anyway, so is Tony looking it up on YouTube right now?
Oh, yeah.
Probably.
Faith Cox, Miss Polk County.
Yeah, it's not that hard to find.
No, it's not. I thought I was going to have to do some serious research, and there it popped up.
I got it right here. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, you got a green dress on,
Yeah.
and you got a big old thing of flowers here,
Yeah. Big ass.
and it's
crown.
now that's a nice tiara.
I still have it.
Yeah, well,
And you got a
should.
very supportive family, you said.
Yeah.
I know that girl.
Yeah.
Wow, you are like they dolled you up really well.
I did.
So
She did it herself.
Yeah. Thank you. I cleaned up
so
nice,
you're going
right?
so you're going pretty good here.
Yeah. And I clean up pretty good, Tony.
You did.
Yeah. I'm always looking.
Well, I think it
Okay,
goes
well,
okay. Well, anyway, we can
Let's
look
not
at
have a
it
show of
later,
us
yeah.
watching a video. That would be a boring
Yeah, let's
show.
not. We're not the Howard Stern show.
Yeah, we're not.
Crying out loud. So
We're
anyway.
not Tosh .0 or anything like that either.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he's got like 100,000 more viewers than we do.
I think a
second.
few more than
A
that.
second.
Yeah.
But anyway, so
One day.
congratulations,
Miss
Faith. That is
Polk
very
County
cool.
Faith Cox
And
on
thank you for being
YouTube.
a good sport because you knew we were gonna.
Oh, yeah.
tease you.
Mike Roger, go to that, buddy. I know you're looking.
It's pretty funny. I laugh at it. And, you know, my family still to this day will just randomly look at me and go, what? Just to make fun of me. Still, to this day. Just randomly.
That was funny.
Yeah.
You seemed distracted during the interview too.
Do
Was
what?
it just because you couldn't hear? I'm sure you've heard of Elvis.
I've heard of Elvis, and also I have his I mean, I'm not against you listening to whatever music you want to. I still think that Barry Manilow looks like a mouse.
Yeah, she does. She thinks he looks like a mouse.
I mean,
But
I've never
I
heard
don't
him.
like him because he looks like a mouse. I like his music.
I'm sure he sounds great. I've actually never heard Barry Manilow.
He's a
before.
mouse with royalties till the end of the world.
Yeah.
man.
True.
Jeez.
Yeah.
True. That's a mouse face I could be used to.
He's
you know?
crying all the way to the mouse bank. He's through it.
That mouse got a lot of cheese, I'll tell you that.
You've
Yeah.
heard some Manilow songs, you just don't know it.
I guess so. That might be true. I listen to a lot of weird music as well. Music is definitely one of my guilty pleasures. I have wide range of taste all across the board, except country. I don't like country.
Not at all?
I burnt myself out on country in high
Okay.
school.
Well, you lived out in the.
I lived out in the
country.
boonies. I
Yeah.
was Miss Country Girl wearing cowboy boots and everything. Yeah. Yeah, I really like weird music. Like
Okay.
music and bands that nobody's heard of. I'm sure nobody has heard of any of these. And I just find them randomly.
Lady Gaga. I've never heard
No.
of her.
There's a weird band. Well, I think they're weird because they have a very unique sound. It's called Cigarettes After Sex is the name of the band.
Yeah, Apocalypse.
Yeah.
I love that song.
I
Yeah.
love them. They're really good. They're interesting sound. I have another one called Hotels. I know
Okay, I've
nobody's
heard of
heard
it.
of that,
I've heard
but
of it.
yeah, because I sent you the link to it. You
Well,
had no
but
idea.
I
what
didn't
it
say
was.
where I heard from them. I just said I've heard of them.
But yeah, so I get that. You know, everybody has like their weird music that they listen to in private and never talk about.
Yeah. But see, I'll embrace it and I'll talk about
Oh,
it.
I will too.
Yeah, I don't care. You
No.
know, I mean, everyone up here at the store knows that I like Neil Diamond. I don't care. Okay, I'm scared. We're gonna find out Tony's guilty pleasures.
boy,
That
here we
could
go.
be scary.
Well, since we're talking about music, that's my guilty pleasures.
Are you moving
but,
around in your chair? Or
Yes, I'm moving
beads
around
last
right
night?
I guess when it comes to my guilty pleasure of food, I've always been a lover of pizza, man. That's my food thing. You know, anytime I've been on a diet and had success, pizza's been the one temptation that will always get me. So you know that's always been there. But my guilty pleasure on music, because I think we're kind of staying around there.
Well, that tends to be the one that gets brought up.
I think, and like you, the genres of the pretty much the Neil Diamond and the Barry Manilow and the Elton John genre, that was like big in the 70s. And you know, I was a young kid in the 70s, and all that was on the radio. Like, so that got played a lot. You heard that everywhere you went. So, and it was on TV a lot. They made a lot of TV appearances. So that got brought up a lot. You know, back in the 70s, there were a lot of talk shows and variety shows, and so they were always on there. You know, stuff like that. You saw them on TV in those capacities. So that was where we were exposed to that. There wasn't MTV. There wasn't any, apps or anything. We didn't have, cell phones or anything, or cable or anything. So that's how we got
Dark
it.
Ages fade.
Yeah, right. So, but I guess my guilty pleasure here of late, and I'm going to go ahead and admit it, and I know this is going to sound a little, this is going to even go a little R-rated here for a minute. I love listening to the more kind of explicit R&B kind of stuff now, and like Jacquees and like Ro James and Tank and stuff like that. And it's not really the lyrics that really draw me to the music. It's the beat, it's the rhythm, it's the flow. They have good melodies, they have good rhythms, and the lyrics, yes, are explicit, and they do get quite descriptive, and they don't.
Great guy, a good friend of mine. Love the guy to death. I don't think he's all that handsome, but then again,
Hey,
Oh, well.
what can I tell you? I like what I like.
He's a good-looking guy. Anyway,
As
so
you
we're
are,
gonna
Todd.
swap.
As you are.
Thank you. Speaking of good looking, we're going to go right into the show today. We're going to flip it a little bit because of our guest. So we're going to start with cigar talk today. And Todd Vance is here, and not a bad-looking guy himself. I mean, you know, he's not. You're not chopped liver or anything.
I've always said it. Todd could make the switch to weatherman in an instant, baby. I mean, just like that.
I have a funny story about that. I'll share
Not
it later
local.
if we
I
have
mean,
time.
network. I'm
Yeah.
talking ABC, CBS, NBC, CNN over here. You know what I mean? Geez, you know.
More like Weather Channel.
There you go. Your choice, baby.
So let's let Todd introduce himself, give us a little background on himself and on Cornelius and Anthony, and we'll jump right into the show after that.
So my name is Todd Vance, and I am the director of sales for Cornelius and Anthony Cigars. Let's talk a little bit about Cornelius and Anthony, which has been around since 1866. And I'll go back before that. So the oldest cigar company in the world is Toscano out of Italy.
Okay.
They started in 1836.
Okay.
So they got us beat by about 20, what is it? Let's do the math. I was told there'd be no math. But 30 years.
That North Carolina
Yeah,
education, man, it
it's
just
high-end
does wonders,
stuff.
man.
But so we've been around for a long time. We know tobacco, and we've got some really good premium cigars. Most people have had everything from light, medium to full, and some of them using our own proprietary tobacco, which is somewhat different. That we're trying to bring some American tobacco back to the American tobacco scene.
Okay.
So yeah, let's go from there.
Okay. So since 1866, but correct me if I'm wrong, the cigar portion just really started very recently.
Correct,
right?
about 5 years ago.
Okay. Wow, thank you for that elaboration there, Todd.
You ask and answer. You ask a question, you get an answer.
It's early, folks.
It
It's
is
early.
early.
What
We
can
need
we
more
tell
coffee.
you?
Yes, we do. Anyway, so what was your first cigar in your cigar line?
So the first cigar was one that we made at El Titan de Bronze in Miami with Sandy Cobus. It's called the Cornelius,
Okay.
and you know, it's our flagship cigar. You know, it's in the $12 to $15 range, but it's anything you've ever had from El Titan de Bronze is worth it.
Yeah.
They make some stuff, you know, from
They do.
Willie Herrera. Willie Herrera's from there. It's his
Right.
mother-in-law, and some of the warp stuff comes out of there. The La Plena Goldie comes out of there, and a bunch of other stuff. So
Yeah.
really, really good cigars.
Yeah, they were legendary.
They are.
Factory, that's for sure. Absolutely.
And then Eric Espinosa makes seven of the eight lines that we have.
Okay.
So
All right.
Eric makes some wonderfully good stuff.
Yeah.
Is that a word? Wonderfully good.
Yeah.
I'm going to accept it.
One-
I'm going to accept
He
it.
makes some wonderful stuff for
I
us.
used the word wonderfully. the other
Wonderfully
day.
good.
Yes. So yes.
Okay, good deal. Well, if Tony used it, it must be right.
Every word.
That's my philosophy of life.
You get
I call
Bill,
Tony in the middle of the night and say, "Hey, Tony, is this a word?" And he always helps me out. It's great of him to do that. Anyway, if you haven't had Cornelius and Anthony, they're really good cigars. My favorite is the East Sugars. I love that cigar.
That is my favorite cigar.
Now I got to change mine. No, I'm joking. I love that one. I still like the Cornelius. That was the first one you gave me.
You know, so years ago, Randy and I did a show together, and
Yeah.
it was on a different show. But I
You could
described
reference it. It was the Calypso
it
cigar.
was Eclipse, and I described a cigar as
Oh man,
It's-
you stole my thunder. Okay, go ahead.
it smokes like a pound of fudge.
Yes, you did say
All right,
that.
and
Yeah.
it did smoke like a pound of fudge. I like that cigar. However,
I liked the analogy
It
better
was a-
than the cigar.
so the analogy that now and I didn't do this, but I think it was Half Wheel that came up and said that the Cornelius is like smoking s'mores. So I'll take that.
I read that. I
graham
did read
crackers
that, yeah.
and the chocolate, not
Marshmallow.
marshmallow.
Okay.
I'll go with that.
All right,
Oh,
well,
yeah.
good.
That sounds good.
Exactly. Great in the morning.
What's your favorite Cornelius and Anthony Faith?
Big Daddy.
Big
Daddy
Mac.
Mac.
Oh, Daddy,
Daddy
Mac.
Mac.
Daddy
Damn
Mac.
it.
I knew I got it mixed up.
You're
I
close.
was like,
That was
maybe
very
this
good.
is right.
It was close.
Yeah, Daddy Mac.
Tony, what's your favorite?
I'm in agreement with Faith. Mine is the Daddy Mac also.
That is
I
our
like
bestseller.
it. I like
So-
it. It's just, it was one of the first ones that I tried, and to me, it just has the perfect amount of boldness to it. It has a good amount of strength, but it also, what I like about it, it has a good amount of subtlety to it also. But
Which I don't have any of that.
you know, well, I mean, you know, subtlety is not one of my strong
That's the
suits.
media.
Also, so you know, I mean,
You want
know,
call a tactician, right?
Exactly right. Jeez, you know, yeah, you know. So anyway, but to me, it's just always had the consistency, which all Cornelius Anthony cigars do. And what I like about it is Cornelius Anthony cigars have always had a familiar signature to them. There's always been a consistency in the marketplace for them. They have a good price point. They just have there's something about a Cornelius Anthony. Whenever I was in retail, you could take somebody over to them. It was a good cigar that you just knew anywhere down the line. You could recommend anything in their line, and you could know that it was something that you were putting quality into their hand. There was something there for everybody. You could recommend something light, something bold. And that's what I always counted on in a cigar line, and was always comfortable, putting something into somebody's hand when, as a retailer, when you walked over to a cigar line and you were confident putting that into someone's hand. And that's what I always admired about the CA line.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was always cool.
Is this check in the mail?
It's close.
Okay.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey,
Tony, you're never going to get it. He's
Hey,
sending checks
hey,
out here. Checks
hey,
on
you know what I mean? Hey, Jeff's gonna move to Miami eventually, right?
That's right.
You know what I mean?
He's going back home.
I mean,
He's going
hey,
So I do want to reiterate this. And look, I don't care. Obviously, I do care what you smoke, and I hope that you smoke a Cornelius Anthony or Ohana, some Marrero, but
Or Ojai.
Oha, whatever the hell it is. But I do
hey,
hope.
shout out to Holly and Ryan. There you go.
Love those guys, by the way.
Smile, Holly, smile.
I just want people. We were having this conversation earlier before we got in and we were drinking some coffee and trying to figure out the world. But the problem in the business today is that there's too many good cigars, and there's too many people stuck on one cigar. Get out of your comfort zone and try something different today, because you're gonna like it.
Yeah.
And that's all I can say is that I just want people to try different things.
Well, I don't know if you remember this, but several years ago when we had you on the Calypso Cigar Review, which we're still on YouTube, look them up. I've been listening to some shows. We had some really funny.
There's
shows.
a lot less gray hair for for both of us.
And it's a lot bluer show. We were we were a lot.
I work
We
with
worked a little dirtier than that show, but it was still a very informative show. But one of the times we had Todd on, he mentioned something called the Rule of 1400. You remember that rule?
No, sorry, I've got less brain cells.
Well, thank you. We should prepare, I guess.
Yeah, we should.
No, anyway, now Todd's theory was, and maybe it was 1600. It was 1400 or 1600.
Once again, told her to be no
But
math.
anyway, but basically what it was, Todd's theory was, and it's very good and it ties in with what you just said, is that there's 1,600 cigars out there in the market, or 1,600 manufacturers in the marketplace. And if they all make one good cigar, which for the most part they probably all do,
at least one.
that means there's at least 1,600 cigars you need to try out in life. So
If you smoke one cigar, one new one every day, it would take you 5 years to get through 1,600 cigars.
that wasn't bad math for you, Todd.
No, that is bad math because that doesn't add up.
That's about 4.5, but okay. I was trying to give you some credit. Anyway, so our college student didn't say anything.
Yeah.
She just
No,
sat there
It's
like,
a physics major over there.
I've always kind of had the kind of rule about stuff like that, the soda pop thing. And my thing is, if you listen to these old soda pop guys, I don't even want to mention the names because, they don't go to other brands.
Yeah.
The old soda pop corporate guys.
Coca-Cola, Pepsi,
Yeah, exactly.
and RC.
Now,
Buba.
we're not tied to that. We go to other brands and we smoke every other thing. Because we're just not tied to. We try everything.
Yeah.
We're not, and that's the whole thing, man. It's you got to try every flavor out there. You got to try other stuff.
Except for the flavors.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
Oh, come on, man.
well, it's just not my it's just not my thing,
She
and
likes
that's what I
tobacco
always tell
stuff,
people.
yeah, which
Okay,
isn't-
that's
I
right.
know.
That's right.
Smoking
Exactly.
And, and like
Exactly.
I said, about the flavors, it's like it's not my thing. I don't smoke them, but for people who do, hey,
What do we say about fat hookers right now?
yeah.
I don't remember.
They got they got to work
I've
too.
never
You
been
know what I
like
mean?
that.
Hey,
So I always said, they're not my cup of tea, but they're somebody's.
Yeah,
And they charge extra.
hey, they're staying in high heels just the same, baby. So, but my point being is that you have to keep on. There is an evolution to this business, and there is an evolution to cigar reps and to cigar manufacturers, and to always try things, to always try different blends and this and that. One of the best blenders I've ever met in my life is Noel Rojas, and
Love Noel
he
sticks.
tries everything. And Noel, he's open to everything, and he'll tell you this and that, and he'll tell you, oh, this guy, he knows this, he knows that. Joe Madero, the same thing. He's complimentary of this guy, complimentary of that guy. He'll consult with this person, consult with that. He's not just hung up on, well, I know this, I know that. If you're closed-minded to stuff like that, or closed-minded in ways like that, you're never going to learn, man.
Correct.
You're never going to evolve
That's right.
in this business, man.
Get out of your mindset.
And it's the same thing for a rep. You're never going to learn, and you're and as a smoker and as a so-called connoisseur of cigars, you got to step out of that mindset, like you say, brother. Yeah, I believe the same way. There you go.
Let's work Faith into the show so she doesn't have to just sit there and look better than the rest of us. But we just mentioned Faith smokes tobacco especial a lot, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But when I met Faith in the humidor, I'm telling the story for Todd. People have heard this. She was willing to try something new, and I put a Connecticut in her hand, and she loved it, and that's what she smoked there for a while. And I've known Faith now for almost a year, and I've seen her
Progress?
continue- to progress. She's not just a chick who smokes flavored cigars. She's actually very.
As well as I'm gonna toot my own horn here for a second. I've smoked enough cigars that I'm starting to be able to tell the difference, and I can tell the difference between a good cigar and a bad one. I can tell the difference between all the different hints like chocolate or nutty or just different flavor profiles. And so it's been a lot of fun, and that's one of the best advice I've ever heard is to try different stuff, because there is a good lot of good cigars.
At the end of the day, it's just a cigar.
Yeah.
You know,
Exactly.
You can go get another one.
There you go.
Right.
Exactly.
Sure.
To Faith's credit, man, whenever I offer cigars at the end of the show or whatever,
Yep.
and I'll offer Faith a cigar, Faith many times has said, "Give me the dark cigar,"
Yep.
because Faith's stepping up in her
Absolutely.
taste profile, man, in her flavor profile, man. So, shoot, props to girlfriend.
Thank you.
Shoot, man, you're hanging right in there, girlfriend. Shoot,
Thank
you. Yeah.
So, yeah.
So anyway, we haven't ever positioned ourselves as a show of shoving information down your throat, but there is some stuff going on in the news that you guys are probably aware of with the FDA and some of the limitations they're trying to put on this business that is going to harm this hobby that we all love. So I know, Todd, you're pretty tied into what's going on. So what is your feeling on the new update? Because about what just happened, we got a little more time now.
We do. They postponed the August date, I believe it was, where we had to have our cigars tested. And I got a story about that. So
Okay.
we went to the show, the TPE show in Vegas, the Tobacco Plus Expo that's put on by Phillips and King. And it's a kind of a tobacco, cannabis, a whole lot of cannabis. I did not partake, but anyway, I did
Your
meet.
birthday, Todd? Never mind.
Yeah. I did find a friend of mine had two friends there, and these two friends work for a lab that the FDA has contracted to do the testing of cigars with.
Oh, okay.
So I said, I want to pick your brain and take you to dinner one night. So I did, and we took them to dinner, had some good, expensive cheeseburgers in Vegas, as everything's expensive in Vegas.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, no more 99-cent steak and eggs.
no,
buffet.
they're gone. Those days are gone. But they were telling me that there's 20 analytics that the FDA is testing for. It's the same as cigarettes, nicotine strength, and all of the other things that come with that. And the test price, just for them, they charge the FDA $18,000 per SKU. Now I don't know if that's going to, if the FDA is going to slap another, hey, here's our percentage on top of that, but that's what it was. So $18,000 at least per SKU. Figure that out.
That's a lot of
That's
money.
a lot of money,
Yeah.
and that will drive
Just
some people.
ballpark, how many SKUs do you guys have?
We have, I've got 32 SKUs.
So times
I was-
18,000, that's $500,000.
Yeah, and there's a lot more than us. I mean, think about that. Think about someone.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, think about
Rocky
General that's got
Hill, Rocky.
86. Yeah, Rocky.
Yeah, Drew Estate.
Correct.
Street,
So suddenly it's a huge chunk of change.
Yeah.
And now with the departure of Scott Gottlieb, who was the FDA commissioner, I think that's what they call him,
Yeah, something like that.
and he was kind of pro cigar.
Yeah.
And now we've got a new guy that is now, he's a cancer researcher, and I think part of his spiel was he was a lung cancer guy. So I don't know how that's going to play out, but we need some help. Donald Trump, if you're watching, today would be a good day.
Yeah.
Say something.
Yeah.
If you see something, say something, right?
I talked to him last night. He said he was going to be busy today, but he tried to catch
Yeah.
us this weekend.
We can certainly use his help.
I mean, if I may talk, and I don't know, you may know or you may not know, what do you think Marco Rubio is can contribute to?
I don't know that one person can change anything other than a president.
Yeah.
I know that Marco Rubio has said many times, and look, he's got a lot of Cubans that live in Miami that are going to be without a job.
Yeah.
This is their family's business,
Yeah.
and those people are going to be. And by the way, if you saw another article that came out not long ago, once again, I think we'll give Cap Will the credit for this, that the FDA and the Office of Management and Budget came out and said that this was going to cost in the U.S. at least 36,000 jobs.
Yeah.
So that doesn't let you know if it happens, and to the extent that it's going to happen. You think you have immigration problems now. Wait till you close down half the shops in Nicaragua, Honduras, and Guatemala, Costa Rica. They're going to be banging on the door every day.
Yeah.
So we need help.
So contact your representatives and just do what you can. Find out who's
Find out if they've signed the bill that
that would
the House
that
resolution
give us
bill.
the exemption.
There are many efforts out there. If you look, I mean, there's cigar rights for America's,
CRA.
Yeah, CRA. I mean, join that. I mean, everybody out there. I'm a member of it. I mean, I'm sure everybody here is. There's just a lot of things out there that we need to do as responsible cigar smokers. There's petitions out there in most of the shops that need to be signed. This is really important, man, because our activity, our hobby, whatever you want to call it, our endeavor that we do, for a lot of guys, our means of income, it's under attack right now. And it basically boils down to not only like something that we enjoy and not something that we earn our living from, but it's one of our civil liberties, man.
Absolutely.
It's
life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness.
Exactly, man. Exactly. It's under attack right now.
We ought to change the way we approach this, and we ought to become a religion.
Yeah.
Have a
Yeah.
church of the
Yeah.
cigar, and then that way we're tax exempt in the first place.
Exactly.
So we'll all start a religion, and we'll be if the Jedi can do it, surely God we can do it.
Exactly.
God, you know that.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Let's do it, Todd.
All right,
do it,
starting a
let's do
church.
it. Yeah.
We're taking donations, by the way.
Pass the plate,
Pass the
baby.
plate.
You can't fire me this time.
Pass the ashtray. There you go. So yeah.
Oh,
So anyway, I had a couple of questions for Todd, man. I just wanted to know, Todd, being from the North Carolina area, I've heard over the years.
You mean you're calling me a hillbilly, right?
No.
Because I am. I'm a hillbilly.
Hey, I'm right
You
there
am
with
one.
you, man.
I am
love-
a hillbilly.
I love bluegrass music, and I'm
As
a
do I.
Flat and Scruggs guy, and I'm a let's see, I love Ricky Skaggs and Kentucky Thunder, and
The
so
McCurd brothers.
so we'll sit there and we'll listen to some music one night,
Love
man.
it.
So anyway, but
We'll do something
what
else.
over the years, man, I have heard that the North Carolina region has often been resistant to cigars and resistant to cigar lounges, and because of it making money in the cigarette trade so much. What has been some of the experiences that you've had, and what has been like the experience over like the past maybe decade or maybe decade and a half or so that you've noticed through that?
Well, look, they named a cigarette after a city in North Carolina, Winston-Salem.
Yeah.
There was a cigarette called Raleigh, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty big business down there. But
I know someone from Winston.
I bet. And it's like someone that drinks bourbon and someone that drinks rum. They don't mix, right?
Yeah.
And there are cigar smokers and there are cigarette smokers.
Right.
And generally the demographics are very different.
Yeah.
And that one person that's stuck on that cigarette, he's not going to change. And mostly it's price point. They will smoke a cigarette that they can afford. Oh, sorry, they can afford every day. But a friend of mine, and I will mention his name, Craig Cunningham with Esteban Carreras, told me a great story one time. He
Thank
says,
you for not mentioning his name,
I-
because we don't
exactly.
do that on this show.
But Craig told me years ago, he said, I'm kind of jealous of cigarette smokers. I said, why? He goes, have you ever really wanted something so bad you could taste it? and then get it 20 times a day. So that's what cigarette smokers get.
Yeah.
So, you know, I've never had a cigarette, don't know, but I know that people enjoy them.
Yeah.
But, you know, and I'm not going to say that this is a safer alternative, but it's somewhat safer, you know.
It is.
It's
Well, even the FDA, who's
Correct.
trying to kill us, keep in that report last year that said 2 cigars a day, they found no.
So
medicinal
that
effects.
also brings, so I think it was 4 years ago, the FDA said, they commissioned a report that said they wanted to know 3 things. Do cigarette smokers live, you know, do they live less long than the average person that doesn't smoke? What's the correlation of cancer between someone that smokes and doesn't smoke? And do kids smoke? Well, they did this study. Took them 4 years to figure it out. Kids don't smoke cigars. Too damn expensive. The average person the average cigar smoker lives 2 years longer than someone that doesn't smoke. So, why? Because they take the time every day to decompress and de-stress. Thirdly, the incidence of cancer, if you smoke 2 cigars a day, was the same as someone who did not smoke. So the 3 reasons that they're trying to regulate us, there's no reason to regulate.
Right.
There really isn't.
So it's a cash grab. That's what this is about, cash.
Right.
And they see us as an easy market, an easy target.
Well, Faith, you're in the younger demographic.
Yeah.
See, I was nice. I didn't call you a millennial.
Thank you.
You're welcome. But, I mean, you don't know that many cigar smokers probably, do you? I mean, you know, in your school or anything?
No, not at all. So any friends that I have ever made that does smoke cigars, we're in cigar lounges. These people here are my very close friends. And like you were saying, that people who smoke live 2 years on average. There's a lot that can go into that,
Right.
as well as not just decompressing and de-stressing. It's also the social aspect. You know, having friends, having connection. There is a lot of research in psychology and lifespan about Tony falling asleep over there.
No,
That the more
I'm with
social social life that you have, the more connections that you have in your life, the longer you will live and the happier that you will be, and the better you will age. They've
That's
done
a
a lot of
point that
research
it's
on it.
never. Have you ever heard that brought up? The social aspect
Yeah,
of it.
I
I haven't
have.
heard. I mean, no, but in the way she's presenting
I
it,
mean,
that's very.
the stronger friendship connections you have,
Yeah, I
the longer
never
you'll
thought
live, the
about
happier
that.
you'll be.
That's very.
And this is a wonderful culture of friendship and socializing and just relaxing with each other. So I support it and I love cigar smoking. Yes, I'm a younger crowd, but I don't eat breakfast just so I can smoke during the week.
much to Faith's point, man. The big festival that was this weekend at the UG, all day Monday and Tuesday, there were people trading back and forth comments of how it was so nice to see so and so nice to see you, so nice to see you again. Hey man, it was great to meet you. It was great to meet you. Let's get together again. Let's, you know. So yes, I truly believe that. There were so many people that said, "Hey man, I went there all by myself. I flew in
And found
from
friends.
and found friends." One guy flew in from Alaska,
Yeah.
all by himself, and said he had the best time of his life. He
Good.
said, "Man, I'm going to go back home and save my pennies for next year."
And that's what this is about. It's
There
about
you
making
go.
friends. It's a social club.
There you
You
go.
know, you probably won't remember this because it happened before yesterday.
Probably so.
But the cigar fest, the first cigar fest I went to with AJ
In Texas.
in
No, no,
Houston.
no, no,
Houston, yeah.
The great-
yeah.
What the hell was that?
I don't know.
Who? The Sirius back in the day.
Yeah.
the Texas
But,
Cigar
yeah.
Fest, yeah, Texas Cigar Fest.
A friend of mine from high school that I hadn't talked to in forever. I mean, we were
You got
Facebook
friends?
Well, I said I'd talked to him in forever. I thought I had 2. I guess now I only got 1.
You have
Hey,
many.
your mom don't count. All right?
Well, she's even gone, so that doesn't even help. So thanks for bringing that up, Tony.
Sorry, buddy. Sorry, buddy.
But anyway, no, there's this guy on Facebook. I mean, we were Facebook friends, but I hadn't even communicated with him on Facebook. And I guess somehow maybe I posted that I was now working for AJ. And he contacted me. And he said, "Does that mean you'll be at Texas Cigar Fest?" And I said, "Yeah." And he, remember this guy came up to our booth.
I do.
And it was just a friend that I hadn't talked to in 20 years or 10 years. I'm sorry, 4 years, because I'm not that old. So it's only 4 years. And anyway, so we reconnected, and then like a week later, when I was back in Dallas, we went out to Peacock's place.
Good.
Not the Eagles one, Weatherford. Was it Weatherford?
Keller.
Keller. Yeah. I always get Keller and Weatherford mixed up.
Yeah, that's-
Anyway,
that's
so
the difference.
but yeah, but it goes back to that social thing. You know, this guy, we hadn't had anything in common in years, and then boom, all of a sudden now we're reconnected. You know, so it was just very. It's such a close knit society. It really is.
All we want to be is to come smoke in our little cigar rooms and be left alone.
Yeah.
And people want to regulate that.
I get hit up all the time from people from high school
Yeah.
that see I'm in the cigar business.
Yeah.
So
'Cause
yeah,
they want free stuff, don't they?
some of the times yes, and then some of the times
Yeah.
My a good buddy of mine from high school is the campaign manager for Beto O'Rourke. So
Oh, okay. Cool.
yeah, how about that? So,
That's cool.
Yeah,
I
so we
guess.
could be sending cigars to the Oval Office one day. You never know.
Well,
How about that?
Okay. All right.
How about
How
that?
much time we
How
got
about
left,
that,
Jerry?
Randy? How about that?
How much time we got left? Jerry? I can't see.
We're over, buddy. We're at 28:33.
20 minutes. Okay, so we'll wrap it up. Anyway, so
I'm not done talking.
it's not a 10-hour show
Damn it.
time. But anyway, hopefully you guys learned something. Contact your Congress people and let them know that they need to sign that exemption bill. That
That's right.
will keep cigars.
And try a new cigar today. I don't care if it's Cornelius Anthony
There
or
you go.
anybody, but try a new cigar. Try something that's out of your wheelhouse. Give it a
Get
shot.
out of that comfort zone.
Absolutely. So anyway, Todd, thank you so much.
Enjoyed it, guys. A pleasure.
It was fun.
Enjoyed it.
So much
Faith,
fun.
thank you so much. A pleasure.
We'll have you back someday. Maybe.
Maybe never, maybe not.
He's got a cigar rep out there that I don't know. He's some guy named Jeff Smith or I don't know something. It's supposed to be crab. It's a joke between me and Jeff.
So anyway, thank you guys for joining us, and hopefully you learned some stuff today. And we will see you next week for episode 16 for the not great big Tony Gomez, the big Tony Gomez, who
Whatever,
happens to
buddy.
be great. The great, legendary Todd Vance, very good friend of mine. The gorgeous Faith Cox, another great friend of mine. For our excellent producer, Jerry Morris, I'm Randy Rankin. This is The Cigar Show. We'll see you next week.
Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
Okay.
It's getting better.
It's getting better, all right. And behind the camera is the great Jerry Morris. Thank you, Jerry, as always. And we've got a fun show today. I hope. I hope. If Faith could quit dropping lighters, we'll be in good shape.
Yeah, I dropped the lighter like twice this morning, going on 3.
Absolutely. Well, thank you guys. Hopefully you enjoyed last week's episode with our dear friend Todd Vance. That was very nice of him to come join us, and we had a lot of fun talking with Todd.
Really enjoyed having Todd on the show.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
He was our most popular guest on that other show I used to host, which we're still out there, Calypso Cigar Review, and we got 9 new likes on our Facebook page, and we haven't done a show in 3 years. This week we got 9 new likes, so it's kind of weird. But anyway, but being warned, it's a lot bluer, a lot dirtier. So, but it's funny.
But more funny.
It's more funny. Definitely more funny. Anyway, so tomorrow night is March 22nd, and from 4:30 to 7, we're going to have Gordon Will of Rocky Patel here. We'll have a Rocky Patel event going on tomorrow, and looking forward to that. It's the first Rocky event at this store in over 3 years, so that'll be cool. Faith's going to be here, going to be helping out. I'm going to be here. Tony's going to be helping as well. It's going to be a team effort, guys. Jerry will be here smoking cigars, I'm sure.
Do I get paid for this?
Yeah, you get the exact same amount as you get for the show.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Why break precedent?
Hell, we'll add 10%. 10% on top of nothing. There you go. How's that work?
Me and Antonio Brown breaking
Yeah.
in the big bucks, buddy.
Hey, we're like on the cast of Friends where they all had to make the same amount. All 3 of us make the same amount.
That's
for the
right.
show.
That's right. There's no superstars here, man.
That's right.
You know.
That's right.
Well, Faith, you know.
Well, Faith.
Because of the was it Pork Chop County? Was
Nope,
it?
Pork
was
Chop County.
Pork Chop County. There you go.
Pork County, but I like Pork Chop County. I'm gonna go with that one.
I like pork chops. I haven't had them in a while. Anyway.
No, now I'm hungry.
I know. Thanks, Tony.
Let's go to Cracker Barrel after this.
Let's
yeah.
go. Don't tempt me.
All right,
Don't
so-
tempt me. Anyway, so what were you going to say about our views and stuff? Because we're still going well.
Yeah, we're still
Slowed
going
down a
well.
tad,
And,
but-
I posted them on Facebook. That's where we get a lot of our views. So thank you to our Facebook viewers. Like and subscribe. We do come out just about every Thursday. and I do let y'all know if we don't ahead of time. But yeah, and leave a comment because I do go and comment back, and I will talk with y'all about anything y'all are questioning and talking about, and we will definitely give shout outs on the show.
And if you want me to comment, it's $5, and I'm happy to do it. You can PayPal it to me, or I'm cheaper than Tony. Tony charges 10.
Oh,
Jeez.
Right?
I,
Is it
I,
10?
I hope I got it banked in somewhere. 'Cause, yeah, jeez.
Anyway, so we have an interesting topic today that Tony brought up. But before we get to the topic, Faith has a funny singing story she wants to share, and I've got one as well, and hopefully Tony will sing for us.
you know, I debated on sharing this with you guys, but I thought y'all might think it's funny. I still don't. I'm still very embarrassed. Okay, it's a little funny, I have to say. And so me and my boyfriend Ramsey went to Walmart, and went to Central Market, and we're going home. And it's beautiful sunshine, the windows are down, and the lady, to give where we got this story, the lady at the store said, "You sound like you have an accent." And I said, "Nope, born and raised in East Texas, country as ever." Although I will claim that I'm not country at all, but I am.
All we have to do is hear you talk.
Yes, I know. You can't hide it. You really can't. So, in the car, me and Ramsey start annoying each other with overly dumb country East Texas slang and accents. And then I thought I'd be funny because we both hate country music. I hate country music. And so I decided to be funny and play the most cringy, most country, embarrassing, just stupid country song. Big Green Tractor. Everybody knows that one.
Yes, that is a bad song. I'm fist bumping you. You're right. That's a horrible song.
Yeah, bad song. But I think I'm funny. The windows are down. I'm howling. I sing like a dying cat. A dying, just screeching animal. Like, I don't sound good.
Boy, man. I know, right?
Wow, I'm so
God,
sorry.
man.
What a horrible
said that.
analogy.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
And I lost my cat this week. You know, we lost our cat this week. You know, poor little Addie cat. You know, met with his demise down the road from our house. So, anyway, Faith, continue with your story. Faith, go right ahead. But you know,
I'm really sorry, Tony.
He forgot.
I know. Anyway, I sound.
That was my fault. I'm the one that called attention.
Yeah, so
Tony,
thank
sorry.
you, Tony. So, I'm just howling away, singing horribly at this big green tractor, and Ramsey thinks it's funny to not tell me that the truck right next to us, with like 4 people in it, have their windows down, listening to me, howling at the top of my lungs in the worst possible voice ever. And I look drunk. Like, I'm being like over the top with it. And I swear they probably thought I was drunk off my ass. But I look over and there's all 4 of them looking at me, laughing their ass off at me, singing Big Dream Tractor.
Nice. Did they applaud or anything?
No, they just
Flip you off?
they just started laughing at me, you know.
just basically, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's really into it, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's
You know,
so
they're
bad.
going to be thinking of you as a country girl
I
now.
know.
'cause of
I
the-
know. I've ruined my reputation
Yeah.
with those 4 people.
You have.
Did they say, "Oh my gosh, was that Miss Polk County?" Just did they recognize you? Did they?
I don't know. I think one of them might have.
Yeah.
Look at there. There's Miss Polk County there.
Because your YouTube thing's gone up by like 20-something views now.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
20. Wow.
Oh, man.
Thanks,
So
guys.
there we go. Becoming quite the star.
Well, you heard it here
It's an
first,
honor that we
folks.
get to work with her.
Yeah,
isn't
I
it?
know,
mean,
right?
It's so incredible. I have a funny singing story as well. Pretty embarrassing.
Hopefully it's better than mine.
It's more embarrassing actually.
Nothing more embarrassing than being caught singing horribly.
Well, wait until you hear the story.
Okay.
So, I'm at a party with my ex-wife at the time, and it's a big. This guy had this big, beautiful house with pool and live band. It's just a gorgeous party, gorgeous house. Everything was cool, and open bar and everything. Which me and the words "open bar" get along really well back then in those days. And they had a band, and the band played good, but I didn't think the singer was all that great. And at the time, I could sing really well, and at the time, I'd had a few drinks. So not apparently, I remember doing it, going around telling everybody, like, that band's good, but that singer sucks. And I kept telling everybody this. Well, the singer caught wind of it and says, apparently there's somebody out in the audience who thinks he can sing better than me. Let's get him up here. So I get called up there. Now, I'm cocky. I can out-sing this guy. This is no big deal. I'm like, okay. So I get up there and he goes, what do you want to sing? And I went, huh? Oh, shit, I don't know. I couldn't think of a song. So I go, Sweet Home Alabama. I don't even know why. That was the first song that popped into my head. So, okay, so they play it. Nailed the first verse. Sounded good. Getting cocky. Forgot the words. Could not remember any more of the song. I had people screaming the lyrics to me so I could remember, and I'm like, could not remember, couldn't figure it out or anything. So I had to, when it was over, turn around to the band and say, I'm sorry. Walked off. But that's that whole thing. Anytime I act cocky, karma kicks me in the nuts.
Aww.
It does. She's witnessed it. Jerry's
Every
witnessed
time.
it. Yeah.
Every time. It's amazing.
Yeah. So that's
I mean,
why
it's not amazing for you, but it's amazing to watch.
it is amazing to watch. It's crazy. Tony, you have anything embarrassing singing wise?
Yeah, I do, man. Usually, I do okay at karaoke if I can sing the right song, and it's
Yeah.
got to be like an old bar room song, like like Joe Cocker or something like that. A scraggly voice. Some John Cougar Mellencamp or something like that. So anyway, well, I'm really intoxicated one night over in the Lakewood area. And I don't know why, man, but I just chose a dark Limp Bizkit song that nobody was really on board with. And it was the night before the Cotton Bowl. And I said, and I think it was the night Auburn played, or the year Auburn played. We got any Auburn fans in the crowd? I said, and they're like, ah. And I was like, hey, you're going to frickin' lose tomorrow. And I just really disenchanted the whole crowd, and man, just went into this dark song, and I mean, basically halfway through this song, I'm just like, I do not have the support of this crowd, and they were
you lost it right after that.
Totally, and so really that was one of the worst singing.
Yeah.
Wow. Just like pissed off the crowd,
Uh-huh.
horrible song, drunk, didn't know what I was doing, just really bad. Just ultimately, just like, why did I even
That
get
had
up there?
failure
Like,
written all over it.
And I mean, handed the guy the mic and told my friend, I did not even sit down. I went straight to the door, bro. I looked at my buddy and I said, man, we are out of here, bro. Like, I didn't even want to face, so that was, and that's part of the reason why Big Tony doesn't drink anymore. So,
That's a good reason.
and that's why we have a coffee story to tell.
That's right.
That's why we don't pair, whiskey and scotch.
Right.
So,
Yeah. So see, Faith, you're not the only one who has embarrassed themselves.
Yes.
Singing.
Yes, so very much, yes. Not only did I have, I would have rather had people laughing at me
Yeah.
than people wanting to probably take me apart in the parking
Yeah.
lot. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
football fans the night before the Cotton Bowl, you do not want to upset them.
Right.
You know?
Exactly. All right. Well, so Tony just alluded to it. So, we've talked about pairings before on the show, pairings with cigars. And one thing that people really do like to pair with cigars is coffee.
You see
So,
me every Thursday with my coffee and cigar.
And I've got coffee. Tony's got coffee.
Everybody.
We're good.
That's
So, Tony wanted to talk about just favorite styles of coffee and what we like, and what is your coffee ritual and that sort of thing. So, you've alluded to the fact before that your guilty pleasure is the caramel
Really
macchiato.
good. Caramel macchiato, yes. Yeah, I never get, well, I do sometimes get something else at Starbucks, but my go-to is always going to be caramel macchiato.
But
So, anyway, Tony, you want to kick it off and talk a little bit about
Yeah,
coffee?
one of the things, when we all, and what I want to kind of have just a segment on, a quick segment, we don't really have to spend a lot of time on it, but when I have extra time my favorite type of coffee is making my own espresso with a Bialetti and some Cafe Bustelo, and making my own paste with some brown sugar. But the process is getting like an old restaurant style creamer, putting a bit of sugar in it and a couple of droplets of coffee, and you stir it up with a spoon, and you make the paste, and you basically you make your own froth. And this is done like Noel Rojas taught me how to do this. And this isn't my recipe. It's not anything that I taught myself or anything. Noel Rojas taught me how to make it, and the reason it's done like this is because this is like stripped down style. And this is done this way because the guys out that work in basically the fields can basically do this with a percolator and a fire, a flame, out when they're out in the field without electricity or anything. They make them a little fire going there, and they do it old school style. And it's really neat, man. It's, it's like what all the fancy coffee houses and everything do. And you kind of make your own froth and everything in the little espresso cups. Really neat. But when I have time and has a lot of sugar, I will say that, so I don't drink it all the time. It's kind of like a guilty pleasure of mine. But that's kind of like my go-to, whenever I want to enjoy a Sunday morning. Like I said, a guilty pleasure, it's like what I like, but the Bialetti with Cafe Bustelo, that's my little favorite. And, and I have the big fancy espresso maker from, I can't even remember the name of it, but it's the big one with the, and I prefer doing the one that I make by hand, myself, but, it's just the way, it depends on, whatever I'm in the mood for. And I do the French press, and I do all that other stuff, too, but I'm a coffee head, so, but that's my favorite. That's one of the ones that I'll talk about over time.
Yeah.
So.
Unfortunately, I don't have an espresso machine or a French press or any of those things. So when I get nice coffee, I get stuff at like restaurants or Starbucks. Sorry to go to Starbucks.
Yeah.
I know they're overpriced. I think they're overpriced.
Yeah.
But their coffee is really good. And if anything, I will buy their coffee beans and just make it last a long time. That actually is worth the money. But my guilty pleasure is gonna be the espresso with sweet cream. I love espresso. Any kind of coffee with espresso in it. So
A
that's
French
my thing.
press would be like your best way to start because it's the easiest. It's
Okay.
because you get your beans ground up French press style, but it's the maintenance for it's the one you don't need, like you just boil water. It's basically it. And I'll bring one up next week, and I'll teach you how to do it.
Awesome.
And we'll,
That would be awesome.
yeah,
The
yeah,
next-
and we can do some coffee experimenting.
Ooh.
So what do you got for us there, big guy?
Oh, I get to talk now?
Mm.
Sorry.
Boy,
Okay,
so
just be
jealous,
That's just
so
be funny.
jealous.
Jealous.
No, it's
He's
just
being
that's the way I
funny.
like to do. I like to be self-deprecating
It works.
because because everyone else deprecates on me, which is better than defecating on me. But,
Oh, man,
Sorry.
it never ends. It never ends with this guy. The
I'll
nicest
say-
guy,
I'll say
the
it-
nicest guy you'd ever meet, and he's just so,
I like to
Deprecate on
anything.
yourself.
Yeah, deprecate
Yeah.
with the P.
Please.
No, I'm willing to do anything for a joke. I don't care. So even if I'm the butt of the joke, I don't mind doing it. Okay, my family, when I grew up, my family was the least gourmet people on the planet. They didn't do anything. Everything was basic. I mean, I do remember the old percolator where you plugged it in the wall.
Yeah,
the pot
exactly,
thing,
yes,
you just saw
yeah.
the bubbles popping through
Yeah.
the lid of the thing. And just being fascinated by that. Remember, it had that long stem with the basket.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Very weird. But being raised Baptist in the South here, I wasn't even allowed to drink coffee till I was like 12 or 13, and even then it was like half coffee, half milk, and
Yeah, I did that. I did
18,000
that too.
sugars in it.
When you grow up in the South.
All right, so that was my exposure to coffee. So I didn't know anything about beans or anything. I thought coffee just came ground. I just thought that was what coffee was. I didn't know any better.
Mhm.
And as I grew older, I liked it better, but still not enough to learn anything about it. And one day, Matt, the former owner of the store, who passed away, he and I were talking coffee, and because I would just buy Folgers or Maxwell House or whatever, I didn't care. Whatever was on sale, I would buy it and make it at the store. And I'd always ask Matt if he wanted a cup, and he always turned me down. So one day I said, "Why do you always turn me down when I make coffee? I know you drink coffee." And he said, "Because you just buy store-bought coffee." And I said, "Well, where else are you supposed to get it?" I didn't know. And he said, he goes, "You buy ground coffee?" And I'm like, "Yeah." He said, "No, you should buy beans." And I'm like, "Yeah, but how do you get it ground?" He goes, "Well, you get a grinder." I'm like, "Well, so now I have to have a grinder and coffee?" I mean, I just want to throw it in the basket, pour some water in there, and be done with it. You know, that's. So he goes, "No, it tastes better." Well, I didn't buy it. So one night I was house sitting for them when they were going to go out of town, so I stayed the night before. And I'm there, and Matt showed me how to grind beans and everything, and I took a sip of the coffee, and I was like, "Oh, there's a difference."
Yeah.
So that's kind of, so I've got better after that. And my favorite thing to do when I do have access to a grinder is I like to go to La Madeleine and get their American coffee beans and make coffee that way. 'Cause
Yeah.
I like that coffee a lot. That or Seattle's best. I like the bugs. But that's my thing with coffee.
You know, one thing I've also heard, and I picked up this tidbit yesterday. I was at a shop in Oklahoma talking coffee with the guys at CT's. They
Laramie.
had Laramie, yes, Laramie.
Did you say hi to Laramie for me? I told you to.
Well, I did not.
Okay,
But,
well, hi, Laramie.
hey, Laramie. Laramie's got some good coffee up there called New Mexico coffee.
Yeah, I've had some of it.
Anyway, but he told me about this coffee. They don't roast more than 25 pounds at a time. And it's like small batch, I guess. And now, I'm not big on drinking coffee black, but that coffee I drank black, and it was good. So I was really encouraged by that. So you know, that was something neat. So that was something, you know.
Yeah.
And so that kind of was the reason why I wanted to talk coffee there, because Laramie and I had a good discussion about coffee. The guys up there at ZT's were really cool on the coffee thing, and it was really neat talking to them about coffee.
Yeah.
So,
Laramie's cool dude.
Laramie's a good guy, man.
Yes.
Shout out to Laramie, man.
Yeah.
So,
And Todd.
and yeah,
Todd's the owner. Not Todd Vance.
Okay.
We've already talked enough about Todd Vance. We're good.
Yeah, you guys.
Anyway, how much time we have left here?
About 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Oh, I didn't know that we had a timer. Okay. So, hope you enjoyed your coffee talk. If you have some coffee stories, please post them
Coffee
on
talk.
YouTube. Coffee talk.
coffee talk, no big food.
Sorry. Anyway.
Talk amongst yourselves.
That's an old Saturday Night Live reference, in case
Okay.
you were wondering.
I believe you.
But anyway, so comment, tell us some coffee stories or some embarrassing singing stories. I do have some shout outs. One of my shout outs is an interesting story. This cigar review podcast on YouTube, Santino's Sunday Cigar. Damn it, I had the name and I forgot. I think it's Santino's Sunday Cigar Review.
Yeah.
They do a review every Sunday. They were the first YouTubers to reach out to us on here, so they watch the show, they subscribe. Good people, good dudes. Anyway, they had a contest to win a couple of Mikhailov cigars, and I won it.
Nice.
But you have to go there to the store and get set up, which I understand, and I'm not complaining about that. But
Right.
so I told them, I said sorry that I'm not gonna be able to get up there and get them, and they thanked me for entering the contest and everything. So I did win, and so I told them I'd give them a shout out for that.
Thank you, Santino Sunday Cigar Review.
Thank you so much. And,
Yeah, and go check them out.
Santino's.
Reviewing this, I think you'll really like that show as well.
Yeah,
They're
it's a
doing
good show.
great as well.
Yeah, it's a good show. It's about 10-15 minute review, and they usually pair it with a whiskey or a rum or something, something like that. But they're good guys, and they're in Missouri. So check out Santino's Cigar Review, Sunday Cigar Review, something like that.
Santino
Sorry if I
Sunday.
got it wrong, guys. Anyway, Tony, you got a shout out?
I do. I have a couple of shout outs actually. I have a shout out to Joel Reeser up at Omerta Cigar Shop and Cigar Lounge in Oklahoma City. Man, had a good time. Got a shout out for Joel there. Got you a spot on the coffee cup, Joel. So he's a big supporter of Marrero and Amendola cigars, man, which are a couple of my brands. Just want to tell him thank you for the hospitality, man. Joel's an awesome guy. If you're up in that neck of the woods, go by there, man. It's a great place to just sit and shoot the breeze with the guys. They will talk cigars with you. They are cigar enthusiasts. It is great to go into a shop to where the guys are enthusiastic about cigar talk and cigar just aficionados that really want to talk leaf with you, man. And Joel really did a great job of welcoming each customer into the shop and being very enthusiastic about brands and always knowing what's going on with his humidor. And it was very encouraging to see that yesterday. I really, really was impressed with what they've got going on there. And also want to shout out to a good friend of mine out in San Diego, Rosita Gonzalez of Puro Latina. She's out there heading up a group, cigar enthusiasts, and we're actually going to be doing, I'm going to be going out to San Diego at the end of May, doing a couple of events for Marrero, and she's going to be coming out here in July, and we're going to be doing shows together. She's going to be doing one of the Texas Cigar Road shows, and I'm going to be doing her Puro Latina, and I'm going to also be doing Barrels and Leaves with Leo out there in San Diego at the end of May. Really, really enthused about what Puro Latina's got going on Instagram. It's a good deal, man. Go on Instagram and check it out. She's on Facebook also. Rosita Gonzalez is a good person, man, doing some good work out there in California and San Diego area. Just really want to give her a shout out and give her some pub, man. Hermana, just keep it going out there, man. You know, you're doing a good thing, and just want to give you all the hype you deserve. So we really appreciate what you got going on out there. I can't wait to meet up with you and get everything going on. So, yeah, basically, yeah.
Faith, do you have any shout-outs before we close the show?
Nope.
Nope? Nobody likes Faith, so
No,
there we go.
nobody likes
Anyway,
Shout out to Ramsey.
Shout out to Ramsey.
you're Ramsey.
My Ramsey.
Yeah, you're Ramsey.
Yeah.
Hey, and
Anyway,
the good people in Polk County, man. Yeah.
Yeah, Pork Chop County.
he's not letting that go today, is he?
No, he's not.
He's beating you over the head with the pork chop.
Hey, man. Let me tell you something, man. I dig that, though, man. That's
That's very cool.
That's a heck of a deal. You were on top of your game, girlfriend. So I salute you for that. I'm not making fun
I
of you.
think
I
you're even
salute
more on top of your game. He's
Yes,
throwing you
sir.
in the past.
No, man. Hey, that takes a lot of fortitude and a lot of guts and everything to get out there like those passionate women do, man. So I
Thank
salute
both of
that.
y'all.
You know,
Thank
You're
you,
welcome.
Tony.
You're
it's a
welcome.
heck of an accomplishment. Man.
It is. So don't forget our event tomorrow night, Rocky Patel event with Gordon Will, 4:30 to 7. Please like and comment on our posts. Say hello to the guys at Santino's. And, I forgot her name, the lady that Tony told us about.
Rosita
Santino.
Gonzalez.
Rosita Gonzalez, that's it. And for Jerry Morris, super cool Tony Gomez, I'm Randy Rankin. That's the lovely Faith Cox. We will see you next week.
Hi, guys.
Good morning, everyone. This is the Cigar Show, episode 17.
Good morning. Is it 17?
It's 17.
That sounds unbelievable.
I know. It seems like just yesterday it was 16. It's crazy.
No.
It's just amazing. And it is opening day. Greatest day of the baseball year to me.
Woo.
Everybody's
Yeah.
in first place.
Everybody's in first place. That's what I was trying
love
to
it.
tell you a little earlier. And we've got a good show. It's going to be a baseball themed, cigar themed kind of show. So we hope you enjoy it. We had a great Rocky Patel event last week. Went very well. Gordon Will did a great job. And as he always does, the man, the myth, the legend.
Gordon Will, man.
He is
God,
awesome.
we should all live so good, right?
Yeah. The dude is 73, doesn't look a day over 50.
Wow.
He's amazing. But anyway, so thank you, Gordon, for coming out, and thank you for everyone for coming and supporting
Thank you,
our
Gordon.
event. It was great. And Tony did a great job tending bar. Faith made me lie because I said she would be at the event. She wasn't.
Yeah, sorry about that. I had to go home.
Yeah.
You were noticeably absent.
Yeah, people asked
your,
about you.
your presence was missed. I gotta say that. So
Well, thank you.
People
That's all
asked
right.
me. Kept asking me all night, where's Faith?
Really?
they
I
kept
kept
saying
getting
it.
bummed.
Oh,
just
I'm
bumped
sorry.
me out, man.
Yeah, I
Anyway.
will really try to make the events that I say that I will go to.
Well, that's just good form.
Yeah.
That is the price of celebrity, my
It
dear.
is.
That is the price of
True.
celebrity. You
Yeah.
can't always get to them.
Yeah.
Just don't forget the little people, you know.
You know, like I said, we're lucky to have her on the show to begin
Hey,
with. You know,
I know, right? She keeps
gives
on showing
her
up.
valuable
Jeez,
time to,
you know.
to hang out with us two long.
Right,
kids.
geez. Couple of bums. Jeez.
Anyway, and I am Randy Rankin. This, of course, is the beautiful Faith Cox and the super cool Tony Gomez.
Yeah, I almost got renamed earlier this week, but we're not going to go into that. Yeah,
That was funny, yeah. I forgot what it was, but I remember laughing.
Fat
about
Tony
it.
was.
Oh, Fat Tony, but that wasn't me. That was,
Yeah,
it was a
some
different
other
place.
guy. Yeah.
And of course, Jared Morris, our good buddy, is working the camera for us and helping us,
But old Jerry always keeping us on time.
keeping us on time and helping keep us on the air.
That's
So that
it.
helps. That
On
helps.
the air, buddy.
So I thought, in honor of opening day, which is why I'm wearing my Rangers hat,
Yes.
And red and blue.
and red and blue for the Rangers. Go Rangers, even though they're going to
Good,
suck.
looking good, buddy.
Cool. So, anyway, I thought we would discuss, we've also discussed movies in the past, so let's talk our favorite baseball movies. And I know I'm not being stereotypical, I'm going to assume you've seen some baseball movies. Let's just ask you your favorite baseball movie.
I haven't seen a lot. I've seen a few. I think my favorite baseball movie is going to be Mr. Baseball.
With Tom Selleck?
Yeah, with Tom Selleck.
Very
I
good
think
movie.
it's hilarious.
Good
Very
movie.
good movie.
Yeah. I cracked up laughing that whole movie, man.
Yeah, that was definitely a good one.
Yeah.
You have a hole in your sling. Remember that?
Yeah.
He kept
He's like,
that.
no, I don't.
So,
Yeah, it was kind of funny because you never really see cocky Tom Selleck. I mean, like, annoyingly cocky. He's always
Yeah.
got that confident cockiness.
Right.
But this one, he was just kind of like spoiled brat cocky for a little bit.
Yeah.
But he kind of came out of it. Good choice. Any other baseball movies that you're
Well, I don't want to steal yours because I know what yours
Well, you can
is.
say it. You can still be yours, too.
I really like Field of Dreams.
Boom.
Field of Dreams never fails.
Field of Dreams is a great movie. If I had to pick my favorite one, it would be Field of Dreams. Followed closely by Bull Durham and The Natural. And if you've noticed, Kevin Costner's in two of those three because he's the king of baseball movies. And
why is that? Why does he have that
because
baseball
and I think-
quality?
I don't know, because it's an everyman game, and he's kind of that everyman kind of guy. And he's good at it. He's got the physical ability to play baseball. And that was another thing about Mr. Baseball that I liked. Is
Yeah.
you could tell that Tom Selleck was really doing his own thing.
Yeah, right.
Because he's very athletic. Cosner's athletic. It's gross.
Yeah, and it's kind of the same thing with westerns. Like some men just fit really well with the western aesthetic, the
Yeah.
western acting. That
I
kind
think
of thing.
that's a good point. That's a
Yeah.
very good point. Yeah, that fits in. He kind of just goes with the genre, I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah. And but Field of Dreams is excellent. It's a fantasy type movie, and everyone's probably seen it. And if you haven't, you really should. I've read it. I've heard it said that it's our generation. It's a Wonderful Life. Kind of, it's that kind of movie that you go on this journey,
I
and
can
at
see
the end
that,
you get a very, a rewarding ending.
Because there were so many people that weren't into baseball that liked that movie.
Yeah.
That it just wasn't a baseball movie. Baseball was in the context of the movie.
Right.
But it was more of a family struggle. And baseball was like the avenue of
Right.
the dream.
Yeah.
Of him pursuing something greater than himself.
Yeah, it was that classic struggle of, do I play it safe,
Yes.
or do I follow my dream?
And it came out at a time when America was really experiencing a lot of issue with people in the farm line. There were things going on like Farm Aid and stuff like that. And I remember John Mellencamp had an album called Scarecrow.
Yeah.
An album, mind you, not just a. But anyway, and that tied into that,
Yeah.
the Indiana farmer and stuff like that. And the Field of Dreams movie took on a whole different persona in the way that it became what that town was known for in real life.
Yeah.
The field is still open
Still
there.
there.
It's a tourist
Although it got
attraction.
vandalized last year. Did you hear about that?
Well,
Some
that's-
idiot vandals came and destroyed most of it. I think it cost a caused $75,000
That's
worth of damage or
horrible.
something.
But they actually did an anniversary.
Yeah,
where
they,
you
yeah,
were
they
able
did a
to-
fundraiser to help get Cosgrave
Yeah.
and pitched in a
Exactly.
fundraiser
So
to help.
it's really like when you say like it's this generation's A Wonderful Life. Yes, there is so many people that still watch that movie,
Yeah.
that will watch it at certain times of the year.
Yeah.
It being opening day, I guarantee you there's going to be people. It'll be featured on one of the cable networks
Yeah.
tonight or something.
All of them.
So yes, I totally agree that it is a movie that came out and was not only a cinematic accomplishment, but in the sports world, it's always going to be there.
That's what.
So,
That speech that James Earl Jones gets at the end of that movie gives me
Yeah.
chills. I'm gonna post it. I always post it on opening day.
And when he
Post it
thinks
on
he's
Facebook.
crazy at the beginning, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
you know, when Costner
You told me
approaches-
your finger was a gun. I love it. Great movie. Anyway, well, good choice, babe.
Thank you.
Good job. Tony, what you got?
Well, I've got a couple if that's okay.
Sure.
I've got my first one is with a guy that's a character actor that we all know, but nobody knows his name. It's an actor named William Russ, and he's been in several things. And the thing probably that he did that was the most steady of it all was he played the dad in Boy Meets World on ABC. Okay, he made a movie with another actor, Glenn Plummer, who's been in a million movies also. They made a movie called Pastime.
Yeah.
Very good movie, and it tied into the whole African American baseball players showing up for the first time to a baseball club. It showed how this one pitcher was a minor league pitcher, and he basically had given his life to baseball.
Yeah.
And he didn't have a lot of athletic talent, but it showed commitment, and it showed how just the love of baseball could dominate this man's life, and how it was a genuine love, and it was really the man had really not a lot of accomplishments in life, and baseball was the one thing that was like his essence, like the one thing that he felt was pure in his life.
Okay.
So I always thought that was a really good movie, and then it showed the struggle of the young pitcher Glenn Plummer coming into the ballpark or coming into the ball club and not really being accepted by all of the white players at the time, but the ones that did accept him, and it showed how it's just about baseball, man. It's just about baseball. When it comes down to it, it doesn't matter, like what we've gone about that for generations. Athletics and politics and stuff, man, how it's really a shame that the two run together all the time. But sometimes it's necessary. Sometimes it's overdone, I think, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, it's just about guys embracing the sport.
Yeah.
And that's what this was. But I felt that was a really good movie that got some notoriety.
No, I've seen it. It's good.
I remember it came out a long time ago, and like I said, William Russ is one of those character actors that has shown up in stuff in movies and all kinds of stuff over the years. But I've always felt that he's a very talented, underrated actor that was really meant for the big screen and kind of got foothold into television.
Yeah.
He played a character on a TV show called Wise Guy at one time. So, and then my second movie, of course, you can't have. I'm a Costner guy also. But Bull Durham. I mean, oh my gosh, I love that.
That movie captures life on the road in the minor leagues.
And it does, and it
perfectly,
shows you how it shows you the grind of the life that these guys lead, and how they go on road trips, and how it's they're getting the one scene where they're just showing the collage of like they're just doing all the footage of them being on the road, and how they're throwing up the bags with the burgers in them, and they're dropping them, and they don't care, what I mean? Like, hey, just throwing the bags, and it's like, but that's what you go through, and how he talks to him about going to the show, and about how, man, you hit white balls at batting
You don't carry your own
practice.
bags.
Yeah, you don't carry your own bags. You know what I
The
mean?
show meaning the majors.
Exactly, and And then it talks about, and it also shows the camaraderie that these guys build.
Well, yeah, you're riding on a bus with these guys for 142 days
Gosh,
a year. You're
you know,
gonna,
anytime you have to travel with somebody, you got to be able to get along with them
Yeah.
in work capacity. So
yeah, you know, it'd be like you and I were talking about taking a road trip.
Yeah.
That'd just be the two of us. And
Yeah.
we can get. Imagine if there's 25 of us. That would get really.
Oh my
old
God!
for
It's got. I
140
mean,
days.
everybody's gone on. I mean, come on. When you were young, and you went on trips with your youth group, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, gosh, I remember being stuck on. We drove to Florida twice
We
in
did
my
it
youth
once.
group,
That
and
was
oh my
terrible.
gosh, let me tell you something. You really learn about your teenage friends
Oh, yeah.
when you're on the road with them, man, and you,
Yeah.
you know. So yeah, so just think about that in the context of being an adult and how, you know, you've got to sacrifice so much. You got to be away from your family. You've got to be around people that you might not get along with. You've got to perform athletically.
Yeah.
You know, that's another thing. They not only have to put up with the grind of the road,
And they have to play when they're in the field.
then you got to get out there and play baseball, man,
Yeah.
at your top peak performance,
Uh-huh.
man. You know, if you don't perform, hey, it's a job. You got to go, man.
And you know, Ron Shelton wrote Bull Durham and directed it, and he was a minor league baseball player in the Baltimore Orioles organization. And he grew up, or he was in the system along when Bobby Gritch was there. You remember Bobby Gritch?
I've heard the
second
name,
baseman.
yeah. I'm not as big a baseball buff as
A couple other people, but anyway.
Randy is
But
awesome
he-
at baseball.
Well, thank you. And he just had ridden that bus for years and just finally got tired of it and decided to make movies. And probably a good move because he made a lot more money doing movies than he would have in his baseball career. So anyway, Faye, sorry we're shutting you out of
It's
this
alright.
one.
I mean, I love hearing about the movies.
Yeah.
And did you know that Kevin Costner actually bought the Mustang that he was driving
Yeah.
in the car? He
Yeah.
bought it and restored it. And
Yeah.
have you seen the restored version?
Yeah,
of
it's
it?
nice.
Oh my
I know.
God, it's beautiful. It's green. It's oh my God,
Yeah.
it's a beautiful car.
And you know, Susan Sarandon wanted that part so bad. Her career was kind of in a lull at that point. She wanted the part so bad she paid for her own airline ticket out to audition and just kept begging. To get
Now, is this where
audition.
her and Tim Robbins met?
That's where they met.
Okay, and they stayed together
For a long time.
years. They were together for a long time, man.
Yeah.
So, and she called him her partner in crime.
Yeah.
I remember she
Yeah.
referred to him. And that was a neat thing, and it showed how the young, cocky baseball player, he'll move on to the show.
Yeah.
And, Kevin Costner's character, Crash Davis, still
One of the
was
greatest
there.
names ever in movie.
Oh, I know, right?
That's
And I love
Crash
the Southern
Davis.
announcer, and I love and just the mix of Southern culture into this movie was wonderful.
Oh,
my
absolutely.
God, the background
What's
announcers.
in Durham, North Carolina? The
Oh,
Durham
my
Bulls are an
goodness.
actual team.
Begging the question, what are these boys thinking of? Because it sure ain't baseball.
And you know what? That movie, it was funny. I've seen the movie a billion times, and I'm not name dropping because he is a true friend of mine. But the last time I watched Bull Durham, what's her name? Annie's the character. Susan Sarandon. It gives us a little narration, and then it goes silent, and then boom, it kicks into Rock Around the Clock. And my friend is Pedro Haley, who's the son of Bill Haley, who did Rock Around the Clock.
That's right.
And I called him one day. I called him at that moment, and I said, "You seen Bull Durham?" He said, "Yeah." And I said, "You know they play Rock Around the Clock in Bull Durham?" He said, "They do?" And I said, "Yeah, right at the beginning." So he called me back. He goes, "You're right, they do. That's cool." I'm like, "Do you guys get paid for it?" He goes, "I'm gonna call my mom and find out."
Was it the Church of Baseball?
Yeah, the Church of Baseball.
And that is so neat the way she does that narrative at the beginning.
Yeah.
So, but it was just a mix of humor. There was sad parts to the movie. There were parts.
It's got some raunch to it.
It does just enough,
Yeah.
to keep it there,
Yeah.
and
I like this movie. Well,
I
not
would.
because of the
I think
raunch,
I
but
would.
I'm just saying.
it's a funny movie. It's a great
Yeah.
movie. I remember the one thing I do remember about it is that we were renting. This was back when we were renting VHS tapes from the video stores back then, and I remember.
What is VHS? I don't know what you're talking
Oh,
about.
I know, right?
I mean,
Jeez, I'm really aging myself.
I was
here.
way
But
too
I
young.
remember holding on to that movie for a month and having to pay late fees at Tom Thumb at the Tom Thumb video rental counter.
Uh-huh.
And the thing is, I worked at Tom Thumb, So get this. They actually called my store and they said, "Hey, do you have an employee there named Anthony Gomez?" And he's had some of our movies out for like over a month, and he hasn't returned them. And we want our late fees, and so they held my paycheck. And they said, "You got to go pay your late fees at the other store before we give you your paycheck." So I told him, I said, "Well, I can't pay my late fees without my paycheck." So we're going to give you your paycheck, but you better go pay your late fees. I still remember that.
That's
Oh
funny.
my gosh.
Were you kind? Did you rewind? You remember that sticker? Be kind.
I did
rewind.
rewind.
Put it on there,
Well,
people
because
turn
you
in
know
movies
back
and
then, if you
rewind it.
didn't rewind, they hit you for like
It's
this.
a buck.
Yeah, it was, you know.
Rewind your movie. Anyway,
Yeah,
so
be
well, that was
kind,
fun.
rewind.
That was fun.
That's
So,
a blast from the
so
past.
Mr. Baseball, Field of Dreams,
Yeah.
The Natural, Bull Durham, and Pastime.
Pastime and
Great
Bull
movies.
Durham, yes.
It's opening week of baseball. Check out one of these great baseball movies. There's a ton others out there. 8 Men Out, Major League.
We got the Rangers playing the
Yeah.
Cubbies today.
Rangers
so.
and the Cubbies.
So now they have a game tomorrow also, right?
Yeah.
And that's what Randy was talking about yesterday, how he didn't like the guys taking the day after opening day off.
Well,
so.
they did that for years, and I never understood why. If it's opening day, why do you take the next day off? It's like. it's
But you
no
see,
matter
they've
what
already
you do.
played. They've already played the scrimmage, or you know.
Oh, wah, wah, wah.
Oh, here we go.
There's-
All
that's their
right,
job.
so you know.
That's their job.
Anyway,
You know what? I had to work yesterday, and I'm working today, and guess what? I got to work tomorrow.
so I know, right? And you know what? Let me just give you a Texas tie-in to the San Diego thing, and I noticed because I've been talking to some people in San Diego because I'm going.
Oh,
out
you're
there.
San Diego. I was thinking, where did
Now-
San Diego come?
Now, Cody Jinks, the country singer from
Yeah,
Texas,
yeah.
is being asked to play at the Padres game
Oh, okay.
in San Diego, and it's like, man, you know, why is our Texas guy being taken? You know,
Who knows?
anyway. So,
Who knows?
but I've noticed at the ballpark, opening day, you gotta have somebody that's recently achieved some type of community outreach of
Yeah,
some type
yeah.
for them to make the first appearance and throw the ball out or whatever. But I think he's just going to sing the national anthem.
Well, cool. Well, cool.
Well, I say just sing, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's
Yeah,
easy.
good old,
Big
yeah,
songs.
just
Easy-
sing, yeah.
Easy songs.
Congratulations, Cody Jinks, man. I love you. Know.
Cool.
So do y'all think that this season we will see any celebrities or like anybody important throwing the first baseball and like watching it?
Oh, that happens.
That happens every year, but that's why the catcher scoots up, or you know, or they don't put you on the mound exactly.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
there'll be if you tune into
Yeah.
the baseball network tonight, or
There'll be somebody.
yeah, there'll be somebody that'll botch it, you know, but it's
Good
all
question.
good, man.
Good question.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm looking forward to.
I got you.
Baseball season.
I got you. That's funny.
It's just a comedy of it.
And the thing is that they're great athletes in other sports, and then they'll try to throw a
Yeah.
first pitch and then
Yeah.
they'll throw it like in the stands or bounce it in.
I think I don't think it really the magnitude of it hits them until they
Yeah.
walk out there and they look around, and then
Well,
I think it's a
I had to throw a first pitch at a minor league game in Frisco once.
really.
And it does get intimidating. I'm walking up there and there's a big diamond vision with my name on it. Me walking up to the mound, it's like, oh shit.
I'll tell you this, man. I have been down on the home court out at the American Airlines Center for the Mavericks, and you don't realize how, man, well, first of all, you don't realize how far that 3-point line is out
Yeah.
there,
No, I know.
and then you really realize how do those guys do that, and
Yeah.
then you look up and it's just like, wow, all these people are going to be watching you play
Right.
basketball.
Yeah, it's
So,
crazy.
yeah, I admire athletes, man.
Well, speaking of sports, and I'll bring it to the cigar page real quick. I've got about, 8-9 minutes left? Okay. So, Tony brought up this topic, celebrity/sports endorsed cigars. Now, the two that immediately come to my mind are the Rocky Patel Ray Lewis and the Rocky Patel Sheffield.
Mhm.
Now Sheffield actually was Gary Sheffield, who did play baseball. Ray Lewis was a linebacker who did football. But I know the Big Poppy's got one coming out. Who was a baseball
Oh, yeah,
player.
it's been out for
That's-
it's been
I
out for
haven't
a
had
couple
it.
of years.
And
Yeah.
I've only had the Sheffield. I've never even had the Ray Lewis.
Actually, man, the Poppy is put out by El Artista Cigars out of they're a Dominican Dominican cigar. But yeah, it was pretty good, man. It is a little higher priced than most of the celebrity cigars, but it is a larger gauge. It has a good hearty flavor to it. It would probably be, if I had to rank them, the Big Papi would probably be one of the better ones. There are some out there, as you just mentioned. Maybe not the best cigar, but sometimes I think they do them in blends maybe that aren't agreeable to me or something. But I also had a friend, Facebook friend, reach out to me, and she was going to start repping the Beltray for the Rangers, and that never came about. And I think what happens is a lot of times these things kind of go to smaller companies that really the distribution isn't done right or something, But I think more of them are thought of, but just don't come to fruition because just lack of funding, or you got to hit it just right.
Yeah.
You got to put them out at the right time. There's the Camacho has the Coach Ditka.
Yeah.
Right. Which is one that was like a Habano cigar, I believe. My apologies to Jonathan out there. If Jonathan, I know you're the Camacho rep. I'm sorry if I got that blend wrong, but it was a lighter cigar. It wasn't a full flavored cigar or a dark cigar.
Right.
But I haven't seen it in a long time. There's just been a whole slew of them, man. That
Have you had any of those celebrity
No, sorry, but I have not.
No. Like I said, I've only had the one.
Yeah.
And Carl Malone actually has a cigar store in Louisiana. I think they're doing a cigar for him.
Carl Malone has a cigar. Yeah, I'm not sure who is it, but he was out at the IPCPR and the big the other one also, but taking pictures and really just going forward with his cigar company, with his cigar line, and Carl Malone's a nice guy. I've met Carl Malone before. Really nice guy.
So when did cigar endorsement start?
Oh, okay.
What's a nice tie-in?
Segway.
Actually, and it goes back to baseball, Babe Ruth was the first known celebrity to endorse cigars
I should have guessed
in
that.
a mass way.
Right.
And you could get a Babe Ruth cigar, and he smoked Churchill size. They didn't call him Churchill's then because Churchill.
Well, yeah,
had
Churchill
the
is still probably around.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and they were 5 cents. Babe Ruth
Oh, wow.
cigar was 5 cents.
And I wonder if he made a penny off of each one.
Yeah, he made a nice living off of them.
I bet he did. Man.
He was known to smoke 8-9 cigars a day.
Wow.
But Babe Ruth's well known for living in excess. Period.
The Babe, another
Yeah,
baseball
The Babe.
movie,
Yeah.
that we forgot to mention,
Yeah.
with John Goodman.
Yeah. Babe Ruth's kind of like the Elvis of baseball in that he did everything first. The large, overwhelming lifestyle, the spending of money, the girls.
I had a better year than he
everything,
did. When they told him he
Yeah,
made
that's
more
the
money
funny
than the
story.
president of the United States.
Yeah, they said he wanted $80,000 a year. Which back then was a fortune during the Depression.
Right.
And they said, well, Herbert didn't even make $80,000 last year. And he goes, well, I had a better year than he did.
Sure.
Babe
Right?
Ruth-
Yeah, I know.
Babe
It was
Ruth
into the
was-
Depression,
Yeah.
so
That's pretty much, then you had some boxers that had one. I think like Jack Dempsey had one. But it all started with Babe Ruth.
And the infancy of all that, I believe, when it comes to chewing tobacco, that, golly, man, they began putting baseball cards with tobacco.
Yeah.
That's how baseball cards started out, and they were, remember, the small kind of cards. They weren't
Yeah.
the big cards,
Well, the Honus Wagner card, which is the most valuable card in all of baseball. When you see it, it's just a little tiny thing.
Yeah.
But that thing has been sold as recently as like 3 or 4 years ago for $1.8 million. Freaking baseball card.
I mean, that's the collectability of it.
Yeah, exactly.
But have you done baseball cards? Did you?
I did it for a little bit,
Yeah.
and my brother got a hold of my collection when he was like 4 and ripped them all to shreds.
Oh my gosh.
Not to be mean, he was a kid, he didn't know.
Yeah,
I was so depressed that I didn't do it anymore. Ironically enough, several years later, he became a baseball card collector, and I was so tempted to go in there and tear up all his cards, but I didn't have an excuse now because I was an adult. So I
Getting picked on by your brothers. That's a whole different show.
yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, I could fill up a whole show on my own
Yeah.
on that one. So yeah,
Yeah. I was the oldest, so I did the picking on. So that
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
you're the enemy here.
I was there. When you were the oldest,
But I had a little brat brother.
I know.
Yeah, I'm not the oldest sister actually.
You're the older than your brother.
Yeah,
That's what
I'm the middle child. Did that explain anything?
Jerry, were you the oldest
Oh
brother? or
man,
not?
I don't buy into that middle child stuff, man.
I don't either, but it's still funny.
You're flipping me off. No, you're the second.
Middle. He's the middle child.
Oh, you're the middle child. Oh, that's why.
Yeah.
That's why you were saying I was number one. I got you. Okay.
See, Jerry's a well-adjusted individual. See, he's not blaming it on being the middle child. Jeez,
Yeah.
you know.
I guess I just need to work out my
Oh, my
issues.
brother played that card all the time. So shut up. You know. But anyway.
I don't think you hear that much anymore. The
No, I
middle
think
child
it's over with.
syndrome.
It's over with.
No.
But you know.
All right.
So.
Well, anyway, I hope you guys had some fun.
Yeah.
I hope your team does well this year, unless they're playing the Rangers. I mean, I want them to lose, but other than that, you guys will kick the Rangers' ass anyway because they're gonna have a bad year. But hey, it's
Oh
opening
my
day,
God.
and we're in first place, so that's all that matters.
I just got to say one thing. Our GM. Maybe it's time for a change.
I
Anyway,
wish
so
I wish so. But,
so you know, I'm just gonna say that. You know.
Yeah.
So.
yeah.
Go check out some of those movies and let us know if you have any of your favorite baseball movies that weren't mentioned here. Or go check out a new one. They're going to be on TV somewhere. Then you can find them.
Absolutely, absolutely. Nice
Or
segue,
any
man.
athletic movies. Any athletic movies that have a cigar tie-in or something that you like, you know, throw it out there.
Absolutely.
There's a good golf movie, but I'm wondering, did I see Cigars in Dead Solid Perfect with Randy Quaid? The golf movie.
Maybe, maybe.
Were there
I
cigars?
know Tin Cup didn't have cigars.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember.
But
Anyway, thank you for joining us as always. We ran a tad late today, not too much longer than normal. But anyway, like and subscribe. Tell your friends about us. And we will see you next week. And we'll have it more faith-centric next week so she can
Ooh.
talk about some
Be
good
sure to
stuff.
tune in next week.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm Randy Rankin for the beautiful Faith Cox, for the super cool Tony Gomez, for the always awesome Jerry Morris. I forgot your name, sorry, buddy. I have brain farts from time to time. Anyway, this is the Cigar Show. We'll see you next week.
Bye, guys.
Bye, guys.
Good morning, everybody. This is the Cigar Show, episode 19.
Oh, we're almost at 20.
One away.
One away.
One away to 20.
Good morning, guys.
I am Randy Rankin, and with me is the gorgeous, as always, Faith Cox,
Hello.
and the super cool Jerry Morris behind the
Jeremy.
camera.
Jerry Morris.
Not Jeremy.
No, not Jeremy.
Okay, good. He's only been doing the show since we've started.
I
but
know.
that's
No,
okay.
that was just a tongue twister.
It was.
Anyway.
Tongue twister.
Anyway.
Anywho. All right, so it's episode 19.
Mhm.
You'll notice that Big Tony is not here with us today. We'll have an announcement in the next week or two. Some exciting news that's happened for Tony. Don't know if he wants us to share it yet on the air, but
Yeah.
it's on Facebook. So, but nevertheless, we'll let him tell it. So he might not be here next week either, but
Yeah.
then we'll get
But
him back.
eventually he will return. Until then, you're stuck with us.
That's right.
Stuck with us.
Nothing
oh,
wrong
no.
with that.
Oh, no.
Nothing wrong with that. We can do this. So anyway, so we're here at the Calypso Cigar Shop and Lounge in Richardson, Texas. And if anyone shows up the next day or two, this is Thursday, April something. What is today? 11?
April 11th.
April 11th. Anyone comes in the next couple days, mentions the podcast, we'll give you 5% off your purchase. So be sure you do that.
And I will be sure to post on the 11th as well.
Do you think the show will go on today?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
All
Sorry
right.
about that last week. We had a couple of technical difficulties. but
Yes.
We got it up.
The
Got it up.
technical difficulties were Faith didn't want to do it. No, I'm joking.
That's rude, man. I was trying.
You did try. You did try. So for you people that were needing your podcast last Thursday and didn't get it,
Okay, Alan.
yeah, Alan, sorry. He's going to be so tickled that we mentioned him
I
on the
know.
show for the first time
Well,
ever.
because he's a loyal watcher and he always comments and he's very funny.
He's a very funny guy.
Every time. So,
Yeah.
thanks, Alan.
Thanks,
we'll
Alan.
get the podcast today, I promise.
There you go. So give us, tell all your friends and family, all 4 of them that you know, and help us get some more views.
Yeah.
Anyway, so our views are still doing well. We need just more likes and comments and subscribers. And we also have our Facebook page, the Cigar Show on Facebook. So go to our page and click like, and we appreciate it.
Yeah.
So what are we talking about today, Faith?
Why are you throwing me under the bus?
Because you're so easy to throw under the
Oh,
bus.
rude. You see how he treats me? This is why I don't usually do podcasts with him, because he just throws me under the bus.
Well, who else do you do podcasts with?
You.
Okay, so there you go.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it's a wild show already, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it
Hell
is.
yeah.
Yeah, so we
Anyway.
just decided to wing it today.
Yeah, and I apologize if I've got a little bit of Johnny Cash voice because I went to karaoke last night and had to sing a lot. And I can barely talk. When I picked up Faith this morning, I was very
You're
gravelly.
very
wasn't I?
Johnny Cash.
Yeah, like, hey Faith, how you doing?
Very
What's
sexy.
going on, baby? I had Barry White, Johnny Cash voice
Yeah.
going. Yeah. So anyway, but I had a topic that popped into my head, like
Okay.
literally just now,
Okay.
because we do a lot of show prep. We really
Oh,
do.
yeah.
You know, we've been watching movies, and we do have a podcast that's going to be coming out, just Faith and I.
Mhm.
We haven't promoted it yet because, you know, this is our show with Tony and everything.
Yeah.
But it's called Should I Watch That?
Mhm.
And why don't you give us the premise of it real quick, and then I'll tell you my
So,
idea.
Should I Watch That? It's a podcast with just me and Randy, a Gen X versus millennial perspectives on movies, classics, comedies, and stuff like that. Because I am notorious for having never watched whatever movie it is that you think that maybe I should have watched.
Right.
Like any movie, just pick a random one. Have I watched it?
You hadn't seen Uncle Buck.
I hadn't seen Uncle Buck. Okay, that's our first episode.
Yeah.
We do a couple of classics, a couple of comedies so far.
Yep.
Even
a Western.
And we even did a Western. He made me watch a Western. And
Yeah.
so I go and watch the movies for the first time, and I give my perspective on it. Now, as a millennial watching it for the first time, and, you know, someone who may have seen it before or many times before.
Yeah.
So-
And she occasionally throws me under the bus by making me watch some Disney animated crap. But anyway, check out that podcast. It should be up and running pretty soon.
Yeah.
And
We'll let you know. We'll let you guys know when it's up and running and
Absolutely.
available to you guys.
absolutely.
So
So my idea was to kind of marry the two, you know, with the movies and what we're
Yeah.
doing. And we talk movies a lot. And I was we've done favorite cigar scenes and stuff like that, you know, we'll say.
yeah.
But when was the first time that you saw and were aware of someone smoking a cigar in a movie? And did it impress you or did it make you curious? How did that play out for you?
Oh, why don't you go first while I think of a movie? I think the first time I ever saw one was Tom Selleck and Friends, because I binge watched Friends my freshman year in college. Sorry, Mom. she would always ask, "Am I studying?" And I'm like, "Yeah." Now I'm watching
You were
Friends.
studying Rachel and Monica.
Yeah. I wasn't studying school, I was studying Friends. So yeah, I binge watched it my first semester and my first year in college, and caught up with what the whole deal was with Friends and why everybody loved it, and yes, I absolutely love it. And I first saw, and that was actually right around the time I started smoking cigars too. And so I watched Friends, and Tom Selleck, who's nice looking, was smoking a cigar.
I want to be Tom Selleck when I grow up.
Aww. Yeah, all boys do.
No.
And I thought that was really cool, you know, and I didn't know if I was just aware of it because I started smoking cigars, or that was the first time I ever saw it. And I thought it was so cool.
Mhm.
He was so, like, smooth and kind of sexy.
Kind of, yeah, I guess.
And, yeah. So,
He's one of those guys that it's even okay for a guy to have a man crush on because he's just cool. You know,
yeah,
Tom
he
Selleck is cool.
He is really cool.
First time that I remember being aware of a cigar in a movie was in It's a Wonderful Life. You've seen that, I hope. Right?
Yes.
Remember when Potter, the bad guy, is
Yeah.
trying to get
Oh.
Jimmy Stewart character to come work for him, and
Yeah.
he gives him a cigar, and he likes it, and he says,
I do
"Well, good. I'll send you a box." You know, and I was
I
thinking,
do remember
I
that.
thought that
now.
was so cool. It's like, so you get a cigar, but you can also get a box of them. You know, I'm like a kid, and I'm thinking, that sounds cool. You know, so I couldn't wait to buy a box of cigars when I grew up.
Aw,
It was so fun, but it was all because of that movie. It was like, I loved it. You know.
Have you ever bought yourself boxes?
You know, to be honest, I almost said that. I almost ratted myself out. No, I've never bought a box of cigars for myself.
Oh.
I've bought them for other people. I've had people buy me boxes of cigars, but I've never actually bought a
Well, you
cigar
need to
box. of
fulfill
cigars.
that childhood dream of buying a box of cigars.
I should. Then I could be like Jimmy Stewart.
Yes.
Do you have any Fuente?
Oh God.
Come on, that was a good Jimmy Stewart impersonation. You have to give me
That
credit
was
for it.
really good.
Thank you,
Pretty good.
thank you, thank you.
Spot on, man.
Thanks a lot. And I met him, and I'll tell that story one day.
Okay, well, may as well be today.
You
When
think?
did you meet Jimmy Stewart?
I met Jimmy Stewart a while ago.
Do
My
you
cousin,
remember it?
we were in California. What?
I said, do you remember it?
Yes, I do.
Okay. It's not been that long away? Long
was in the 90s. It was in the 90s.
long time ago?
It was in the 90s, so it was before you. But anyway,
I'm just giving him
my
shit.
I know, and I'm ignoring you. My cousin's one of those autograph freaks. He has to get autographs. And we were driving to Seattle. We stopped in Beverly Hills. We bought one of the maps of the stars' homes. Found Jimmy Stewart's
That's
house.
gotta be unsafe, man.
And so he went and knocked on his door. I was not going to knock on his door. I was scared to death. I'm like, this is a national treasure. You know, I'm not knocking on his door. I'm going to get arrested. And door opens, closes, and my cousin's still standing there. And so I thought, well, hell, I'm going to get arrested whether I'm sitting in the car or if I'm standing on the porch. I might as well go up there. So I went up there, and sure enough, he came out and talked to us for like 15, 20 minutes. Really cool. Very cool. It was awesome.
That is really cool.
And what was cool is we made the day for the people that do those tours that drive around in the vans that they pay
Yeah.
like $50 and hope they see a star in their front yard or something.
Oh my gosh.
So these vans would drive by and they're seeing Jimmy Stewart in the front yard. And why are they seeing Jimmy Stewart in the front yard? Because we're talking to him.
That's
So we
awesome.
made their trip worthwhile.
And
You
y'all
know?
got like VIP.
Yeah, we did. We didn't have to pay the $50. So
That
it was
is
very
awesome.
cool. That was very cool. I do remember asking him. I said, or telling him, I said I was kind of nervous about us coming up here and meeting you. And in typical Jimmy Stewart fashion, I goes, well, you don't see a gate or anything up here, you know. And we're like, no. He goes, I go to people knocking your door a lot. No, too much, you know. It's like it's a really cool guy. It was very cool. But
That was
anyway.
cool.
But yeah, so it's a wonderful life for me on the cigars. It was his friends.
Mm-hmm.
Have you noticed in movies, especially lately, the cigar smoker's always the bad guy? Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
It's always the bad guy. Why
Yeah.
are cigar smokers the villain? I mean, come on, that's ridiculous.
Because we're all villains.
Oh, we're not going to get into philosophy here. If you're going to get into philosophy, I'm going to do math.
Who is? Oh no! Oh god! He scared me away. Are we all evil? Are we all good?
Uh-huh.
Is it an innate? Did I say any of that right?
I'm with you. I got you. But anyway, yeah. If you think about it, bad guys are always the cigar smokers
Yeah.
in movies.
Mm-hmm. Which, and also another one that I thought of while you were talking about Jimmy Stewart.
Yeah.
That's hot. Ow. Was
We have great flow today.
yeah we do. What's his name? The comedy
Yeah.
black guy. Steve Harvey.
Yeah.
Sorry. He was on Cars and Comedy show.
Oh yeah, with Jerry Seinfeld.
Yeah, Jerry Seinfeld
Coffee
show on
and
Netflix.
Cars
Coffee
and
and
Coffee.
Cars. Something like Coffee and Cars. And that was already cool to me. Not so much cars, but coffee and talking, you know. I do that every Thursday.
Yeah.
I do that sometimes every Tuesday and Thursday. It's my thing. I
Yeah.
love doing that.
Yeah.
I do that with my friends. And then seeing Steve Harvey and smoke his cigars, I love that episode.
Yeah.
It was so cool. And he told the story, Steve Harvey told the story about, you can go watch this on Netflix, by the way. The story about how his wife does not like him smoking in the house. She doesn't like the smell of it, in the house at least.
Right.
Which I wouldn't mind, honestly. It doesn't smell that bad.
Yeah.
I'd want it to get, aired out, but
Right.
I don't care. But he talked about how one time he even just walked from the front door of the house to the back door and out to the backyard.
Mm-hmm.
And his wife was so mad, just walking through with the cigar.
Did he say, "Hey, honey, I bought this house"?
That's fair.
Yeah.
He also told the
He
story.
probably
that-
didn't get away with that if he did
No,
say it.
no,
He's
no.
still alive, so he probably didn't say it.
Yeah, no. This is true. So I thought that was funny. He was real cool, and I would love to meet Steve
I
Harvey.
read an interview with him where he said he has humidors in like almost every room in his house,
Oh,
and he said
okay, that's a little much.
he has no idea how many cigars he has.
Dude,
That's kind of cool.
that is kind of cool.
Said
I'm
he's got like two
is
in
that-
one closet, one in another closet, one in each bedroom, one in each living room. It's like, now that's
Dude.
badass.
Okay, yeah, I can't decide if that's like badass or is that like a little too much.
No, it's badass.
Yeah. See, if I were gonna go that far to have humidors in my house, I would at least get a humidor room. Like, why not?
Well,
I would
maybe his
get-
wife's like a decorating kind of person and thinks that that would be,
Put them in the
gauche.
back of the house or in the basement or something. I don't know.
Man, I used a fancy word like gauche. Did you notice that?
What is that?
I don't know, but it's fancy. Anyway.
We're gonna move on.
I forget.
I-
Not only are you a millennial, you're blonde too.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
That has a lot to do with it.
I even got more blonde in case you
Yes,
guys
you did.
haven't noticed.
You did.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
I would have a humidor, like a whole like humidor room,
yeah.
like you see in cigar shops. I would have.
Oh
one.
yeah.
I love that.
Yeah. The well, why wouldn't you? If you got the money.
Yeah.
Hell
Why
yeah.
not?
Screw that. I even have like in my cabana by the pool. I'd have a little
Yeah.
humidor in the cabana. Wouldn't that be cool? That was like terrible. Okay.
We're not drunk or anything.
No.
We're just dorky.
How would we be drunk? It's early in the morning.
Yeah, it's only like 7:30.
7:30.
Yeah.
We started at 8:30, so I don't think
Oh,
it's 7:30.
it's 8:30.
Yes. Anyway, God. Sorry we made you get up this morning, Jared, for this piece of crap show. But anyway,
No, it's
no,
fun,
it's fun.
man.
You know, Adobe, who used to work here, used to own, his family owned a store down the street, and Steve Harvey used to come in all the time. And he would buy
That's cool.
cigars and pass them out to everyone in there, and then tell its jokes before he'd go on tour
Yeah, I
to
remember
find out
that.
which jokes worked.
Yeah.
And then he would keep those in his act, and if not, he would take those jokes out.
That
So
is
Adobe's
awesome.
met Steve Harvey many times.
That is
That's
awesome.
cool. And okay, so we can turn this into a little name dropping thing since I already built the Jimmy Stewart thing. Me and Brandon Luna, who we used to do the Calypso Cigar Review podcast, we've interviewed a lot of celebrities on there. You'd be shocked how many people of them are really cigar smokers.
That's awesome.
And it's really cool. I mean, you can tell the ones that just who only smoke Cubans, but you also get the ones that really know what they're talking about. You know, Robert Patrick from Terminator,
Mm.
Terminator 2, been in a bunch of movies. He was really cool. And we talked to him, and he actually knows cigars because he even said Cubans are overrated in his opinion. He likes Fuente. He's a big Fuente fan. He likes Ashton. You know, so it was cool to actually see a guy that actually does smoke cigars and knows what's good
Yeah.
other than just the Cuban.
And you know who else? Another way, I don't know, I just noticed this the other day. I was smoking and hanging out with all my friends here, and a very large crowd of people came in. And we could tell that they were actually, which ones were actually cigar smokers and which ones were not.
Right.
Because the ones who stay in the different sections, in certain sections of the humidor, know what they're doing because they're looking at certain sections of cigars. Because
Right.
they're organized that way. The other ones who are just walking around in circles over and over and over have no idea what they're doing.
Yeah.
That's just something I noticed as well.
Yeah.
So
That's,
that was really cool though.
that is cool.
Yeah.
And do you watch Walking Dead?
I do not.
I've never watched it either.
Either.
But apparently the guy who played Herschel on Walking Dead, his name was Scott Wilson, legendary actor. We got to meet him, and it was really late at night. The thing was over. And he was an older man, and he wanted to go to his work. He
Yeah.
was done for the day.
Mhm.
And we asked his manager if we could get an interview, and he said, no, he's really tired. Brandon said, does he like cigars? And he goes, oh yeah, he likes cigars. And so we pulled out some cigars for him. And he goes, oh, if you've got cigars, he'll talk to you. So we got a nice interview with him for that, and we gave him cigars. He was a really sweet guy. He just passed, 6-7 months ago. Very sad.
Aw.
But he was a great guy. That was fun. It took cigars to get us to do the interview with him. So that
You need
was
to work
fun.
on me too, so.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
That's why we're friends.
That's right.
That's why we're friends.
I love you, Faye. Oh, shut up. I'm
I'm
gonna make
kidding,
myself
I'm
sick.
kidding.
Yeah, I don't really like her that much.
Oh.
She's okay. We have a professional podcast
Yeah,
only
totally
relationship.
professional, and then
That's
after
right.
this, we just don't talk at all.
No.
Like,
that's
I
right.
don't give a crap.
Yeah.
After
None
this.
of us here like each other, do we, Jerry? Nope.
Nope.
He made a big old X. He threw up the X. That's funny. Oh, I heard a funny cigar story real quick.
Okay.
Dirk Nowitzki for the Mavericks.
Yeah.
This is his last game. Last night was his last
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
And thank you, Dirk. What a classy guy. But they were interviewing some former teammates about, playing with Dirk and what he was like and everything.
Yeah.
And Jason Terry, who was on the Mavericks the year they won the championship back in '11, and there was a story this guy that was interviewing him had wanted to verify, and he confirmed it. When they won the championship, he went and got a Bentley, a black Bentley, spent $200,000 for it, used his championship money that he got, his bonus for winning the championship, went to the dealership, bought a Bentley for cash, showed up at the Bentley dealership in a robe and a big fat cigar. That's how he showed up to buy his car. Now that is styling, man. You show up in a robe, a cigar, laid out $200,000 cash for a Bentley.
You know, I get it, but I don't get it.
Oh, it's badass.
Okay, it's badass. I'll agree with that. But also, at the same time, and this might just be a woman thing, like, I'm sure guys out there are like, yeah, that's badass. But as a woman, I'm just like, why don't you put on some pants? Like, I would, like,
He
get
didn't
on.
have to. He just won the NBA championship. Who cares?
Good point, I guess. I would put on, like, nice pants and my heels, my sexy heels, and a nice shirt, like a little blouse, and, go all out, get my hair done.
Yeah, see, but that's not as much fun.
Yeah,
That
that's the difference
shows-
between men and
That
women.
shows that you have got balls. I am showing up in my robe with a cigar, and I'm buying this car game.
Oh yeah, that was a total
Yeah.
badass move.
So anyway, but that wasn't Dirk that did it. That was Jason Terry. But I still just thought that was
Yeah.
a great story.
Well, if I ever buy a Bentley, well, hell, I'll take a cigar and in my nice clothes and be smoking and buy me.
No, you gotta wear a robe. That would be badass. A little, what's it called? A peignoir? What's the word?
Pinstripe.
No, there's it's like a little gown, like robe thing.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but
Did I call it peignoir or something like that?
I have no idea.
I don't know either. Forget the last 10 seconds of this podcast.
Okay.
I know you already have.
What? Dude, what?
Anyway, this
They-
show sucks.
No, it's good. He's self-conscious about the show. It's good, isn't it, guys? Comment if it's good or if it's a mess. I honestly think it's a lot of fun.
I think
you know?
so. Sometimes a mess
It's
is
a lot of
Yeah,
fun.
exactly.
Sometimes,
We can edit it and take out all the stupid crap.
No.
But
You
that's
guys
not the
know
fun.
you don't edit.
No, it's not. It's more fun.
Mm-hmm.
It's more fun.
Yeah.
So, what?
Rock, paper, scissors is gonna go there.
I'll let you go. What you got?
Oh, I don't have anything. I was hoping I would beat you.
Am I gonna have to carry this show again? Anyway, okay. So,
What about the political thing?
yeah, I was gonna get there.
Oh, okay.
Marco Rubio, on a more serious note, is presenting a bill to Congress, or to, I don't know, I'm sorry, I should have researched this better, but anyway, he's proposed a bill that would exempt premium cigars from the FDA, which would be huge for us.
Woo!
And he's out of Florida, which the Fuente family employs a lot of people in Florida.
Yeah.
And that would hurt because of the economy, and he's got to stand up for his constituents. So he's presenting this. Now the thing is, it's going to make you upset and everything is, he did not include flavored cigars in his
What?
proposal. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Shit.
So it really does seem like flavored cigars are going to go away.
Oh, come on.
So stock up on your tobacco specials.
But I'm too broke for this. Oh, come on. Flavored cigars.
Maybe
are
if
just
you're
as
very
much-
friendly to your favorite cigar store manager, you might could.
I love you. You're my best friend.
Yeah, you blew me off when I said it to you earlier. So I'm
No,
gonna blow you.
but flavored cigars are just as much cigars as regular cigars.
Yeah, but the
Premium
argument is, and it's still a stupid argument, is that it entices kids to get in this one. Well, kids can't afford $8 for a cigar.
No, and also you gotta show your ID when you buy cigars.
Yeah, and Texas has just voted to raise the smoking limit to 21.
That's fine,
Yeah.
because I'm 21. I mean, if I were 19, I'd be pissed. But
Jaren's gonna be mad.
oh man, poor Jared.
Yeah.
But as long as you're of age, and because every time I've ever bought a cigar at a place, especially if I'm new and I'm not in the system, they always ask for my ID
Right.
because I look like I'm 12. But
You
I
don't look that old. I'm joking. Go ahead.
I don't look that old. He's rude. He's rude, guys. No, I think that you should be able to buy cigars. It's a lifestyle choice, man.
Yeah, but the flavored thing is people would think, ooh, it taste good, so they can smoke more. But the economics of it they don't add up. You're not gonna, if I were 18, 19 years old, I'm not buying a $9 cigar.
Mm-mm. I mean, I was, but I know.
But I would, if I had to smoke anything, I'd smoke a Swisher Sweet or something, because you can get a 4-pack for $3. Dang, they're crap cigars compared to other things,
Yeah.
But, but that's, the whole FDA thing is all screwed up anyway.
It
but,
really is.
let's keep our fingers crossed for Senator Rubio, and hopefully we can make something happen there.
Thanks, Rubio.
Exactly. So,
I mean, thanks, but kind of thanks.
well, yeah, he kind of left you
No.
cold in that.
No, I mean, if anything,
You would still smoke cigars.
I would still smoke cigars, and I'm happy that he's standing up for the premium cigars, and not necessarily flavored. If flavored cigars are in a way, I'll be fine.
Yeah.
I like them, but I'll be fine. Like, I almost never
Yeah.
smoke flavored now.
Yeah,
at this
you're
point.
about that 10-15% of the time where you smoke the flavors.
Yeah, like rarely at this point.
I
just
suppose
because
when I
have-
first met you, it was 15% of the time you didn't smoke.
Right. I've moved up in the world.
Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah. So anyway, Jerry's given us we're getting close to start wrapping it up. So
Yeah.
I think this was our most informative and well thought out show
Yeah, we did so
so
good.
far.
Are we gonna have any guests coming out soon?
We have possibly a surprise guest next week. I don't want to run it. He was supposed to show up today, but he's
Well, now that
He's a
we've
jerk.
said that he might be a surprise guest, now he has to show up. So
yes.
absolutely have to.
Well, then we should say his name and make him show up,
Oh.
because then I don't know what his schedule is, so I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
But hopefully we will.
Hopefully.
And it'll be a great surprise for anyone who has listened to my other podcasts,
Yeah. So.
or other podcasts that I've been involved in. Not my
Right.
podcast.
Okay.
Anyway.
So stick around for that, guys. Hopefully we'll have a guest. If not, next week it'll just be me and Randy again.
And we'll be better.
Yeah, we'll be better. A little less sleepy.
Yeah.
I think Randy was very sleepy. I mean, he did okay today. You did all right.
Well, thank you. I'm glad
Yeah.
you could save me. Anyway. All right, guys. So like, comment, subscribe on YouTube, like our Facebook page, and be on the lookout for Should I Watch That, the new podcast with Faith and I.
Yeah.
And we will see you next time. I'm Randy Rankin for the beautiful Faith Cox, for the totally awesome Jerry Morris. We will see you next time on The Cigar Show.
Bye, guys. Good morning, everyone. Sorry, I beat you.
What the hell? Anyway, good
I'm
morning.
gonna take away the
everyone.
introductions.
Jeez, you give her a little bit of power and she runs rampant with it. Anyway, this is episode 20 of the Cigar Show.
We made it to 20.
We made it to 20.
Are you sure? We're not
I'm
losing
positive.
count?
No, we're not losing count. You know how I know? Because we number every episode. So all I got to do is go to
Oh,
last
okay.
week's episode and know.
So last
And-
week was 19.
Yeah.
I don't remember this at all, but cool.
Well, you don't remember much about episode 19, apparently. Anyway, this is the Cigar Show, episode 20. I'm Randy Rankin. This is the beautiful Faith Cox.
Hi.
And we got the super cool Jerry Morris
Hey, Jerry.
running the camera for us, make sure we do something good. I don't know what I lost my train of thought. It left the station.
Makes
help
this
me on
show,
it.
that makes sure the show goes smoothly.
There you go. That's what Jerry does. He just can't make me talk smoothly. That's the
No.
problem. But nobody can.
No.
And Big Tony's not with us, and we said we'd have an announcement, and we did. Tony will not be a regular on the show anymore. Because of his schedule. It's not because we fired him or he quit or he told us to go to hell or anything like that. Well, he did tell us to go
Well,
to hell.
yeah,
But not show related. No, anyway, he is now with Espinosa Cigars. Good for Tony. We're excited for him. And he will make sporadic appearances whenever he can.
Yeah. And good for Tony. I mean, we're very happy for him and his new job. Congrats to Big Tony. We will miss him.
Yep,
And always welcome to the show, obviously.
absolutely. Absolutely.
Once a musketeer, always a musketeer.
I never heard that before, but I'm buying it.
Okay.
I'll buy it.
I probably didn't say the saying right, but
I
you
think
know.
it's all for one and one for all.
You know what I mean.
I knew what you meant. Anyway. So
You know
we
what?
are at the, what's that?
You know what happened, right?
What?
I started the podcast and it screwed up everything.
Yeah, you shut the wheels off the whole show. Now we're going to have to drive around on spare tires the rest of the show. But anyway, we're at the Calypso Cigar Shop and Lounge in Richardson, Texas. And as always, and we've got an interesting topic today that I've never really even discussed this in any of the other podcasts that I've been on.
Really? That's
But
shocking.
before we get into it, on May 3rd here at Calypso, we have a Black Label Trading Company event.
Ooh.
That'll be
I have
fun.
one of the boxes.
Yeah, you do have some of the boxes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that will be from 4:30 to 7, so come join us. And then on May 17th, we've got McAuliffe Cigars with our old buddy Brandon Luna, who's the new rep for that.
Oh, May 17th, you said?
Yeah.
Awesome.
The day after someone's birthday. I'm not sure whose birthday that is.
I guess we'll find out.
I guess so. All right.
Facebook will tell you. It's my
It will. It will.
Yeah.
It'll be Faith's birthday. She'll be finally old enough to vote. It's crazy. Anyway.
Rude. I'll be turning 17, thank you.
Oh, 17. You're not old enough to vote then.
Yeah, not
Yeah.
yet.
We haven't gone to prison yet, so you can't vote. That's
I
the
know,
whole-
if I was it's a little illegal.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Anyway,
How old
so
will I be, Randy?
you will be 22.
Yeah, sure, I'm gonna go with that.
22. 22.
22.
Man, you're getting old.
I know. I need a nap. We were just talking about that on the way over to the podcast. Is that he said? What was it you said?
Millennials are wimps. And Jerry, you
Millennials
can
are
attest to
wimps.
this.
Because
They're-
we take too many naps, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not even mad. I do. I take
They
naps.
sleep all the time, you know? It's like when I was 25 years old, and this isn't good old days syndrome, this isn't BS, pat myself on the back. This is the truth. At 25, I lived on 3 hours sleep a night and was out partying again the very next night. It was not a big deal. It was expected. And,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I love to sleep, but it was like sleep or have fun. I'm going to go have fun.
I'm gonna go sleep. I say it. I'm yawning.
Exactly. I didn't mean to bore you with that topic. But anyway, now millennials are like, oh, but I have to sleep all the time now.
We take care of our mental health.
No,
And
you
sleep
don't.
is important for our mental health, okay? Let me just say that sleep and getting a good diet and drinking water is like good for your mental health.
Yeah, and how much water did you drink this week, Faith? None?
My mom is gonna be so pissed when she sees this. See, I'm a responsible adult. I sleep. I forget to drink, but you know, I sleep.
Yeah, okay. Anyway. So, speaking of birthdays and millennials and wimpiness, there's a new superhero movie coming out tomorrow, right?
Yeah. Good segue.
Thank you. And what is this Marvel movie that's coming out tomorrow?
No, I mean, I heard a little bit about it. I mean, it's like some kind of like, or like a group of the superheroes. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's the Avengers Endgame. Woo!
You were so excited. You
I
gonna
am.
camp out tonight? Well, no, because then you'd miss out on sleep.
Yeah. So fuck no. No, I'm not gonna camp out. No, I'm not gonna give up my pillow and my blanket and my bed. However, I'm going to be very excited to go see
And what's it called again?
Avengers Endgame.
Does this mean it's the last one? Please,
Supposedly, they keep saying it's the last one, and then they make another one.
So do you like all superhero movies?
I do. I'm like super crazy about superhero. I've seen all the superhero movies. I don't like all of them.
But you
and
at least go and you want to watch everyone that you
yes. However, I'm gonna be very controversial, and I'm gonna make somebody mad. And I'm sorry. We love our viewers. Thank you for your support. We will miss you.
Oh, you're gonna alienate them right now, huh? Okay.
I'm kidding. I have a somewhat unpopular vote. I don't like DC. I like
Okay.
Marvel.
Well, it seems like it's split. A lot of people like either or.
Yeah, like I actually don't mind. I didn't care until the last two Marvel movies I saw sucked. So. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say
DC,
Marvel?
yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, last
DC.
two DC movies.
Okay. Now, there was a time in my life where I knew the difference between DC and Marvel. I don't anymore. Who is DC? Who is Marvel? Is DC like Superman and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I could be totally wrong. Aquaman. Let's see.
Yeah, you didn't like
What a
Aquaman.
Catwoman DC? I'm like the last person you should ask about this, first of all.
Okay.
But and because I too haven't noticed until recent years the difference between Marvel and DC. I just go see superhero movies. I like all of them.
Right.
And
But you didn't like Aquaman, right?
no.
What didn't you like about Aquaman?
It was okay. I'm a girl, obviously.
Are you? I thought this was a show with nothing but guys.
Really? I think Jerry's handed you.
Oh, he's giving me a lighter.
Yeah,
Okay.
Jerry handed us a lot. Thanks, Jerry. I never really noticed the difference between DC and Marvel, but I like superhero movies. And I like cheesy, I like romance. I mean, I like hokiness to a degree.
Right.
But oh my god. Aquaman was so bad.
How was it bad?
It
I mean,
was
I don't
just cheesy as hell.
Because I thought Momoa seemed like he would be a good Aquaman.
Oh, and he was great. He was great for the character. Just the movie sucked.
Okay.
It didn't have a very good.
What?
Yeah, it was okay. It just I couldn't like get into it. Like it was too light of a movie, and there was too much ridiculous action. I mean, explosions underwater. Really, guys? Really? An explosion and fire underwater.
Well, they've been doing that for years. Though.
Not as much as in this movie.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't know. but
Not
I'm
as
just
much
saying.
as in this movie. There's so much fire underwater that you're just looking at the screen going, what the fuck?
And you have been a potty mouth this episode. You have said fuck twice.
Really? Oh, I'm sorry.
We don't say that word.
Oh,
I'm joking.
I'm so fucking sorry.
I know.
Mom is really gonna be
My
mad
mom
now.
is so. Miss
don't
Cox,
watch-
I had nothing to do with this.
But yeah, it was just cheesy. I mean, the lines were cheesy. The action was cheesy. It was just.
Okay, so who's your favorite superhero? Or heroes?
I really like all the Marvel heroes.
Okay, and like I said, I can't differentiate in my head anymore as to who's who. So.
Captain America, Iron Man, the Hulk, Black Widow, Thor, Loki,
Oh, see, I could have named all those. Okay,
Iron
so I did
Man.
know those. Okay.
Loki,
Yeah.
Thor,
Or just repeating.
Thor.
Okay.
Thor is good.
Okay. Alrighty then. So,
I like Thor for a lot of reasons. I like the actor and I like the character.
who plays Thor?
Chris Hemsworth,
Uh,
the
So-
blonde Greek god looking thing.
oh, that's the guy that looks like me. I know you're.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. But yeah, I always get the two of us mixed up. That's weird.
Yeah.
But,
Do a lot of people get you on mixed
Oh
up?
yeah, of
Oh, all the
course,
time. Right? You
absolutely.
just get people stopping you in the store. "I'm not
Absolutely,
Chris."
all the time.
Mm.
Yeah.
Have you ever given an autograph? Chris Hemsworth autograph?
No, because that'd be forgery. That'd be
Oh,
bad.
okay.
No. But so you don't like DC superheroes at all? You don't like Superman?
I like Superman. I like not the one. I like the most recent Superman movies.
Really?
Yeah,
The ones that suck?
rude. Yeah, I like the ones that were recent, the most recent superhero.
Okay, Man
Superman
of Steel was fine,
movies. Yeah.
except for all the people getting the collateral damage at the end ruined the movie for me. Superman would not have allowed all that collateral damage to happen to innocent people.
Okay, so here's another thing about superhero movies that drives me crazy. The collateral damage in every superhero movie, like, has somebody done the math on that? Like, how many
Yeah.
people have died, and how much money has gone toward damages and infrastructure and
Mhm.
repairs and everything?
Yeah.
They destroyed New York City. They knocked down buildings. Do they think, I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
the collateral damage in superhero movies drives me nuts. At least in Aquaman, nobody died. It was all just in the water,
Right.
and nobody died.
Okay, so that makes
There's
more
one
sense.
thing that Aquaman did okay, except
Everything else.
everything else.
Okay. So, all right.
The first Avengers. Well, I mean, obviously in the last Avengers, like half the world dies. That sucked, but that wasn't because of a fight. That was just somebody evil killed everybody. Spoiler. Probably should have mentioned that, but
Yes. Do the spoiler before you spoil. the
oh,
movie.
they
It's
should
supposed
know
to
by now.
happen.
We talk about
Okay.
movies. There's
Yeah.
gonna be spoilers.
I know. I was being funny.
Oh, really?
Ooh, wow. Someone is so.
Sorry.
Thinking- Yeah. So Tony's not here anymore. So now you're the star of the show. Is that what you're saying?
No, you're the star.
Well, I know that, but I'm just thinking what your thoughts process. is.
Probably.
Anyway, okay, so sorry, I'm getting over a cold, and we do apologize for missing last week.
Oh yeah.
That was me. I was sick.
Mhm.
That's the first one where I was the reason we didn't do the show.
Yeah, the rest of it was me.
Well, you or Tony, or well, no, you, because when Tony went here, you and I went in there.
Yeah.
So
So sorry
usually
about last
it's
week,
fair.
but Randy is feeling better, thankfully.
Yes.
We're back to episode 20. I mean,
Are you awake?
kind of.
Okay, so
So let
did
me-
you not like the Christopher Reeve Superman movies? I mean, come on, those were good.
I did. I liked them.
Okay. Well, see, I like that Superman.
They're okay. I didn't like them as much as I like the more recent ones, but
But the more recent ones have collateral damage, the thing you just said you hate.
it's alright.
And the whole letting his dad die because his dad didn't want
Oh, yeah.
that was stupid. I'd be like, it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. I'd have just
Yeah.
gone and saved my dad and let my dad be pissed at me, But we're talking about Man of Steel here,
True.
That was stupid.
Yeah, I would have saved the dad. It's like the whole Titanic situation. Like, he could have saved the dad. They would have been alright.
Yeah, but no.
But that kind of, like, sets up the whole movie. Or, like,
I know.
sets up, part of the story.
I know.
Anyway.
But now the
So-
Hulk movies, I've not liked any of those.
Okay. I'm gonna admit something. I've never seen any of the Hulk movies.
You just said you watched every one of them.
No, I never watched Hulk,
Okay.
and I'll tell you why. And yes, y'all can make fun of me. It's fine.
We already do.
When Hulk came out, I was too young. It scared me. We were little kids, and we didn't like the big green face yelling, and it was angry, and I was like, okay, not mine. I'm gonna go watch Blue's Clues now. That's more my vibe.
Blue's Clues. Okay.
Yeah. Dora the Explorer, you know, those kinds of stuff. So I haven't seen Hulk, the original Hulk movies, and however many there are, I don't know how many there are. But I did see Hulk in all the more recent Marvel movies in the last 10 years.
So what do you think of the new Wonder Woman?
I didn't watch it. Oh, Wonder Woman, yes. I love Wonder Woman.
What did you think?
I was thinking Captain Marvel. I haven't seen Captain Marvel. I don't think I'm really gonna need to see it. I'm good. I heard enough about it.
Jared, did you see it? No.
No, you didn't see it. Did you? No.
Man of Steel is the last superhero movie I've seen. Oh, you can do the, oh my god, you're so out of it thing. I'm not out of it. I don't want to watch it. I don't want to be in it.
So, out of the superhero movies that you have watched, who's your favorite?
Well, Superman's my favorite superhero, but I don't like what they've done to his character. He's
Yeah.
a bad guy now. How can Superman be a bad guy?
Oh, did you see the new trailer for the new superhero?
No.
It's gonna be so good. So I love that they're taking an original story and like flipping it. You know, kind of like how they did with Maleficent, the original Sleeping Beauty. They took it and flipped it and told Maleficent's story.
Yeah.
I love stuff like that. They are changing it up, and it might piss you off, and it's okay.
Yeah, because that's never bothered you to. That's
No,
fine.
not at all. There is a new movie. I forgot what it's called. I should know, but it's a new Superman movie,
Okay.
and it's telling the story of Superman when he was a little boy, and it's telling the Superman story as if Superman were evil.
How can you fight for truth, justice, and the American way and be evil?
So it's telling a new story, a new version of Superman.
You
an
don't need a
evil
new version. The original versions lasted for hundreds of years, or 100 years.
And
or
they're
however many
twisting
years.
it, and it's gonna be so much fun to see what they do with it. So it's about the little boy and how he goes evil. His mother tries to stand up for him, and he goes crazy. He starts writing all those symbols and kills people. I mean, this is all I know from the trailer. I don't know what happens, but it's telling the Superman story
Why are
as
they
if Superman
making
were born
Superman
evil.
evil? Superman is Superman. He's cool.
I think it's interesting. I think it's gonna be a very split vote though. People are gonna say that sucks.
No,
and
I'll probably watch it because it does sound interesting to watch, but I'm still
it's
going to be
very
mad.
spooky. It's kind of spooky.
I'm going to be mad.
Huh?
I'm going to be mad.
Okay, well you can be mad, but you're gonna watch it,
Probably.
and we'll watch it together, and we'll give a not necessarily a movie review, but we'll talk about it a little
Okay.
bit. So
So,
I can't wait for that. That's gonna be so interesting to me.
now see, back when I was growing up, we had good superhero stuff on TV.
Yeah.
Because there was an Incredible Hulk TV show that was outstanding. It was a great show.
Oh, nice.
And it came on every week, and you understood, why he became the Hulk. He was
Yeah.
taken downtown because he just wanted to avoid being known
Mhm.
as the guy who turns into the Hulk. But inevitably something would happen, and he'd have to turn into the Hulk to save whatever person was suffering in that town.
Mhm.
Very formulaic, but good. That was a good show.
That was awesome.
Then we
Sounds
had some
good.
stupid ones though. We had one called Man from Atlantis. That was terrible.
Sounds bad.
It was bad. But we had the $6 Million Man, which was badass.
What was that?
The Bionic Man. You don't remember hearing about that? It was about an astronaut named Steve Austin, and who had an accident on a mission,
Mhm.
and they rebuilt him using bionics.
Uh-huh.
And so he had a bionic arm, a bionic eye, bionic legs. He could run real fast. He was real strong. He could see and everything.
There was a movie. Oh, RoboCop. RoboCop was like that.
Well, yeah, kind of.
But RoboCop wasn't very good either.
No, the $6 Million Man was badass, and then they had the Bionic Woman.
Yeah, I
Another
did
guy.
see Bionic Woman, but it got canceled.
Oh, that was a new version of it.
Oh yeah, the original version I heard was one of the greatest.
Yeah, it was
But
great.
the new Bionic Woman that came out like 15 years ago or so,
Yeah.
they canceled that, and I was so mad. I was just getting into it. But anyway.
So I grew up liking superhero stuff, but I don't know, they've lost me over the years. Mostly because they come out too often. There's too many of them nowadays. It's kind of like Star Wars movies. There's too many Star Wars movies nowadays. You know, when the first Star Wars came out, it was like 2 or 3 years before Empire Strikes Back came out. And it was another couple of years before Return of the Jedi came out. You know, and now it's like every year there's a Star Wars movie. Some years too.
it's fun.
No, it's old.
I like it. It's not like movie dates.
Well, you can still go see other movies. It doesn't have to be Star Wars or superhero, does it?
But I like superhero movies.
Okay.
I don't see. I get that maybe you don't like that, but I don't mind the frequency of superhero movies. However, I get how someone can get bored
Yeah.
with it.
Yeah.
You know, I'm still imaginative and young enough to really get into them. And
Oh, so I'm unimaginative and old.
that's not what I said. That is not what I said.
Uh-huh.
That is not what I said,
I
Randy.
think that's what she said, Jay.
You said it, not me.
Well, you didn't say it, you implied it.
No, I didn't. I was just speaking my truth.
Your truth, as
I
you
was
see it.
speaking my truth.
I'm imaginative, so I like to imagine a world where you have a good story with good acting in it. That's imaginative, because that never happens anymore.
I knew you were going to say
That's
that.
what's creative, because it
Oh.
doesn't happen all the time.
Have you seen Aquaman?
No, but I would. I'd watch it. I like
You-
Jason Momoa.
I
so
should make Randy watch Aquaman.
What does that have to do with what I was saying?
Because it's such bad acting and it's
Oh, I'm
such,
sure. I'm sure.
It's bad.
But you said Momoa was good.
He is. He was
Okay.
great. He was great for the character. He was great at acting. He was great with the story.
But the story itself was bad.
Yeah, it's like they put like one of the best actors in one of the okay-ish movies ever.
Okay.
So,
Alrighty. So, Avengers Endgame is tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
It's supposed to do like $850 bazillion or something like that. Box
Can I have
office.
some of that? Woo.
Meanwhile,
How about I go make a cheesy, lame acting movie like Aquaman and get things for that? Let's do that.
you'd be qualified for
Yeah,
the acting
we should do
part.
that. We should do that. Just an idea, man.
I agree. So anyway, we didn't talk cigars at all, but then again, when it's you and I, we rarely talk cigars anyway.
Well, I'm smoking a cigar. There we
What
go.
are you smoking today?
I'm smoking the Rose of Sharon by Southern Draw.
We're actually both having Connecticut today. I'm smoking the New Allegheny,
Yeah.
Connecticut.
I love that it says Southern Draw because I can't hardly say it without a Southern drawl.
Let's hear your southern accent real
Oh,
quick, then
my
we gotta go.
God.
Huh?
See, Randy likes it when I talk in this really country accent. And
See, Jerry's laughing at it. too.
we knew at breakfast that we were having breakfast this morning, and we knew that if I started doing my country accent, that Jerry was going to make faces at me. But Lord, see, let me tell you, Randy, let me just tell you a little bit about myself. It runs in my blood, Randy.
What does?
My accent. That's why it's so good. See, you can't hardly talk.
It's
because
hilarious.
It's, so
It's great.
funny.
You do a great job at it.
Why don't you try it with me? I don't think you got a country accent.
I do have one.
Oh,
But-
really?
But the thing is, with my country accent, it's just not as good as yours.
Oh,
And,
but
and
your
yours
heart
is so
fine.
much better than mine.
Oh, honey, no. Everybody is their
Okay,
own
we'll do an
person.
episode where we'll improv a
Oh,
southern
God.
accent thing. We'll do that. But anyway,
If y'all want to see more of that, come back for episode 21.
that's right. And Jerry will be sick that day and not want to be a part of it. Anyway,
Probably.
but go see Avengers Endgame tomorrow and contribute to the delinquency of bad filmmaking. And then
Good.
we will thank you like that.
Yeah.
And we'll be back for episode 21. Special shout out to a couple of people. Of course, Alan Kent. We'll give him another shout out.
Oh, Alan. Hey, I uploaded on time.
Well, we'll see.
No, I will.
Okay.
When you're watching this, you'll be watching this somewhere in the afternoon.
And special shout out to a gentleman named Scott Cognac out of Wichita, Kansas.
Hey, Scott.
Scott was a very loyal listener to the old Calypso Cigar Review.
Awesome.
Met Scott many times. Good guy. He actually drove down from Wichita to hang out with Brandon and I one day
That's cool.
to meet us. And well, he was a loyal listener. He kept a journal of every
Yeah,
episode and
that's
everything.
cool.
Yeah, that was cool. So
Well, thanks, Scott.
Scott found our show. Thanks for finding our show, Scott. And hopefully you'll enjoy it. Continue to enjoy it. And we'll see you guys next week for episode 21. I'm Randy Rankin. For the beautiful Faith Cox, for the awesome Jerry Morris. We will see you next week on The Cigar Show.
Okay.
Good morning.
morning.
I knew you were going to do it.
It's fun just to mess with you. So, all right,
It
go
is
ahead.
funny. Okay.
Go ahead.
I'll let you do it, Miss Pro. Come on.
Good morning. Okay, your turn.
Welcome to The Cigar Show. That poor attempt was done by the beautiful Faith Cox. I am Randy Rankin, and doing the camera as always is the great Jerry Morris. He's firing up the cigar as we speak. We are at episode 21.
21?
The same amount of episodes as you've been alive birthday-wise.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this show is finally old enough to drink now.
Yay!
And
Even
speaking
though-
of which, we have something kind of related to that we're going to get into here in a minute.
Oh, really? I
Yes.
haven't been told any of this.
It was your idea.
Oh, really?
You really are blonde, aren't you? Anyway, so
No,
we've
it's
got...
really just in my coffee. Because we're 21 now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're at the, what do we call it? Calypso Cigar Shop and Lounge in Richardson, Texas. Tomorrow, May 3rd, we have a Black Label Trading Company event with Ben Holt, the rep. Ben's a cool dude. Black Label's one of those cult-like brands that people,
Yeah.
they're not well known, but they've got a huge following. So come
Oh,
out
yeah.
and find out what the big following's all about. It's from 4:30 to 7. Faith is going to actually be working and in attendance. Faith is finally going to be at an event. She hasn't been at one
Finally,
in
guys. I did not go out of town or have some emergency come up this time.
Yeah, she hasn't been to an event in like the last 8 of them or something like that.
Two events, not 8.
You think?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it just seems like 8. Because it is. Anyway, but welcome to the show. We, in honor of the 21st birthday of the show, 21st episode of the show, Faith came up with this idea. We have a drinking game for you folks
Yes, we do.
watching the show.
So, as most of you guys probably know by now, I am hearing impaired, and today I only have one ear that's working. So Randy's on my deaf side. And we all know I'm notorious for saying, do what?
Do what?
Not in a normal way. I don't say do what. I say do what?
Yeah. Very, very hick.
Yeah.
Like,
So every time I say what, or huh, or do what,
you have
you
to
gotta
take
take a shot.
Yep,
Or
that's
a
the
drink,
rule.
or whatever you got.
Yeah.
But if Randy says it, you have to drink twice.
Yes,
Because that's more rare. I mean, wants you to get more drunk.
exactly. And I've been known to be a good bad influence.
What?
Well, there's one right there.
Drink!
I've been referred to as a good bad influence.
Yes, here's a
So I'm
very...
going to say what just to say what, just so people will have to drink 2 shots because I said what twice, and that makes it 3 points. So that gives 6
Ooh,
shots.
yeah. No,
See
yeah.
how I can get it added up? No, I'm
Not-
joking. I know, no. We can't cheat. It has to be generic.
It
Not
has to be
generic.
genuine.
Organic is the word, not
Organic
generic.
or genuine, whatever you
Yes,
want to call it.
Exactly. So, have fun with all that, guys.
Yeah.
And because it's the 21st episode, and it being your
22nd birthday is
coming up, so next week is 22, which will be the last episode before you turn 22.
Yes, it is. I
Very
think if I'm
interesting.
doing the math right, which knowing me, I'm not.
Right? Yeah. And I'm still getting over a cold, so I'll probably still be coughing from time to time, especially with smoke.
Yeah.
Probably not a good idea to be smoking while.
Never turn down a good cigar.
That's right. Exactly.
My very good bad influence told me that.
Yeah, I know who that guy is. He's
yeah,
cool.
he's a cool guy.
I like him.
He's alright.
Yeah.
A little annoying, but he's alright.
He's a lot annoying.
Yeah.
Okay, I mentioned a topic the other day to Faith, and she liked it at the time. But I guarantee you she doesn't remember what it was.
Nope.
So, we involve entertainment and such in there. And you went on and on about my lookalike Thor last week on the
Yeah,
show.
right.
Yeah. So, got me thinking about celebrity crushes.
About what?
There's a drink right there.
Drink!
Celebrity crushes.
Oh, okay. Celebrity crushes. I should have guessed that, but
Yeah,
I had to
so
drink.
you have to pick your 3 biggest celebrity crushes. And it could be
Oh.
like one of all time, like one you had as a kid, or any time.
Okay.
Your 3
Good, because
favorite
I don't like
celebrity
choosing
crushes.
just one. That's too.
I know, one's
difficult.
too easy. And one too tough. Yeah, I agree. So you
So
have
you
to,
give your top 5. That's a lot easier than.
well, we're going to do 3.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. What?
So my.
That one doesn't count. That one's not organic.
Drink. So am I going first?
Yes.
Okay.
That's why I looked at you and asked the question.
Oh, okay.
I was
You
expecting
didn't want
an
to ask
answer.
Tony? Oh, Tony's not there.
No, Tony's not
Oh.
here. No, Tony's not here.
That was a very good joke. I know.
we miss Big Tony.
Do what?
We miss Big Tony. There's
Yeah.
a drink. That was generic or
That
organic.
was generic.
I keep calling it generic. It's organic is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, generic is like an off-brand.
I know. It's an off-brand of organic.
Yeah.
What the hell?
We're doing so bad.
Yeah, we haven't
with
even had
the
anything
jokes.
to drink
Our
yet.
jokes are like subpar this morning. We're
Yeah,
both like
well.
maybe not awake. And
Well, it thunderstormed all last night, so just as you were
True.
trying to go to sleep, the thunder would wake you up. It was terrible.
I didn't hear any of that.
Well, I
Thunder.
meant you in general, not you personally, because you
Okay.
don't ever hear storms.
Nope.
Nope.
I wake up and I'm like, oh, it rained. And Ramsey looks at me and he's like, really? You didn't hear any of that? No. I slept through 2 hurricanes, people. 2. Knocked out.
Really?
Out cold. Yep. Slept
Wow.
through 2 hurricanes.
Crazy.
I know.
Okay, back to the subject at hand. Celebrity crushes.
So celebrity crushes. I do have a
You
couple.
pick one, I'll pick one, you pick one.
Okay. So my first one has got to be Ewan McGregor. Specifically, well, I don't know. Like he never gets old for me. He just I like him in anything, honestly.
Okay.
But
But he's in Moulin Rouge.
But Moulin Rouge got me. I've been watching Moulin Rouge for years. I pretty much memorized the movie. And I love Ewan McGregor. I love his voice. I love his singing voice too. Some people don't know he sings. He does. I think it's marvelous. And I love his smile. I don't know. I just have a giant crush.
You obviously do, really.
However, it broke my heart. Just millions of pieces shattered everywhere. When I found out he was married.
Aw.
He's married, has 2 children, and is my mother's age. Most of that doesn't, most of that bothers me. Age doesn't, but
I would hope being married and having kids would bother
Yeah,
you.
yeah, that
I would
bothers
think
me.
That would bother you.
but yeah, which is sucky.
Well,
But I'm over it. I'm fine.
I can tell. Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me. Okay, it just doesn't bother me at all. I'm over it. Okay.
Okay, I believe you. Not. Okay, so Ewan McGregor's number 3.
Yeah, no, number 1.
Oh, he's number 1. You
he's
started
always,
at number 1.
He's always gonna be number 1.
I'm going to start at 3 and go to 1. I'm going to reveal 1 at the end.
Okay, have at it. So who's your number 3?
3.
You haven't thought
This
of
is
it.
this is a recent addition to the list. Teresa Palmer. I think she is Absolutely gorgeous. And she was in Warm Bodies.
I love that movie. She's a girl?
Yeah, she's the.
Okay, yeah.
I
She
like
is
her.
very pretty. Them
Yeah, she
eyes.
is. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, she has eyes? I didn't notice that. Joking.
wow.
No. No, she seems cool. I've seen her in a couple interviews. She seems pretty down to earth.
You did a couple interviews with
No,
her?
I've seen a couple
Oh,
of
okay.
interviews.
I was like,
no, I
really?
haven't met her. No, I haven't met her.
That would be cool.
No.
And
We'd be married if I met her.
who's that doing?
Joking. But anyway, no, I could never marry her even though she is hot because she's a vegan, and that would just not. That wouldn't.
You know, for
We
them-
would not be able to coexist
maybe you could just eat a steak. You know.
when I'm not around her.
Yeah.
I could do that. Okay, if she wants to do that, I'm game.
Cool.
I'll
I'll let her know. I'll let her
okay,
know.
yeah, let her know.
All right, guys. He's available. All vegans. He's available, and he's just gonna keep eating steak.
Just on the side.
Yeah.
You'll never know it.
He's not gonna cheat or anything, but he'll eat a steak on the side.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That'll be my form of cheating.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so Ewan McGregor, Teresa Palmer. You go.
Oh boy. I gotta go with Chris Hemsworth.
My lookalike. Yeah, that guy.
He's pretty. He's also very funny. I mean, I thought.
What would I know him from other than Thor? Because the name sounds familiar, but I don't.
What was he did a race car movie? His butt was in it.
Well, I would think the rest of him was as well.
No, just the butt.
Just his butt.
Just the butt. I'm gonna see what other movie he was in. I know the movie. He has actually been in a few things.
Okay.
Thor. Let's see. I know.
Yeah,
I should have
IMDb.
done this before the show.
No, this is a lot of podcasts. That's what podcasts do. We look up stuff while
Yeah.
we talk.
He's in the new Men in Black.
Is
That's
it?
gonna be
Okay.
fun.
Yeah.
He's very funny in that. I like his voice.
Is he English? Is he American?
He was in Ghostbusters. That was hilarious.
I never saw it.
He was like the dumb, hot secretary, just the male version.
Okay.
Dumb, hot secretary, and that's why they hired him. It's so funny. They hired him in the movie, and he's just a dumb secretary, but
I
he's
have to
pretty,
look-
and
I
they
have to-
keep explaining how he answers the phone, but they never fire him because he's Chris Hemsworth. You don't fire Chris Hemsworth. Ever. He was in The Huntsman, he was in Red Dawn, Black
Oh, I
Cat.
know you're talking
Oh,
about now.
Rush. Rush is the one. His butt is in Rush.
His
In case
butt
you want
is
to
in-
see some
Yeah,
Chris
Jerry, write that down. Rush. His butt is in Rush. In case you want to see that.
And Randy's gonna go watch that movie like 9 times now.
I've seen my butt.
Huh?
I've seen my butt. And we're, he and I look alike, so there you go.
He's in a lot of stuff.
No, I know who you're talking about now when you said Red Dawn.
He's also in Star Trek. Is
Star
he?
Trek?
I don't remember him in Star Trek.
Oh, wow.
But anyway, he's in The
So,
Huntsman.
Chris Hemsworth.
He's in all the Snow White movies. Yeah. He's in Vacation, and then all the Avengers and Thor and Marvel movies and stuff. So,
Okay.
speaking of Marvel movies, we can get into that later. But I
Yeah.
did see the new.
We're going to get to a review of it.
Alright. Eventually.
But you're not going to spoil it.
No
I'm
spoilers.
going to spoil it. I'm going to spoil it. No? I can't?
No.
Never mind. All right.
You have
Okay,
to give
so-
a warning.
Ewan McGregor, Chris Hemsworth.
Yes.
Who is my number two? That's a good question.
I'm still trying to figure out my number one.
You're stalling. And you haven't
Take
said
it.
what yet, so you're not really. You've only done
Okay,
it one
can it
time.
be a girl crush? Okay, I have a girl crush. A girl celebrity crush.
Would it be? Okay, well, it's your call. It's your list.
So who's your number two?
That's a good question. Jennifer Aniston was always on my list for a long time,
I like
but
Jennifer Aniston.
but I think she's starting to be working her face because she doesn't look the same as she used to, and it doesn't look natural. It doesn't look.
Well, I mean, she is what, 50 now?
Yeah.
She's 50.
Oh, she looks great for 50. Don't get me wrong.
That makes my mother so mad when she found out that Jennifer Aniston was older than her last year. She was so pissed. She's like, that is lots of bad words that I shouldn't say on a podcast because my mother will kill me.
I didn't think your mother swore.
No, she doesn't.
Oh, okay.
And she smacks me every time I try.
Yeah. I sent her a copy of last week's episode.
Oh, come on. See, there you go again. Throwing me under the bus. Again.
That's what I do. That's my job.
So anyway, number 2,
So-
Jennifer Aniston.
I'm leaning that way because, see, I kind of liked her even before Friends because I saw that movie Leprechaun, which is a horrible movie. But she was in it, and I remember thinking that girl was kind of cute. And then watching Friends and thinking that girl was kind of cute, and I realized that it was the same girl that was in Leprechaun. So yeah, just for nostalgia and because she does still look good, I'll go Jennifer Aniston.
Leprechaun sounds like a terrible movie.
It was a
Is it the
terrible
one that I
horror
think
movie.
it is with the weird ass looking leprechaun?
Yeah, that goes around killing people.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That sounded like a horrible movie.
It was
Is
horrible.
that why people were afraid of leprechauns?
I guess. And because they're always after your Lucky Charms. that was a terrible joke.
That was a terrible joke. They should drink just to cope with that.
Yeah, well. What?
What? Do what? Sorry.
Okay, so
I'll dial it down again.
what's your third? Okay, your third is a female crush.
She's my number 1.
Oh,
Because I like anything that she does. She's very sweet. She's very humble and goofy like me. She's really good at acting. She's gorgeous. Some people have said that I look a little bit like her. I'm going to.
Roseanne Barr.
Huh? Drink. What'd you say?
Roseanne?
Really? Roseanne?
Well, you said they look like you, so that's what I was
No. I don't look like that.
joking. Who? Let me think. Who do you look like? Let's see if I can guess.
Okay.
You kind of look.
That was
This
terrible.
isn't who you were thinking of, I know, but you kind of remind me of Reese Witherspoon a little bit.
Okay.
I think you're cuter than Reese Witherspoon.
Thank you.
But you kind of, I could see that, I guess. I know
like
when you tell me this, I'm going to go, oh yeah, I get it. Okay.
Amanda Seyfried. Or Seyfried.
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 Yeah.
I don't know how to say her last name.
I don't see it. I think she's pretty and I think she's
Yeah.
pretty, but I don't think.
It's the nose and the lips. They have similar nose and lips.
Yeah, but she's got, I don't mean weird eyes, but she's got different kind of, her eyes are, there's something about her eyes there.
They're very big and pretty.
Yeah.
I think she is adorable. I think she is gorgeous. I aspire to look like her. Also, just like side note, I'm not like the biggest fan of shit. What's her name?
I'm not a big fan of shit either.
The girl who plays Harley Quinn.
Harley Quinn. Who is that?
Damn it!
Who is that, Jerry? You can talk.
I'm looking.
Harley Quinn. She writes all those romance novels, right? You want me to quit talking now, don't you? It's not gonna happen.
Margot Robbie.
Oh, okay.
That girl is gorgeous. I'm not the biggest fan of her. I really like Amanda Seyfried better. I know I'm probably saying her
Did you
last
see that
name
movie
right.
Chloe?
Oh well. Huh?
Did you see that movie Chloe with her and Liam Neeson? And
No, I haven't yet.
It's a really good movie. It's
Okay.
weird. It's dark, but it's really good.
Did I
The
see
premise is Liam Neeson's married to Julianne Moore,
it? Uh-huh.
and she's suspecting him of having an affair. So she hires the name of Seyfried, however you say her
Seyfried,
name,
yeah.
to seduce him to see if he will cheat.
And then they fall in love and live happy ever after.
No? It's a dark, twisted movie.
She murders the wife.
Maybe, maybe not.
She does.
Yeah.
I hope she. Sorry,
I don't know.
my darkness is something there.
But it's a good movie.
I'm
Very
gonna
good
see it
movie.
now.
Chloe, yes.
Awesome.
Yeah. It's a good movie. I watched it about 2 months ago and really liked it.
I know people are gonna make fun of me and my cigar going out for the 100th time because I talk too much.
You do talk too much.
Yeah.
Okay, so who is my number one?
I don't know.
You know, I've told you.
Faith Cox.
She used to be number one. Now she's not even in the top 100. Actually, I don't know if you were ever number one. You were like 1A or 1B.
Okay, I'm cool with that.
Okay. Come on, you know who it's going to be. Anybody that's ever watched Calypso Cigar Review will know who my number one is, because she was mentioned on like 70% of all of our episodes.
Jill Wagner.
Jill Wagner, yeah.
Woo! Hi, Jill.
Hi, Jill. She's not watching. But,
She's gonna.
she's going to watch it now.
Yeah. I'm gonna
Anyway.
send it to her. Since you're sending my podcast to my mother and throwing me under the bus for
Right.
cussing.
You're going to send it to Jill Wagner. Okay. Anyway, if you don't know who Jill Wagner is, she was on Wipeout. She was the silent reporter on Wipeout. She was on the MTV show Teen Wolf. She played a werewolf
She
hunter.
was also on Wipeout.
That's why I said Wipeout. Did you
What?
not hear me say Wipeout?
What?
Did you really not hear me say
No.
Wipeout? Yeah.
I'm just waiting for the 15 minutes of talking about Jill Wagner to pass.
I had to listen to Amanda Seyfried talk for a week.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And anyway,
Fair enough.
I'm just letting people know who she is.
Yeah.
But
I'm
she's
just picking on you.
I know, but she's also very sweet and she's
Yeah.
very cool. She follows me on Twitter, which is awesome.
Doesn't she do Hallmark movies too?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, she's the new queen of Hallmark movies now. Oh, and I'm so disappointed because May 16th or something at Graceland of all places. You know what Graceland is, right? What is Graceland? Yeah.
Elvis's house.
Yeah.
I knew that.
Anyway, they're having a big Hallmark convention thing of all the actors and actresses, and she's going to be there. And I don't get to go. I don't get to go. I already have plans for that weekend.
No, I'm
I
telling
know.
you, go.
I mean, she and I have communicated on social media a lot over the years, but I've
Yeah.
never met her. That would have been cool.
Oh, really? You've never actually met her?
No, I've never actually met her.
Oh, I thought you did. Damn
No.
it.
No.
Well,
Oh well.
you
But
should go
anyway,
meet her.
I'm,
Since she's number one and I'm like number 1B.
well, you were.
Oh, I was. See, now I'm like 109.
Yeah,
And she's still
109.
number one. So
Yeah.
go see Jill Wagner.
I can't. I've already committed
For
to do
my
something.
birthday present, go meet Jill Wagner.
It's your birthday present.
Yes.
Well, that's very unselfish of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyway.
I try to be actually.
Okay, so
sometimes.
Jill Wagner, Jennifer Aniston, Teresa Palmer,
Amanda Seyfried.
Reed, Ewan McGregor, Chris Hemsworth.
Ewan McGregor. Oh, his smile, he's funny. I like how he talks.
He's cool actually. I've seen him in interviews. He seems pretty down there too.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway,
And one
So-
of his daughter's name had one of the best names I heard.
Faith Cox.
No. That's a terrible name. You can't hyphenate it with anything. It
No, you
never-
really can't.
No, I never want to be Cox anything.
No.
No.
So
Speaking
like
of
Courtney Love, that would be bad for y'all two
Cox.
there.
Oh.
I didn't say that out loud, did I?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, I did? Okay. Anyway, so
Yeah.
Avengers Endgame.
Avengers Endgame, guys. Okay, y'all want to guess? Go ahead and just put down in the comments. Guess how many times I cried in Avengers. I'm a girl. I'm 21, and yes, I am mushy sometimes. You want to guess
Okay.
how many times I
You
cried?
already told me. I know how many.
But just like if you were to guess,
I would have guessed 3.
I cried 4 times,
I
guys.
would have been wrong.
4.
Why? Because of all the spoilers I'm about to give out?
Stop it! I'm gonna throw my phone at you.
I haven't even seen the movie and I know all the spoilers.
He's terrible. Just go watch the damn movie.
I know how it ends. I mean, I know all the stuff now.
Okay, fine. Whatever. You do your boo-boo. I don't care. It was
You
amazing.
actually brought that to the podcast. You do you, boo-boo. You brought to the podcast. Okay.
It was marvelous.
Jerry's gonna
Everything.
kill us. Jerry hates this
marvelous
episode.
because it's a Marvel movie. Anyway.
That seemed like a joke Jerry would have really liked, actually.
You like that one, Jerry? That joke? I thought it was pretty good.
She said it was marvelous because it was a marvel.
But
You got it.
I swear I'm not drunk. People think that I am sometimes. I'm not. I'm not even drunk yet.
What?
I said I'm not even drunk yet.
Oh, okay, I'm trying to get people to drink.
We're not making them drink
We're
enough.
not making them drink enough. What the hell? This is the worst drinking
We're
game
supposed
ever.
to be good bad influences.
What's a good drinking game that you've ever played?
If you're a college student, drink every time your
take a
professor
nap.
repeats something or stops for more than 5 minutes
Okay.
or 4 seconds. Like that's a long pause.
We know there was a TV show 24.
Huh?
With Kiefer Sutherland. There was a show called 24.
Drink.
And he always said, that was
Yeah.
organic. And he used to say damn it like 4 or 5 times an episode, so I had a drinking game on every time he said damn
That's
it.
funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I had a professor this semester. He was a wonderful guy. I plan on talking to him more just to.
Is this the guy that I got to sit in on a class with?
Yeah. So I sent him a video. We're good, thank you. I sent him a video of part of the lecture just to torture him a little bit because he was a wonderful, wonderful guy, super knowledgeable. It was an exceptional children's class. Oh my god! But
He was pretty slow.
he talked
Talking.
so slow. He repeated the same piece of information 4 times and then told 9 different stories about it.
Yeah. I
And
know that
every
dude.
single lecture, there was like 14, 15 slides. You could get maybe 3 slides. By the way, this class is 3 hours long. So
Yeah.
3 hours of that. So me and my friend turned it into a drinking game.
Nice.
So every
That's
time
good.
he would repeat the same statement, you have to take a shot.
That's cool. No, that's a good drinking game.
Yeah.
Yeah. One time you called me after that class.
Yeah.
And you were,
We were ranting and
yeah.
raving about it.
Yes, you
God,
did.
I'm so bad. He was a great guy though. He's an awesome dude.
Very cool.
Terrible professor.
Very cool.
Oh.
Well, we're going to wrap it up. So, Adventures in Game, thumbs up.
It was amazing.
Bring your
Everybody,
box of tissues.
basically, let me just say this. Everybody has some sort of a happy ending. That's all I wanted to know. So that one made the movie super
We
good.
like happy endings.
We do. At least I do.
I was
Everybody
teasing.
has a
I was
happy
teasing.
ending. You get to see everyone.
Good.
That shouldn't spoil it too much. That doesn't give you any information. It's not what you think. Still awesome. If you've seen it, let me know how you liked it in the comments. Give us a like. Thank you for our views. Our views are going up
Yeah,
again.
they're good.
Oh yeah.
Boom. And let us know your celebrity crushes.
Yes. Who's your number 1?
Yeah, that's what we'll
Or top 3, whatever you want.
Yeah, that's cool. Absolutely. So anyway, don't forget tomorrow, May 3rd, Black Label Trading Company event here at Calypso.
A what?
And Black Label Trading Company event. And that was another drink.
Drink.
And come up with let us know some of your drinking games that you've got too. That would be cool.
Yeah. Maybe we'll
And-
do them on the show.
Oh, we might. We will do that. And then we'll talk in our southern accents.
All right.
We'll do that
We'll do that at some point.
at some point. Alrighty. Anyway, for the great Jerry Morris, for the lovely Faith Cox, I'm the awesome Randy Rankin. And we will see you next week on the Cigar Show.
Bye, guys.
We're-
Hello, hello, hello.
Stole my line.
Boom, boom. I told you I wouldn't do it.
I know.
Yeah, he did keep his promise.
That's right.
Yeah, so I had to, man.
She nailed it, too.
I expected it.
She nailed it. Good job. Good morning, everybody. This is the Cigar Show, episode 22. And something else is 22 today, but I can't remember what it is.
Me! I'm
Oh, that's
22.
right. It's Faith. Happy birthday, Faith.
Thank
Happy
you.
birthday.
It is my
22.
birthday today.
That
so.
was, what, 6, 7 years ago that we were 22. It was
Exactly.
weird. I know, it's just shocking. But anyway, well, happy birthday, Faith.
Love the look she gave. Was like, damn, 22's gonna suck for me.
That's what I'm going to look like in
42 's
6
yeah,
years?
40.
You wish you'd look like us in
That's
6
true.
years.
Yeah.
Anyway, I am Randy Rankin. This is the birthday girl, and as always, the gorgeous Faith Cox.
Morning.
And we have a third person again today, and he is
Brandon Luna.
Brandon Luna. And if you've ever watched the Calypso Cigar Review, which we know many of you have, we had a little mini reunion going on here. This is cool. There we go,
Yeah.
bud. And we're even at Calypso.
Exactly.
That's
the
great.
newfangled one.
The newfangled Calypso.
I don't think anybody ever saw the newfangled one on our show. We did
No, we
video,
just did audio.
audio
on
here
yeah.
on the other shows, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, welcome to the show, guys. We're going to have fun and hope to keep you entertained.
Maybe. We'll see.
Yeah.
We can hope. That's all we can do is hope. All right?
It is my birthday, so.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. So,
Strippers! Okay. That's not the entertainment we're getting today?
yeah, but we're ordering the strip. You're not ordering the
Oh,
strippers.
man.
I don't want what you're going to order.
It's
Man,
gonna be
that's
it's gonna be Danny DeVito from Friends.
Yes.
That's the stripper you're getting.
Aw.
anyway, guys. Okay, so we're at the Calypso Cigar Shop and Lounge in Richardson, Texas. And tomorrow night, May 17th, we have a McAuliffe cigar event.
Yes.
And ironically enough, Brandon happens to work for McAuliffe.
I do.
It's almost like we planned this.
Sorta.
Kind of is.
Maybe
don't you
ish,
think?
yeah.
Yeah.
Works out for everybody.
Yeah,
It does.
so it's from 4:30 to 7. We'll have really good deals. Brandon will tell us a little bit more about that in a second.
Yep.
But please come by. I'm not even going to mention if Faith is going to be here or not because I don't know. I'm tired of lying to you guys.
Okay, guys, I'm so sorry that I missed every event. But I promise, cross my heart, I will be there tomorrow.
I'm getting away
Yeah.
out of the way of the light.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to try my hardest to be there. Unless some disastrous emergency comes up,
Yes.
I'll be there tomorrow.
So in other words, lock
She
your
won't be here
windows
tomorrow,
and
yeah.
screens.
Yeah. If there's a tornado, it's because
Yeah.
of her.
Yeah, it'll be her fault. Yeah. So anyway, Brandon, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you're doing now with McAuliffe, and we'll talk about the event.
Okay, so McAuliffe Cigars is a relatively new brand. They're about 3 years old. It's a brand that kind of started out of an interesting situation. So Al McAuliffe is a Texas businessman, serial entrepreneur, has done a lot, restaurants, cattle, etc. Just happened to be driving around one day and saw a family on the side of the road that was stranded, said, hey, you know what, I'm going to do the nice thing, pay it forward, stop and help these people. So he did. Wound up being the Gomez Sanchez family, which is a family that's been making cigars since 1935. They made cigars for Castro in the Cuba days. Instead of leaving and going to the DR or Nicaragua like everybody else, they went to Mexico. So that's primarily where they were doing their business. He decided at that point that they're really good people. Let's hang out. Let's be friends. Started the business together with them. Now you have the marriage of the two families, the Gomez Sanchez family and the McAuliffe family, to make McAuliffe cigars. We've been doing really great the last 3 years, getting a lot of accolades in magazines. Got a lot of really solid blends. We have the legacy blends, which are going to be the blends that were from the Gomez Sanchez family. And we've got the Grande Bold blends. It's just a lot of really good stuff, tasty stuff. We're going to have a lot of it here tomorrow at the event, so definitely come out and check it out. And you'll have myself and Trey Andrews, if anybody knows Trey Andrews. I don't know. If
Oh
they'll
man,
do or not.
Trey's going to be here.
Yeah, Trey's going to be here. Yeah.
Okay.
You're barely missing though. He's like 4 foot nothing. You can't probably see him past that thing right there. So yeah. So we'll all be out here tomorrow having a good old time, and you get to smoke some great cigars and have some good company as well.
Absolutely. It's going to be fun.
Yeah,
gonna be
always
I
fun.
look forward to it because I'm going to be there. I promise.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not saying a word. I'm not saying a word.
She's gonna Skype in on a phone or something. Hey
You're gonna
guys.
FaceTime us? Is that
Yeah,
what you're gonna do?
exactly.
Yeah. That's how you're going to start showing up at events, period.
Yeah, it's just Skype them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why not? So anyway, well, little background for the people that don't know. Calypso Cigar Review, we did, what,
200 plus episodes. Yeah.
over 200 episodes. We did mini-sodes, we did all kinds of things. And then we ventured off into cigars and cinema.
Mm-hmm.
And
Kiefer for Prez was very short lived.
very short because we couldn't stand the show after.
We always thought it was a good idea to make a show off of a show because a lot of those do very well. Like there's
Right.
Walking Dead podcasts that these people are
Wolf
super famous
Walking
now and stuff.
Dead,
Yeah,
that
exactly.
kind of stuff, yeah.
Unfortunately, we picked the wrong show. We backed the wrong horse there. So,
Yeah, we did.
and we
Yeah,
love
but
Kiefer Sutherland, so we were hopeful, but it didn't work out.
That didn't work.
Yeah.
And I think we had like 8 views once on one of them.
Right. Versus thousands
Uh,
on Calypso Cigar Review.
But it was a much different show. We were a lot raunchier.
Yeah.
But
Which
that
I
was
don't mind.
no. And we're this is your chance. This
Yeah.
is your chance to show
Well,
you
I
can hang
did
with the
just
big
ask
boys.
for strippers for my birthday, and they
That was a
haven't
good
shown
start.
up yet. So,
That was a good start.
Yeah.
you know,
Let's see if you can hang with the big boys.
wow.
Boobies in.
Wow. Okay. See, you're thinking the same way there. That's good. That's good. Anyway, so I happen to always go back and listen to shows.
Yeah. Oh, I do too.
That's my mini prep before we do a show, you know.
Mhm.
So with the passing of one of our heroes, the great Tim Conway, passed on my dad's birthday, ironically.
Oh, that's awful.
Oh,
It
no.
sucks.
Double whammy.
So I pulled up the Private Eyes episode of Cigars and Cinema. Private Eyes is a movie that is going to go on our new podcast. You have to watch
Yeah.
that.
What's the name of that new podcast?
Should I watch that?
It's called Should
What?
I Watch?
What? Should I watch what?
That.
Should I
The
wa-
name of the show is called Should I Watch That?
And then we pick a movie, and then at the end of it, should I watch
The name of the show is the name of the show.
Shut up.
Oh my
I'm
god.
gonna kill him.
Should I watch that? Is their show?
Should I watch
We
that?
are not going to have Brandon on the show anymore.
Just the one time.
This is a one-shot deal. Anyway.
Tear.
I'm sure you're heartbroken. Although you old now have been on this show more than I've been on Love to Hate.
Or Fright Flicks.
Well, we
did like one
we did
episode.
of that. But
That's
I'm
coming soon.
not done Love
Coming
to
soon.
Hate. I'm
Coming
not
soon.
done Love to Hate.
No, I know. You'll do it. Maybe. When Phil
It
gets
was
sick.
my idea for this podcast. He stole it, and then I've never even been on
Oh,
it.
I don't know about that.
When we started Close Cigar, we're going to argue here.
Yeah.
When we started Close Cigar,
This show's gonna be longer than
let's
normal.
just rant. Let's just do our show
Oh, I
about
know.
a rant.
I know.
And you're
But
like,
we
no, we
didn't-
have to do cigars,
Well,
so
we
did
had to
cigars.
because that was our thing at that time.
And then all of
Was
a sudden
the
he goes, oh, I'm
Calypso
doing a
cigar-
show with Phil Fulman, and oh, we're just going to rant. I'm like, oh, the show I came up with 3 years ago.
It's such an original idea. You old guys grumpy about things. That's like every podcast.
Well, see,
in the
mine wasn't
world.
going to be old guys. This is going to be an old guy.
Well,
me.
that was before we got old, so yeah. Shut up. You're older than me, jackass.
Look at the mirror, buddy. That's all I got to say.
I'm a damn
No
handsome
comment.
man right here.
I'm
Damn
staying
handsome.
out of it. No comment.
This is how we float. You can listen to our show.
Oh, I know I have. I know this is how it goes.
Uh-huh.
So
It's
you're
a
talking about-
it's an hour train wreck.
The good,
That's
the
what
bad,
it
and the
was.
ugly.
Yeah.
Anyway, what was
So
it?
the
bad,
movie
yeah.
you were talking about?
Wait, yeah.
It's called The Private Eyes. Anyway, I was watching that episode, or
Yeah.
listening, because that was an audio episode.
Mm.
And if you type on YouTube, because I tried it here at the store on one computer, tried it on my phone, and I tried it on my laptop at home. And none of them were signed in as me.
Okay.
And if you type Tim Conway, The Private Eyes, our episode's the very third one that pops up.
Wow.
That's pretty cool.
That is cool, man.
68 views. That's awesome.
651.
I know. I'm joking.
But we're still third.
That's
kinda
fucking
cool.
awesome. Oh, pardon me.
That is
We
really
Chris,
cool,
You can
man.
cuss.
okay, I didn't know if this was a PG show or not.
Yeah, because anytime we cuss, we send a video to her mom.
Right.
She gets
Yeah.
in trouble.
Like last episode, my favorite word was fuck. for
You
some
dropped the
reason.
F-bomb? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Several times.
Yeah. And Randy was all like,
I was so ashamed of you.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm so ashamed.
If we wanted someone to sit there and just say F-bombs all the time, we could have brought Nate
Yeah.
back.
I was gonna say, yeah.
True. Yeah.
Cigar Deets Nate, who
Well-
only gave his only detail he ever gave was the word fuck. Over and over again.
But Nate's not as cute.
Is you?
Yeah.
I think that's a given.
Yeah.
I think that's a
No.
given. What do you think? What's your
Who,
opinion?
Nate?
Is Nate cuter than
Oh
Nate?
God, no. Nate's
Okay.
an atrocious human
So
being.
it's okay for me to say fuck.
That's right. You can do it. You
Yeah,
bring more
when
to
you
the
say it,
show.
it's like a puppy pooping, but when he says it, it's like it's like, oh, it's such a cute little puppy. Oh, it pooped. Look at
It's
it.
like a puppy pooping.
I think I'm okay with this.
Yeah,
It's funny.
it's cute.
Yeah.
It's still cute. It's like, you know,
Alright,
it's
I'll
okay
go
because
with
it's a
it.
puppy.
It's better than the whole your shit doesn't stink line. This is more like
Yeah.
your poop is cute, like a puppy.
Yeah, a little cute
Yeah.
poop.
Okay. Cool.
Wow, we didn't take long to go down that road, did we? Jeez. Jeez.
Hershey Highway.
So anyway, so the great Tim Conway,
Love that man.
he was awesome, and I watched an interview with him in prep for the show.
I did too, so I'm still laughing about it.
Well, that was a sketch. This is
Yeah.
an actual interview. You know, he was dyslexic as a child, and you know how in school you have to get up and read before the class. He couldn't do it,
Mm.
so he would get laughed at because he read so poorly. And he said it probably hurt most people's feelings. It didn't hurt his feelings. He thought this is kind of cool making people laugh. So that's how he decided to become a comedian,
That's cool.
because he was dyslexic. And
Fortunately,
long
all his
career.
jokes were backwards for a long time.
Yeah, that's true.
That was a good one, man.
That was a good show. We'll see you guys next week. Oh, man. But anyway, he was on McHale's Navy for
Mhm.
several years.
Yep.
Mostly won on for the Carol Burnett show, and we're going to talk about that in
Wow.
a second.
Gosh.
You know, he
Still
won
so funny.
multiple Emmys on the Carol Burnett show,
Mhm.
which I know it's unpopular to say, but as a kid, I liked Carol Burnett better than Saturday Night Live.
I did too.
Oh, I
I
did
thought it
too.
was much more.
It was much more consistently funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
And I didn't even grow up with it. I just watched them both.
Yeah.
I like Carol Burnett way more.
Yeah,
Yeah.
much funnier show. And then had a decent little movie career, The Private Eyes, The Apple
Mhm.
Dumpling Game.
Right.
Two great comedies with Don Knotts, your dad's buddy. Your dad's a idol, Don
Yeah.
Knotts.
Kind
Mhm.
of.
So, and ours too.
Right. London.
But anyway, so we're going to salute to the great Tim Conway. Faith had not seen the infamous elephant sketch.
So, and actually, my dad, growing up, he would always use that line, and I had no idea where it was from. So this morning, he showed me the elephant skit,
Okay.
which in context, it's even funnier, and I just died laughing, and I keep laughing of all the times my dad would use that line.
Which line was it?
It's nice.
That's not. I'm sure you've seen it. It's been all over Facebook and everything. But if you haven't,
If you don't, go look at it. It's so funny.
Tim Conway Elephant Story is how you look for it. And
Yep.
it's
Yeah.
so funny.
The dentist sketch too.
The
Is
dentist
class-
sketch. We'll show you that
Classic.
one
Oh
after
my
the
God.
show.
Okay.
Harvey Corbin actually peed his pants
Yes.
during that sketch.
Tim Conway had him laughing so hard.
Yep. That's when you know you're funny. That's when you know you're funny right there, baby.
But
He might have also been incontinent. He was kind of old, but still.
but anyway, so we're going to do the Private Eyes. That's one of our upcoming episodes. The show's not out yet. It's going to be coming out soon. We've recorded some. We've got them in the can. Just got to get the.
We'll let you know. We'll let you guys know when it's up on the air.
Faith does a lot of this stuff. She was finishing out her school year, so she's been very busy the last month. But
Yeah.
now she's got a break, so okay,
Thank God.
you can take a breath now.
And take a breath, turn 22, and drink.
Hell yeah. You know you can drink at 21 too, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, just
but-
making sure.
I made sure she knew that.
Oh, okay, good.
I've been keeping up with that, making sure you
Yeah.
remember that you are 21 and you
Yeah.
can drink.
But you're such a good influence.
I'm the
Yeah.
best bad influence on the around. Look at
Yeah,
that.
absolutely. I mean, I have done the show drunk.
Yeah.
Speaking of, and only one
that's
person.
not uncommon for us back in the
We did
past.
200 shows drunk.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we kept Maker's Mark in business, I think, at that point.
So, yeah. I forgot where we were.
That was an excellent point. Bring it up again.
Tim Conway, awesome.
Yes, the
Oh,
great Tim
yeah.
Conway. Let's salute the great Tim Conway.
Yes.
You'll be missed, buddy. He was great. Never got to meet him.
Would have been nice.
Although, there's certain, we've interviewed people, you've seen our
Yeah,
interviews.
right.
You got a little excited meeting Tom Savini.
Yeah, 'cause, idol since
I
was
got a
kid.
little excited meeting William Sadler or something.
Right.
My interview was terrible. I interrupted him like 8 times because
Yeah.
I was nervous. But for the most part, we handled it real well.
Yeah.
Tim Conway would have probably hated me because I would have just whipped his ass with question after question and quoting lines and stuff. And he'd have been like,
I imagine Tim Conway probably would have pulled a, what was that guy from Robert Patrick? And
Yeah.
pulled the microphone away from you and just done like 5 minutes of something and
interviewed
just had
us.
us cracking up.
Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly what I think Tim Conway
That would
would
have been awesome.
Yeah. That
But
was
anyway, on that episode, The Private Eyes, that was a very poignant episode because it was the last episode we did before my brother died.
Mhm.
So we dedicated that episode to my brother, which we had never dedicated a show before.
Mhm.
That's the one where cover your ears because you get so jealous. But that was the episode where we had Jill Wagner sent me that message and we played that on there.
I'm jealous.
I know.
Oh, shit.
But no, she sent me a thank you for
Yeah.
a donation I'd made. And then we, the bad part was you didn't bring 2 sets of headphones. So you had the headphones and I couldn't. So I sound like, not only do I sound drunk because I was drunk, I sounded drunk because of the echo in my ears. So sometimes I'm talking and I'll get real slow because I'm trying to catch my voice up. So yeah, that's a very memorable episode.
That sounds like a very fun episode.
It was
too.
fun. It was cool.
That's awesome.
And yeah, it's a 47-minute episode, but you play 5 minutes of clips on one part,
Right.
2 minutes of clips on another, and then you played the opening. So 10 minutes of it is just stuff from the movie. So we
Right.
really only talked for like.
Surprised
30
it's actually still up on YouTube because usually
Yeah,
they'll
they'll pull
take
it
that
down.
stuff down. We got away with a lot. We got away with that, but not with any of the Bill Haley stuff. Which
Yeah,
was
I know, that's crazy. Did you ever hear that story?
No, I didn't.
You know our friend Pedro Haley.
Yeah.
His dad's Bill Haley.
Mhm.
Pedro was like on episode 14 or something, and very early on. And he brought us a couple of tracks that have never been released. The family owns them.
Wow.
So we played them on the show. He worked them into the outro.
Yeah.
And 2 days later, they pulled us off YouTube because we didn't have permission. So Pedro had to get a letter written.
I got a letter from the person that said they owned the rights to that music.
Yeah.
And I sent it to Pedro, and he's like, he got all mad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do that again. Do that again.
That's exactly what he did. I heard it on the phone.
You heard it? Did his
Yeah.
jowls bounce like that?
Absolutely. He's got bigger
See
jowls
those
than me.
Jowls?
I'm sure you'd look like Deputy Dog doing it too.
Yeah, you looked like. I don't know.
Hysterical.
It was funny.
Ooh.
You
I
know,
make
if you
people
would
laugh.
do that like a couple hours a day, then you might exercise it off.
Wow.
I don't think that works because I've tried it. No. Anyway.
So I have a funny question.
Sure.
Speaking of laughing our asses off, have you ever laughed so hard you peed?
Have I?
Yes.
I have to think about that.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Have you?
Yes.
I know. I mean, I don't know you have, but I'm assuming.
An addendum, though, I was very drunk at the time, so that probably had a lot to do
Oh,
with
I
it.
wasn't even drunk. I was just
Yeah.
laughing so hard. We were like.
I have a question.
Oh gosh, what?
How far do I want to take this? That's the question. Go ahead and tell us your story, then
So when I first got an iPhone, it was my first iPhone, and they had a feature of slow motion. So me and my boyfriend spent the entire afternoon slow motioning different retarded stuff. One of them, I don't know what. I don't know if we were drunk or just delirious or what. It was just hysterical to us. I decided I would slow motion video him sneezing. And it was so gross and so funny at the same time. We'd done this like with some other stuff. It was really funny. I have like 14 slow motion videos of the most random shit. And he sneezed and we watched it, and I don't know why I got so tickled. I just laughed so hard, and I really had to use the restroom anyway. Sure enough, next thing I know, I'm like, oh shit. I just peed a little.
Were you at least at home?
No, I was in a parking lot.
That's awesome.
We had to walk from one side of the campus all the way outside of campus to a restaurant where his parents owned and worked. They actually still own the place and they still work there, but we had to walk all the way from campus all the way to the restaurant, and so we were just in the middle of, a parking lot. There's no restroom.
And you have a pee stain on your pants.
A little bit.
Okay, I have laughed so hard that I've puked.
Oh wow, that's worse.
I have done that.
That's worse.
Where I'm laughing and then I get to coughing and then the coughing gets
That's awful.
intense.
That is
I have
awful.
done that, and I almost did it that night up here.
With the
What's that?
That's how I got my
Cards
first
Against
puppy?
Humanity. Yes.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That was funny. Too. Damn, which was funnier? I think that was it.
Yeah.
That was it. We were playing Cards Against Humanity.
I was here.
Yeah.
Well, this was another time.
Oh, okay.
When I lost it. And somehow she got to do it in her fake country accent,
Mhm.
and it's awesome. It's the best country accent you've ever heard anyone do. And so
What, this
me,
one?
yeah, do it.
My country accent?
Mm.
It's just something that I have naturally in my blood, and every now and then I just let it flow.
Mm-hmm.
The good Lord Jesus gave me this voice. I try to hide it.
Say kiss my grits.
Kiss my what?
Kiss
It's your first one.
Kiss my grits.
There you go. She doesn't know it flows.
I know.
I don't know what that means, but I'm sure it's funny.
We'll
From the
explain
whole
it to you
show.
later, darling.
All right.
We'll show you later, yeah.
So, me being a ham and
Right.
tries to be an improv kind of guy, I started improv in country accents with her and stuff, and so I was playing, in my mind, I was playing the part of the elderly country guy that's trying to teach her proper
Jesus
things.
ways.
Yeah. And so I was telling him, if a stranger ever pulls up in a car, you don't get in that car. I don't care if he offers you candy or
Not even
what.
candy,
You don't.
but I like candy.
No candy. You can't do that because what happens? He'll take you
He'll take me.
and he'll do mean things to you.
Oh Lord.
So anyway, so she got going, and then I said, she goes, what if they have puppies? And I said, oh no, that's another trick. They use puppies. And she goes, well, that's how I got my first puppy. And that line cracked me up so much. It's like, that's how I got my first puppy, was from a stranger in a car. I just took it like so many different ways in my mind that I almost puked that night. That was so funny. But the Cards Against Humanity one that I almost lost, it was the charades one. Is that the one you saw?
I think so, yeah.
So if you're playing charades with your mom, I think.
Yeah, it was like.
What? What do you?
No, it was like.
What don't you want your mother to play?
It was something like I don't like charades anymore because one time my mom acted out blank, and the card that she played was take a man's testicles and put them where his eyes are. Take his eyes out, put them where his testicles are. And I couldn't breathe.
That's a good
I was
card.
laughing because that would make you not want to play charades ever again.
My other favorite card is 3 midgets shitting in a bucket. That's a great card.
Yeah, that one. That one's funny.
You can't just tell us yours. 'Cause
Oh, well.
yours is way too bad.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Which one is it? I have a lot of favorites.
You have a lot of favorites.
I do.
So I now have a Cards Against Humanity Friends version, Cards Against Humanity Disney version.
We gotta play 'em,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
You got to bring friends up.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, because she just went through all the friends like 2 years ago.
Yeah, I
Right.
did. 3.
Was
I'm
it
not
3?
that young, people. I'm
Yes,
22
you're getting
now.
old now.
I'm not that young.
Not that young now. So how's it feel to be a part of Calypso Cigar Review for a brief moment?
A disaster. Sounds like so far.
That means you're fitting in well.
Yeah. I'm kidding, guys. It's been fun having y'all.
Oh, you're
Good
having
little-
us? We're not
Yeah.
having you, you're having us.
Yeah.
Wow,
I got
Randy.
you.
It's a good
Oh, why, you ready to leave?
Watch.
You ready for the show to be over? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
I'm saying it's a good reunion.
It is
Very
a good
fun.
reunion. Okay, so favorite moment on the old Calypso Cigar Review that you can think of right off the top of your head?
Oh my God, there's so many of them. It was actually one with Nate. It was super dirty. The whole
I'll listen to it now.
the red. There was something about red something or whatever.
Brown.
Brown what?
Speaking of brown.
Speaking of brown,
Yes.
that's pretty far out
That
there.
was
Yeah.
pretty bad.
That's pretty far out
That
there.
one
Yeah.
was pretty bad.
Okay, I'm gonna add this to my watch list.
Oh, I think it might have even been the same episode
Mhm.
when you meant to say you were doing a callback to an earlier part of the show,
Right.
and we had just been talking about reach around. So you
Reach
called it a
around,
reach,
yeah.
you called it a reach back around.
Right. Right.
So we started figuring how would that work. So we're trying to act out how you would reach back around. And we had a guy in the store watching us, and he starts really getting into acting it out. And the guy was a preacher.
Yeah. That's they are dirty, dirty people.
Ooh.
Oh my God, that was so funny.
Reach around for the Lord.
Reach back
Around
around.
for the Lord.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that was
Hysterical.
so funny.
Oh man.
We had a lot of real fun on that show. I mean, it was
fun
genuine moments of just like can't stop laughing.
because we had no filter.
Oh yeah.
No, we don't. No, we did not.
I try not to have a filter.
And booze, lots of booze.
Lots of
Yeah. I mean that's me right now. So.
yeah. So we kind of started that way here too, because Tony really wanted it to be a cigar show. It was
Mhm.
fine.
Yeah, we do miss you, Big Tony.
We do, and good luck to you. Hope you're doing well. I think he is. I just saw him the other day. He seems to be doing good.
He's in the mix now. I haven't seen him on the road yet, but I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, and so we were more that way at the beginning, very. And then he had to travel, and then Faith and I had 2 back-to-back weeks, and we just kind of didn't care. And those wound up being our 2 most watched episodes, and then
Yeah.
so anytime we do the show together, we don't have a filter anymore either, and it makes it a lot more fun.
Yeah.
Right.
And but
It's been pretty
Scott-
tame compared to the cigar review though.
Oh yeah, you're still You're learning. Look at that.
She's like, will I?
Oh yeah, she will. I have complete, pardon the pun, faith in you. Oh shit. So anyway, are you having fun, Brandon?
I'm having a blast.
You look like you're so bored.
No, I'm smiling. What are you talking about?
I can't tell. There's so much gray in your beard. I just
Yeah.
can't figure it out.
Wah, wah, wah.
And it was funny because I watched an episode not too long ago where you were just getting the stripe.
I had this stripe for the longest time, yeah.
It was just
I had
a
like
gray
a little,
stripe.
Yeah.
little skunk stripe right down the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thought
because,
about coloring it for a while. And
because
okay.
Nate said that I was like 5 years older than you.
Mhm.
So I was doing my fake indignant, why am I older than Brandon and all this kind of stuff. He goes, you got more gray than he does. And you were like, no, I don't. No, he doesn't. I do. And you showed the stripe. Well, now, who's got the most gray, buddy? Who won that?
I don't know, man. I think if you let it grow in, you'd have a lot of gray. Cut yours pretty short.
I do.
Yeah.
Because
The gray. I don't mind it. I like it. I'm waiting for it to all go gray because I hate having this little weird, like, they have these little weird patches of black.
You know, they have stuff you can make it look okay.
Nah, I don't
It
want
kind
to.
of blends, honestly. It doesn't look bad.
I don't want to mess with it. Let it happen naturally.
Quit being nice to Brandon.
It could be nice to me if you want to.
He's fun, though.
Brandon?
Yeah.
I guess. I guess.
Maybe we'll start a podcast.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm sure you will. You've been trying to kick me out of this thing from the longest time.
That's not true.
She's now the star of the show.
Oh, I'm just the star of the other show. Yes.
Yeah, you're
Not
the
this
star
one.
of that one. Yes.
I'm just the cute one in this one.
I don't know. I'm pretty cute.
Let's have a vote. Who's the cutest out of the three of us?
Oh, she was cocky with that. Let's
Wow.
have a vote. We're considered most of our audience is men.
I'll be nice.
Yeah, you're gonna win on
Yeah,
that every
you're
time.
gonna win.
Yeah.
Although Brandon does have a very big gay following, so I
Hey, that's a compliment, man.
I'm a bear.
I think I remember that.
Anyway, huh?
Have you told me that story?
What?
Have y'all ever been approached by gay guys?
Oh, all the time, yeah.
Nice.
Not Sunday before last. Yeah. Anyway, and by the way, I forgot to mention the great Jerry Morris is doing the camera for us.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't do that in the intro.
Oh, Jerry.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you, Jerry, man.
Jerry rocks. Jerry rocks. How much time we got left, Jerry?
I think about 10 minutes.
How long?
We're at 25 minutes.
Who
No,
knows?
we got another 5 or 6 minutes. That's why I slowed down the pace because I thought we were getting close. But
Right,
pick
right,
it
right.
back up.
Pick it back up, Randy.
So what's your favorite moment in our Calypso cigar review?
Wink,
Put
wink,
her on the
nudge, nudge.
spot.
Bob's your
The
father.
one when y'all are drinking and y'all are like super drunk and y'all are laughing.
Oh, that one was a good
Yeah,
one.
that is a
that
good
one
one.
was a
She
hysterical
kind of nailed
one.
it. She gotta just really do what. That's the essence of the show.
Yeah, what episode was that?
A lot of slurring.
So how are y'all doing today?
There was
So-
your chance. You could have said 74 because they all were that way. So you could have just started
Exactly.
on a
Yeah.
number.
Yeah.
Yeah, 74. That one.
74. Okay.
No, I've watched it a couple here and there, but I don't remember what they were about. So
They weren't really. It was pretty much like this. They weren't really about anything.
yeah.
We had we had maybe what 15 minutes worth of cigar talk in that.
Uh-huh.
Usually like the first, second, last third, and then like our thoughts, and that was pretty much it.
Spencer Drake was in the other day,
Oh yeah.
and we were with Todd, and we were teasing Todd about his smokes like a pound of fudge comment
Right.
on the podcast.
Right.
And Spencer, real serious, goes, I missed that podcast. I had nothing to listen to now when I'm driving. He goes,
Yeah.
I loved that podcast. I was like, okay. Shout out to Spencer.
That's
Yeah.
great.
Oh, speaking of shout outs, we do have a new fan, Tara Lynn. Hi, Tara.
Hi, Tara.
It's good to meet you. She's been commenting on our
Yeah.
videos. And
That's
funny,
cool.
she's new to the cigar world. Hey, I kind of am too. I still don't know the lingo here. But
But
yeah, she's been a watcher, a viewer, and commenting.
she bench watched us. She must be really bored. No, we joking, Tara. We appreciate it. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you, Tara.
Scott Cognac, special thanks to him. He's
Hey,
been watching.
Scott's still around.
Scott's still around.
Mhm, yeah, he found this podcast.
That's great. That's great.
And of course, Alan Kent.
Yeah. Hey, Alan.
Hey, Alan.
It's my birthday.
Are you gonna party like it's your birthday?
Yes, and then I'm gonna go to bed at 8.
Then you're gonna drink Bacardi like
Go to
it's your
bed at
birthday?
8. Yeah.
That's late for her.
Wow.
It's really late, man.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna run this by you. right?
Okay.
This was a topic we had the other day. Millennials are wimps.
Hey!
Are they not?
Yeah, there.
Okay. Am I exaggerating in any way, shape, or form when you're 25? Didn't you live on 3 hours sleep?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, 3 to 4 hours sleep was average. Yeah.
Yeah, and you might get up in the morning and go, man, I'm going to bed when I get home tonight. But then about 4 in the afternoon, you're like, hey, what's everyone doing tonight? You know,
Right.
that's just what you did.
Yep.
Yeah.
Here, it's like if they get less than 7 hours sleep, they drag all day long. Like, oh, I'm so
I
tired.
average 5, honestly. I average 5 hours sleep for the most part.
Yeah.
Which
Well,
explains all of
Shamey,
this.
shamey.
So, yeah.
Man, come on. I just have a healthy sleep pattern. That's all, man.
Is
She's
that
still
it?
growing.
I'm still. Hey, come on. I'm not that little, people.
You're wearing stilettos, so at least your feet aren't swinging and kicking like they
Oh no,
usually
they're
are.
still swinging over here. But yeah. No, I absolutely do go to bed at like 8 or 9 every day, and I get up at around 4 or 5 sometimes, and sometimes I sleep until 7.
Unless we have a podcast scheduled, then I call and you don't write a text and you don't answer.
Yeah, and then I
Texting
open
you
the door.
in your bathrobe
Yeah.
with wiping sleep from your eye, like, huh?
I was so late the other day. It's not funny.
And should I say the other line?
I guess, sure. It's gonna
So while she's
backfire
getting
on
ready, I had to sit on the couch and play with her cat.
Randy!
Well, it's not laughing about playing with your cat.
Randy! You're not supposed to tell people that. I'm kidding.
I asked you, you said go ahead.
Yeah. No, I actually do have 2 cats. That's 2 fur
That
balls.
sounds like a personal problem.
That sounds like a fun day.
Part that you're meant to tell in the first place.
What was
The
that?
cartwheel.
Oh yeah, the song. Yeah. So I'm not the biggest cat person, but I like all animals. I'm cool with it. And she's got one cat that is the typical cat that runs from everything, and she's got another cat that's like a dog. And
She's a
so
dog.
this cat's like all over me, and we're playing and wrestling and stuff. And then I remembered why you don't wrestle with cats because they hurt.
Mhm.
I'm like doing this thing, and she's like, I'm like, ah! You know? But it's funny because I'm sitting there on the edge of the couch, and she's standing up like here, you know, and I'm wrestling, trying to dance with her kind of thing.
Right.
And then she pulls back, and it just does this somersault. Just does a flip, stands back up, does this a little bit more, and does another somersault.
She
So
did
I was
somersault.
laughing so hard that I come out and I said, she does somersaults. And she goes, oh yeah, we don't know why she does that.
She does it all the time.
It was cute.
I
It
wanna
was
see
cute.
Yeah.
that.
It's adorable.
All right, so Jerry wants us to wrap it up, even though we're going to go a little later, but that's okay. We'll wrap it up anyway.
Yeah.
Because we got to let you get out to your birthday shenanigans.
Yeah, I gotta go party now, guys.
Till 8.
I gotta go. I have a stripper appointment. I gotta go get. I'm just kidding, guys.
When's the massage?
The what?
When are you getting a massage today?
Probably later.
You getting your nails did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get
Cool.
my nails did. Get a massage later.
Get a hair done.
Yeah, shopping.
Happy ending? I mean, to your birthday, not to the
Yeah,
massage
yeah,
or
yeah.
anything.
No, all of it. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Fantastic.
All righty.
It's a good birthday.
It sounds like a good
It's
birthday.
gonna be a good birthday.
Well, good deal. Well, thanks again to the great Jerry Morris. This is the great Brandon Luna, the irreplaceable birthday
Aw.
girl, Faith Cox,
Bye, guys.
and the most awesome guy of all, me. Don't forget the McAuliffe event tomorrow, 4:30 to 7 with
Yep.
maybe Faith, I'm not saying a word, me, Brandon, Trey, Andrews, and the rest of the gang. And we will see you guys tomorrow, or tomorrow, next week, for episode 23.
23. Bye, guys.
Bye. See you later, Brandon.
See you later, Randy.
Good morning,
guys.
I'll let you do it today.
All right. Good morning, guys. Welcome back to the Cigar Show, episode 23.
23.
23, guys. You made it to 23.
Shocking.
I know. It's shocking that we made it this far without planning anything.
Exactly. With the least amount of show prep ever.
Ever. So I am the lovely and gorgeous Faith Cox.
And very humble, and humble.
No, he says it every time. I'm only saying what he says every time.
Okay, I got you. That's fair.
Yeah, that's fair. And the Randy Rankin, our host.
I always say nice things about you. I get the Randy Rankin.
What?
Okay.
You are the Randy Rankin. There's no other Randy Rankin.
That's probably a good thing.
Yeah. Thank God.
You can't handle two Randy Rankins.
Oh yeah, this is true. The amazing and hilarious Randy Rankin.
Thank you.
We're here at the Calypso Cigar Lounge in Richardson. Thanks to Mary Vidosky for letting us run the show here, and to our manager and our producer over there, Jerry Morris. Thanks, Jerry.
Hey, Jerry. Hey,
And
Jerry. How many fingers am I holding up?
As we were getting ready to kick off the show,
Hey, Jerry, you know we throw everybody under the bus on this
hey,
show.
it's your turn today, buddy. He went 5, 4.
No, I thought it was more like he goes, in 5, 4. It was something weird.
Wait, and then we don't have moments like that, man. I mean, we've all got coffee here. We're still waking up.
Yeah,
It's all right.
no booze yet.
Yeah. No booze yet.
Yeah. So, what are we talking about today, Faith, since you're the leader of the show today?
Apparently, today we're talking about movie sequels, good and bad.
Movie sequels. Okay.
Yeah. Let's see.
Do we have a list of said sequels?
Yes, we do.
Without looking at the list, do we,
Unlock your phone, Randy.
I'm trying to.
We have a list of sequels. We thought we'd
Okay,
go
without
off of
looking
this.
at the list, can you name some off the top of your head?
Okay,
real quick?
yes. Dark Knight.
That you like? These
Oh.
are sequels that you like.
Lord of the Rings and the Hobbits.
Okay.
Harry Potter's. All the Harry Potters are good.
Okay.
Narnia got worse and worse,
Okay.
in my opinion.
Matrix.
Back to the Future. John Wick. Go John Wick, man! I love John Wick. I saw that this weekend. It was amazing. I won't give any spoilers, but it was awesome.
I'm going to.
Oh, come on.
I always tell you
He's
that.
the worst about spoilers. Oh, I mean, speaking of Avengers that you don't like, Avengers Endgame.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one is, well,
It's kind of a sequel, right?
kind of like a sequel series.
Yeah.
We're gonna swing between like series and sequels. It's
Okay.
kind of like the same thing. But yeah, we have a few. So what do you think? What are some of
I like all the Rocky
the yeah?
movies.
Okay.
Big into those. I liked one of the Back to the Futures because I'm sure it's going to be on here. I liked one of the Back to the Future sequels. I didn't like the other one. I'll tell you which when we get to the list.
Okay.
Other things, I'm kind of in the popular opinion that Godfather 2 actually was probably better than Godfather 1, which is, shocking because a lot of people never say that.
Yeah.
Although it did win an Academy Award. It was the only sequel to really win a Best Picture Award. That's kind of cool. So anyway, let's go over the list.
Yeah, the ladder.
You got
Because
the
I
ladder.
talk too much, and I'm notorious for my cigar going out. And all of my friends are looking at me and saying, "Yep, she's lighting her cigar
Yeah, that's what she does.
for the fourth time this morning."
Fourth.
I think
Yes.
it's the fourth time this
Yeah.
morning. Yeah, it's a problem. I'm working on it. Okay, so let's see this list. So we got The Dark Knight, Batman.
Okay.
I like The Dark Knight. It was alright. I mean,
Is
it's
that the one with Heath Ledger?
no.
Who played Joker?
Oh, Joker.
Ledger.
Chris. No.
Christian Bale played Joker. Or played Batman.
Batman. Yeah. God, what is his name, guys? I know his name. Well, I don't now, but
I think it was Heath Ledger.
Heath Ledger. Yes. Heath
I've only
Ledger.
said that 4 times.
What?
Huh?
What?
Do what?
What'd you say?
I don't know. Yeah. Okay, so Dark Knight, what else you got?
Terminator. Godfather 2.
Terminator 2 was awesome. I like
Terminator
Terminator
2?
2 better than the first one.
I haven't seen any of the Terminators.
Okay, well, that's fair.
Uh,
What was that one? Godfather 2, I mentioned
Godfather
that.
2. I haven't seen Godfather. I haven't seen Aliens.
Yeah, I wasn't a big Aliens fan.
Lord of the Rings. I've only seen the first one and all the Hobbit movies.
Okay.
Back to the Future 2.
See, that's the one I don't like.
Really?
It's too fast, it's too scattered. It's all over the place. There's no
Yeah,
real
I
focus.
actually hear that a lot.
Yeah, there's no
I
real
never
focus.
watched it because after I watched Back to the Future and I heard about how Back to the Future 2 went, I never I guess wasted my time watching it.
Yeah.
Um,
The third one I liked better. The
Is
third
it
one had a better
three?
plot. Yeah.
oh gosh.
Yeah, when he goes back to the Old West.
To the Old West?
Yeah.
That's
It's funny though. It's good though. It's
Yeah.
good.
Mm.
Of course, now they got to get a train to get up to 88.3 miles per hour. Just, so it's
Oh, that's
speed
true,
limit.
that's
yeah,
true,
So that,
yeah.
it's kind of funny. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
Because
Toy Story 2.
I like Toy Story 2.
I'm still having a moment here.
You loved the Toy Story movies, I bet.
Oh, I did. I grew up with all of them. I
Yeah.
grew up with all the Toy Stories. There's Toy Story 3, and they're about to do 4.
Yes, and I read something yesterday about it.
And oh god, is it a spoiler?
I don't know, but
I
it was
will
a
throw my-
headline.
I'll throw my coffee on you if it's a spoiler.
It was a headline, so I don't know if it was a spoiler or not.
Okay, what's it say?
Tim Allen said that he told Tom Hanks, I guess Tim Allen saw the script first, and he told Tom Hanks be prepared to cry.
Oh.
So apparently something's going to get you in the fourth one.
I'm
Didn't
so
say
scared
what.
now. I'm so scared.
No, you don't want to see it.
But honestly, guys, I am a '90s kid. I mean, the very end of the '90s, but I'm still a '90s
She
kid.
saw part of the 90s,
I don't remember any of it,
right?
except for
You
the
don't
late.
remember much of last week, but that's
This is true. Yeah. But because I grew up with Toy Story, I think the '90s kids and the kids who grew up with Toy Story and all those should have, and Nemo should have first dibs at the movie theater. Not
Okay, I
all
think
these
that's
little
fair.
kids.
I think that's fair.
I grew up with it. I've been waiting 22 years
Yeah.
for this.
Well, I'm not into the anime and stuff, animation, Disney
What,
stuff,
cartoons?
and Pixar, and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But there were certain things that I liked, and I did like Toy Story. I did like Finding Nemo.
Yay.
I did like Shrek.
Shrek was funny.
And I thought Shrek 2 was really funny. I didn't
Okay,
like the third one.
Shrek is even funnier as an adult.
Yeah. Saying I watched it as an adult.
Oh, really?
Because I wasn't a child of the 90s. I was
Yeah, you were a lot
I was a
older, right?
wild child of the 90s is what I was.
I don't know if you were a child of the 90s.
Wild child. I mean, I was in my 20s.
Oh, okay.
I'm still young. I'm still young
Okay,
in my
here's
20s.
another drinking game, guys, in case y'all are, drinking in the morning.
Yeah, anytime we have to relight our cigar.
Me. But now
I've already had to relight twice too, though.
Okay, every time you relight a cigar, you have to drink.
Okay.
Because that's what we do. We promote drinking on this channel.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
My family's going to be so mad.
Well, at least you abstained from profanity so far.
Yeah.
That's
I
not
have.
fucking like you.
That's not me. That's not me. I've never said that.
You're such a sweet person.
You're
Aw.
being despicable for not mentioning the Matrix.
Uh-oh, Jerry just chimed in. We're getting there. She's going through a list.
I have a list. But, okay, I actually am going to get to the Matrix in a second.
Okay, you'll have to keep doing this or the screen's going to keep going away.
Okay.
Miss Randy, get an iPhone. I'll show you everything. But yet I'm having to show you how to do it.
Okay, Indiana Jones. I love every single Indiana Jones ever.
Really?
They
Okay.
get better and better.
Okay.
And
got
I really don't see the difference between 1, 2, or however
Yeah.
many there are. How many are there?
Well, there were 3 the first time, and then they did one with Shia LaBeouf. Then they do another one after the Shia LaBeouf.
I think so, yeah.
So 5.
So I think there's 4.
Well,
Well,
they 3, then one with Shia LaBeouf, and then one without Shia LaBeouf.
I don't remember, but
I think it's at least 4, maybe 5.
I don't know. I've seen a lot of them.
There's
They
another
are-
one coming out.
Nice. Okay, Spider-Man 2, Tobey Maguire version.
You didn't
Everybody
like-
in this room is shaking their head no.
You didn't like Tobey Maguire?
I did not. I didn't like him as a character or as an actor. I didn't. I liked the movie. I didn't like the actor. I didn't. This is
Gotcha.
weird
That's
and
fair.
this is mean,
That's
but
fair.
I didn't like his face.
See, that was when Kirsten Dunst was kind of hot.
Yeah, she was a America's sweetheart for about 5 seconds.
Yeah, didn't last very long.
No.
But that upside down kiss was kind of hot. What, upside down kissing?
Yes,
is complicated?
it's a lot
Have you
more
tried it?
complicated
Have
than
you
it
tried it?
It's uncomfortable.
Well,
you
it's
know,
probably more uncomfortable when you're wearing a Spider-Man outfit.
in the rain,
Yeah,
cold.
that's ridiculous.
Like, I'd be shivering, like, get me out of this rain.
Right? What else you got on there?
Rocky 2.
Yes, although I said I liked all the Rocky sequels, Rocky 2 is my least favorite.
Oh.
But it is great.
Mm.
And spoiler, that came out 35, 40 years ago, so I have a 5-year spoiler rule. If it came out over 5 years ago, I don't have to worry about spoiling a movie for you.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Rocky 2 is where he actually wins for a change. Because it was a draw in the first one, but because he was fighting the world champion, you can't. World champion can't lose unless he actually gets beat. So even though it was a draw, the champion got kept. No. So it's the second one where Rocky finally wins the world title,
Nice.
and it's good and emotional. But after that, they became more popcorn movie type, and that's when they were really.
Awesome. Cool. I haven't seen any of the Rockies.
You're gonna.
Oh, gosh. Shrek 2?
Yeah, we liked it. I liked it. Was that the one with the American Idol thing at the end?
Oh, God.
That was
That
hilarious.
was hysterical.
That was hilarious.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, Shrek 3, I think that, I don't know, the Shrek 1 just has so many perfect lines.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
just, it's awesome. It hits
Donkey.
Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest. I like all the Pirates of the Caribbean. Like, I
Yeah.
love every single one of them equally. They're all amazing.
Uh-huh. Okay.
I love them all.
Johnny Depp gets on my nerves sometimes, but
I love him. He's hysterical to me.
but he was entertaining in those movies.
Yeah, he's entertaining in this movie. I wouldn't be like besties with John Depp,
No,
but you know,
no, because then we couldn't hang around because I'd be like, I don't want to hang around with Johnny Depp.
no, he's not my type. You know,
Yeah.
friend or romance. No, none
No.
of that. No. Mm-mm.
He's a good actor.
Yeah, he was hysterical in this one. He played this character well, so I'm okay with it.
Okay, that was good.
Home Alone 2.
Home Alone 2 I did think was very good. I liked the first one better.
Yeah, first one. It's like one of those movies that once you do it once perfectly, you can't really.
Yeah. it's
Kind of
hard
like
to-
Home Alone. You really shouldn't have redone that one or done a sequel.
I thought that's what we were talking about. Home Alone.
I know.
Oh, I thought you were giving like an extra example of something else. But okay,
Yeah,
I got you.
I
No, I
am.
got you.
And Back to the Future.
Yeah.
Should have just left it alone.
Jaws.
Shrek. Oh yeah, Jaws. You should have left alone. Shrek. You should have just left alone.
Yeah.
You know, all that.
Yeah.
Iron Man 2. Again, I love every single Iron Man.
Do you?
Jerry does not. Jerry giving a thumbs down.
Yeah. Ooh. Sure.
Well, but I liked them. I
So-
thought they were cool. Although the first one was the best.
Okay. Gotcha.
Ice Age. Have you seen Ice Age?
I saw the first one. I
That
didn't know there was a
squirrel
sequel.
cracks me up more than anything.
Mm-hmm. Oh, is Despicable Me not on there?
Despicable Me, yeah. Despicable Me 1, 2, and 3. Isn't there a 4?
I think
Or
there's
is there? No,
fourth
there's
one
a
there.
Minions.
The Minions, yeah.
There's 1, 2, 3 of Despicable Me, and then the Minions.
Hey, Jerry, just hit that off button.
Sorry.
We had a little phone call going on here.
Yeah, they want to know when the party's starting.
The hang up button, just hit that. There you go.
There we go. Hello.
Live radio, or live podcast, live video, whatever the hell we are. I don't know.
What are you talking
I have no
about?
idea. Meaning that we're being interrupted by a phone call.
Yeah, exactly. That's just what happens.
We're high quality here, buddy.
I'm telling you. Okay, here's what I want to talk about. Hellboy.
Oh boy, okay. I like the second one better.
I love the Hellboys. The originals.
Right.
The one that just came out. Has everybody in this room seen it? Have you seen it?
No.
Have you seen it?
No.
Oh,
Is it bad?
I have mixed feelings about it. I ultimately I would say no.
Mhm.
I'm gonna say no for several reasons. One, once you I mean, the original actor for Hellboy is just wonderful, and you can't.
Ron Perlman.
Yeah, you can't replace him. He plays the character perfectly. You can't replicate that. Nothing like that. You know, it's just impossible. And he didn't want to do the next Hellboy movie unless he had the same director as the last 3 Hellboys. So this time
What's his
around,
name?
the new Hellboy, yeah, which was a smart idea, as Jerry is saying. So because we had a different director, we had a different Hellboy. So it was a completely different movie. And it was just over the top, in your face, gore and bloody.
Yeah, see, that's the problem I have with sequels and stuff.
Yeah.
Is they think they have to be bigger and better. Why? Why can't they just take the
There's
same
just-
story and just make
It's just
the
so
continuation?
it's so obnoxiously gory in your face.
Yeah.
Obnoxious gory, and it's just gross. It was just terrible. The movie was okay if you've never seen any Hellboys.
Yeah.
But ultimately, at the end of it, because a different actor and a different dynamic and a different, director and just in your face gore, it was
Right.
too much, and it ended up being a no. I really wanted to like it, but I just couldn't. So I wouldn't say it's worth it, guys. Just stick with the original Hellboys. They were amazing.
That was a
I do
fair
think the
assessment.
second one was awesome.
Okay.
I think all of them are interesting.
Okay. What else we got?
Um,
While you're finding something, Die Hard. It's another one of those movies where the first one's really good and the sequel is always not good.
I haven't seen the first Die Hard. I've only seen
That's the only
rest
one
of
that
them,
that's really, really good.
apparently.
The other ones are okay, they just don't measure up to the first one.
Okay. How about The Mummy Returns?
We're talking the Brendan Fraser one?
I think so, yeah.
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 Yeah, it was okay. I mean, it wasn't anything special. I couldn't
They
tell you
get-
one thing that happened in it. I just remember not hating it.
I would say that they get cheesier and cheesier.
yeah, I all do.
And that's a common theme with sequels, you know?
Well, it's like Fast and Furious.
Oh, God.
The first one is like a walk in the park compared
You know
to the
they're
last.
doing, like, another one, right?
I know.
Oh, God. Just stop it.
I know. It's like.
Stop it. You're
But the first one
overdoing it.
literally is like a walk in the park on a Sunday afternoon compared to the intensity of the last ones, because it's like, let's just make it bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and it's like, stop it.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm getting on all
One of your
America's
stars
nerves.
died
Yeah, and they're
pretty
still
much
going.
anyway, and they're still doing it. It's ridiculous.
Oh, gosh. They need to just stop it.
Yeah.
Jurassic Park.
I could see it. I like. There's one of the sequels I liked. It's either, I think it was 3. I think I liked 3.
Okay. I didn't like the one with Chris Pratt.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
No, because it was just a little too unrealistic for me.
Yeah.
It wasn't the best. I like
Yeah.
Chris Pratt. I didn't like the movie.
Okay.
Avengers, Age of
Oh,
Ultron.
God, There's where we lose faith for the rest of the show.
I love all the Avengers and the Marvel and the superhero and the Iron Man and the. I will say I did not like Captain America: Civil War. That one was just a confusing mess. I could not even. I've seen all the Marvel movies. I still have no idea what happened with that. I felt like I was watching a really long commercial and I wasn't really paying attention. That's what it felt like.
Okay. I've
But-
had movies like that.
But for the rest of them, I love them
Yeah.
a lot, especially Thor
We would never know that.
and Loki.
Thor and Loki.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw Chris Hemsworth the other day. I was right. I do look just like him.
Yeah, the newest version of him
Yeah.
from Age of Ultron.
No.
No, not Age of Ultron. Endgame.
Okay. No, before.
I was so disappointed in that.
Why was he fat or something?
Yeah.
I look better than him now.
Yeah.
I do.
You can officially say you have a better body than Thor.
That's right, damn it. You heard it here. I think we lost all credibility with this.
Yeah, we did. Blade Runner. Underworld Evolution.
I didn't like any of the Blade Runner movies.
I haven't seen any of them.
You're not missing much in my book, but other people will tell you different.
Here's one I've seen: The Good, Bad, and the Ugly.
You've seen it?
Yeah.
You've seen that movie?
Yes.
Wow.
I grew up with that.
It's a great movie.
Good, bad, and the ugly.
It's got one of the greatest theme songs ever.
Yeah.
You know, Lanny's cell phone.
Yeah.
It's the music.
Hi, Lanny. I don't know if you ever watch it, but
No,
hey,
he
buddy.
doesn't, but we'll give him a shout out anyway.
No, he'll never see it, but hey. Deadpool 2.
No, I heard good things about Deadpool.
I
I like Ryan Reynolds. I need to get into those movies because I like Ryan.
I loved Deadpool 1 the most. Deadpool 2 is okay. I haven't seen the Deadpool Christmas. I don't think that's going to be worth my time.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Just wanted to help you out.
Okay, thank you.
So when I looked at you, I was, oh, okay. You might want to fix that.
Narnia. Like I
Narnia.
said earlier. You know, the first one was great. Second one, okay. And then the third one, I'm like, okay, stop.
I think I've seen the first one. I haven't seen anything else.
Okay, you know why?
Why?
Okay, I'm going to have a little bit of a dorky moment.
No. When have you ever been dorky?
Oh, never. I'm never dorky.
Only when you're awake.
I didn't like Narnia Prince Caspian because at the end of the movie they fall in love and then she leaves instead of staying and having happy ever after. And I'm like, damn it! Why? Why would you not stay with the hot prince who likes you?
There you go.
That was the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Stupid!
Okay.
Okay, I'm done with my rant now.
Thank you.
Men in Black 1, 2, and 3.
I like the first one.
I like all of them.
Kind of like the second one, but not enough to want to see the third one. So I never saw the third.
Well, I'm gonna agree with Gary back there. Who's going is fantastic. I thought it was awesome. I love it.
It's got two actors in it that, when they're really good, I like them, and when they're
Really
average,
bad,
I don't
it's
really
just-
care for them.
Yeah.
And Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones. But I mean, I don't hate them by any means, and I did like the first one a lot.
Yeah.
You looking forward to the new one?
I am. I cannot wait to see that.
I'm glad they're keeping Liam Neeson in it instead of taking him out, computer generated to take him out. It's just
Yeah.
stupid to begin with.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What?
Okay. Here's a franchise I can't get on board with because I think it's so goofy.
What's
Planet of the Apes.
that? Okay. I don't know if you'll remember this because you were like 3.
I saw
But-
the original.
Not the original from the 70s.
Oh no.
The one that was like with Mark Wahlberg in like 2000 or 2001. something
Yeah.
Like that. I didn't hate it.
Yeah.
Everyone else hated it. I didn't hate it. I thought it was okay. But I never saw any of the new ones.
It's so weird.
And then the original with Charlton Heston's awesome. Get your hands off me, you damn dirty ape. You've heard that line before, right?
Yes.
That's from the first one.
Oh, you mean from the movie?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Great delivery of that joke.
Thank you.
You get a
Thank you,
thumbs up
guys.
for that one.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm the master of great delivery of jokes, so I know when I hear it. That was
Oh,
good.
yeah. Anyway.
Who do you think is the most humble of the two of us? Oh, you're probably right. 'Cause my humility knows no bounds.
No, not at all.
Okay. So what else you got?
I don't know. A lot of these I don't really know.
Well, I might. It's not always
Oh.
about you, Faith.
I'm so sorry. Yes, it is. I mean, it is. But,
Oh, I
but I'm
know.
so sorry. Austin Powers.
Yes. Love the first one. Love the second one.
Groovy, baby.
Don't make you go randy, baby.
Oh,
I like that my name means horny.
Nice.
That's cool.
Oh, gosh.
The third one had a lot of moments, but it wasn't as good. But I liked it.
Yeah. I like the robot. The female robot thing.
Yeah, that was funny.
Stupid.
When the nipples were shooting. That was funny.
Oh gosh.
And Dr. Evil was great. I didn't like Fat Bastard. Fat Bastard was an annoying character.
Okay, I don't know that one.
That was the one. You bit the baby. I'm gonna eat the baby. It was so stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was terrible.
Don't ever do that again.
I'm just telling you what
Okay,
line
I'm
of
just
the
saying
movie.
that. No, just that was weird.
I nailed the impersonation.
Yeah, you did, which means it's a weird character.
Huh?
007.
Oh, well that.
007.
We got 25 of those movies.
I love them all though. I do.
All of them?
Yes, I like every single one.
Yeah, I do too. I haven't liked the one with Timothy Dalton.
Oh, I'll tell you what. Mission Impossible.
Yeah, that's what I was going to mention earlier. It seems like those, I'm not into them. Only because I didn't watch the TV show and I'm not the biggest Tom Cruise fan. But it seems like every time one comes out, it seems like the fans really do like the new one when it comes out. So obviously they're doing a good job of continuing it. and
I
keeping
think
it
so.
going.
They're doing a very good job. They're not like rushing it. They're not doing like a crap job with it. They're making quality sequels for Mission Impossible. Also, I personally really like Tom Cruise as an actor. I don't like him as a person.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Oh, I got a sequel that you haven't seen.
okay, what?
And it has Tom Cruise in it.
Oh gosh, what?
The Jack Reacher movies. First one's good. First of all, I'm a fan of the books.
Okay.
But in the books, Jack Reacher's supposed to be 6'5", 240, and be in his late 30s.
Okay.
Tom Cruise is in his late 50s, 5'6", 140 pounds. So he's not the right fit for Jack Reacher.
Yeah.
But he nails his personality. He gets his personality down perfect, and I give him credit for that. And the first one was really good, but I like the sequel better,
Okay.
called Never Go Back. I thought the sequel was much better, had a better story
Okay.
than the first one
Cool.
did. And you might like them.
So
They're
should
very-
I watch the sequel first?
No, you gotta watch the first one first.
Okay.
But they're really good. I mean, either one you'd like.
Hmm.
They're good movies. It's about this guy who's an military cop, gets
Yeah.
out of the military, and wants no identity. What do you like?
Yes, go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead.
Sometimes I don't like it.
Fair.
But anyway, so literally he has no identification, nothing. He's just on a plane to stay in cheap hotels.
Yeah.
When he needs to change clothes, he just throws his clothes away and goes and buys movies.
Nice.
He wants to be as completely off the grid as possible, but everywhere he goes, some encounter happens. And he winds up having to use his skills to solve the problem.
Save the day.
Yeah, but they're good though. They're well done.
Awesome.
And the books are great. You really learn a lot from those books.
Well, I may as well read the books.
Yeah.
I was laughing at Karate Kid a second ago.
Oh,
Because,
Karate Kid 2 was terrible.
yeah.
And then the one with Hillary Swank was even worse.
Yeah. Yep. I like only Karate Kid 1, and that's it.
I didn't see the one with Will Smith's kid.
I did. It was okay. It was really awesome back when I saw it, but once you've seen it once, I don't watch it again.
Yeah.
It's too much to watch it twice.
I loved the first one.
Yeah, I do love the first one.
Okay, are you watching that series on Netflix? I mean, on YouTube? They're grown up now. It's called Cobra Kai. Remember that was the bad Karate Kid?
Oh no, I'm not
It's
watching
Ralph
that.
Macchio and the guy that played Johnny.
That's so funny. I know I haven't seen it.
And if you really think about it, Ralph Macchio's character is actually the bad guy. He steals the guy's girl. He uses an illegal move to win the match. He was actually the bad guy, but you pull for him because you don't. That's the way the story leads you to think. Is that?
Yeah.
So anyway, so it's like them in the future. He's kind of having to apologize for all the stuff he did. It's kind of funny. I haven't seen it, but Dr. Tom watches it. He's
Okay.
telling me about it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'd go as far as to watch it. Sorry.
You might have to use some of those 4 brain cells you got left.
Yeah, that's true. Gremlins 2.
No.
I didn't like the Gremlins 1.
How much time we got left here?
Well, we're gonna wrap it up.
We're wrapping it up.
Yeah.
Wrap it up. I'll
That's
take
it.
it. Sorry, I was singing this. Anyway.
Yeah, just stop.
Did you have fun hosting the show?
It was okay. It was
Yeah?
fun.
Oh, that's fun.
Let me know. Let me know what you. Hold on. Let me get my thoughts.
Okay.
Let me know what you guys think about me hosting the show or Randy's better at it. We all know I'm better at it, but you can pick whatever one you want.
Well, you think you'll win the cute contest?
Yes.
I think I'll win the better host contest.
No, I don't think
You don't think so?
so. No,
Nah.
we'll see. We'll see.
Well, you're probably going to be right.
Nah.
Anyway.
We'll see. So yeah, you guys let us know what your favorite sequels are. Chances are I haven't seen it because I haven't
I
seen a lot
probably
of
have.
movies.
I probably have.
You've had longer life to live and see all of it. I'm sorry. I love you.
Love you,
You're my
whatever.
best friend.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You only say that when you said something
No,
mean
that's
to
not
me.
true. I say it all the time.
Okay.
Because I mess with you all the
I
time.
know. That's
Pick
the
on
point.
you.
Anyway.
No, you really are.
Thank you. Love you too.
So, yeah, that wraps up this show, episode 23. Give us a like and subscribe for more. Apparently, this is popular enough that we're going to keep going.
Yeah. Why not?
Yay!
Unless the star decides she wants more money or something. you know?
Gosh. I wouldn't say no. But,
Hey, if I gave you 50 cents, that'd be more money.
yeah, there you go. I'll take 50 cents. Well, anyway,
Okay.
we will see you guys next week. We are at Calypso Cigar and Lounge in Richardson. Thanks to our producer, Jerry Morris, and to the hilarious and handsome Randy Rankin,
Finally got it right.
to the beautiful Faith Cox. We will see you guys next time. See you later.
See ya.